morning and welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's Johnny.
I'm getting smaller, apparently.
Why is that? Maybe.
Because the shirt isn't changing in size, and it's getting baggier. I'm shrinking.
Whatever helps.
I'm a shrinky dink.
Whatever helps. Do you weigh yourself?
No.
Oh. That sounded like...
That
sounded like a mental health no.
Yeah.
That sounded like not I don't. It sounds like I can't.
Well, actually, that's true for three reasons. One, it's literally physically difficult for me to stay standing on the scale.
The standing part. Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Yeah. No, don't worry. It's not new. And then two, I have to have the mental ability to endure what I'm about to see in terms of the numbers. Because I have an idea where it's going to be and even where not good. No.
Yeah. I gained a bunch of weight over the weekend with the drinking on Saturday. I can't drink anymore. I gain more and more weight the next day after I drink. I can't do it and maintain. And I'd finally kind of gotten the weight thing down to where I was good. And then 4 pounds in one hangover day, and it's just shot to shit. And then on Sunday, that fucking tooth starts hurting again.
Uh-oh.
And I feel like absolute dog shit today. Like it is an all-encompassing feeling. It's a distraction from the show. It's a distraction from life. I had a fucking horrible day yesterday.
I'm sorry.
I could not think about anything but this goddamn throbbing tooth in my head. And they won't fucking dentists, man. I gotta say their name. Like I really do. What is it? It's a Granite City Family Dentistry. I can't. They're fucking horrible. Granite City Family Dentistry. Yeah, in Wade Park. Fucking awful. I went to these people. They were April's dentist, and I went to them for a checkup. It'll be 2 years ago in October. And they haven't stopped hacking away at my teeth ever since. I didn't have a problem before I went in. This is why I don't go to dentists. This is why I don't go to checkups. There's nothing wrong with your mouth until you fucking go to the dentist. There really isn't. It's like you go there, they do a checkup, and I hate to be a conspiracy guy. I really do. But I feel like while they're picking and counting and shit, I feel like they're hacking holes in your mouth so they can fix them. I have a conspiracy theory about the dentist now.
There are some... I've heard people talk about, natural, more homeopathic ways to care for your teeth, and you don't really have to go to the dentist. I've heard things like cavity pulling. I don't know about that kind of stuff. But I will say this, as someone who uses a lot of CBD and THC products, I have my own little dental cleaning kit at home, and I just clean my own fucking teeth.
Well, I do water picking and I brush my teeth and all that shit.
I have a small set dental where they have the gum stimulator, the little hook in the mirror. I do the whole gig.
Help me with this one then. This is the journey I've been on in the last 2 years with this fucking tooth. I chipped it a while back.
Right.
And that's when I decided to go into I just swallowed and it fucking kills. It fucking hurts when I swallow in a tooth. Most retarded part, the tooth is crowned. It's root canaled and it's crowned. And it fucking kills. It hurts really fucking bad. Me yelling right now is sending a shooting, throbbing pain through my crowned tooth.
If it's root canal, it should be impossible.
Right? It should be impossible. I shouldn't feel the motherfucker. This tooth right here is root canaled. I can't feel a goddamn thing. I've got a tooth. I got a wisdom tooth, 2 teeth down. That's got a giant hole in it. Just a giant fucking cavity that I've been cleaning out. And I can't get the fucker pulled because I got to figure out what the fuck is going on with this one. I want to get the goddamn wisdom tooth pulled. I fucking can't. I don't know what's wrong here. And for 2 years, this fucking dentist, I don't know. Thanks. And I'm not going to another dentist. You fucked it up. You fix it. And then they had the audacity to send the last thing they did into the insurance. Insurance kicks back, goes, yeah, you owe about $700. And I'm bringing that fucking thing in today, and I'm going, yank this fucking tooth out of my goddamn head. I've begged them. I've begged them in the past. I said, pull it. I don't want it. I don't want this tooth in my head.
We can put a fake one in there. Whatever.
I don't care if you leave the gap. I don't give a fuck.
Mind the gap.
I can't have a day today. It's all encompassing. It got to the point last night, April goes, are you sure it's not all in your head? No. It's all in my head. Right Literally. Here. It's in my fucking head.
And that's the problem.
I'm sitting there taking handfuls of Advil so I can go to bed, so I can sleep. Oh, Christ. And then I wake up this morning. And you have that thing where something hurts and you go to bed and you go, well, when I wake up in the morning, it'll just, like it was a bad dream. First thing I'm greeted by when I wake up in the morning.
Hello.
Pulsate, 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 pulsate. I'll drink like cold water and I'll put it back there and I swear to God I hear a cracking sound. It's fucked up. So that tooth is killing me at the moment. And I've been going to this place for 2 years. They've done 2 fillings. First filling fell the fuck out because of the way this tooth is. I don't know. They still haven't explained to me why the fuck a filling fell out twice, but it did.
I'm sorry. This really sounds like they're bad at their job. Because I've seen a few dentists. I've seen a few. And like I said, I clean my own fucking teeth. I've had 2 wisdom teeth pulled. I still have 2 that I need to get pulled because they're like partially grown over.
Yeah.
But wow. I mean.
So then they send me to not an orthodontist, endodontist, whatever. Endodontist. That's what it was. Loved her. I thought she was great. You know what she did?
What?
She was older. She was like in her 60s. She's like old school. She goes, well, you've got the tooth is like flexing when you chew and there's pressure on it and it's inflaming nerves and shit.
Okay.
I'm going to just ground the shit out of it after this root canal. I'm going to do this root canal and then I'm going to grind the fuck out of the tooth so it's like up here. So there's not much of it showing. So it can't make contact with the other teeth and what have you. So it can't hurt like that. I swear to God, I've never felt better in the last 2 years than when the tooth was like that. There was part of me that was going, can I just leave it like this?
Can we just take it out and just...
Yeah, can I just leave it ground to shit? Like, how the fuck do I have a crown in right now, and every time I swallow, I'm in immense pain? How is that possible?
I mean, from what I understand...
It shouldn't be allowed.
No, it's literally impossible if the nerves are disconnected, because as someone who deals a lot with neurological shit... Yeah, no, there's a wire loose in there if you're still feeling stuff.
I want to go in there today and I want to go get me in a chair, rip all this shit out and just pull the fucker. I'm done. And get that wisdom tooth while you're at it. That is basically a hole at this point. It's a hole in the back of my mouth with the remainder of the tooth surrounding it. I haven't been able to get it pulled because I want to figure out what the fuck is going on with this thing. And I'm not going to spend thousands more dollars on a fucking tooth.
I mean, by the time...
It has been a financial fucking hole in my life, this tooth. With dental insurance. I've had it. It's distracting. I can't live my life. Yank it. Yank it the fuck out.
Problems.
This would harm an African kid.
You could just Tom Hanks it and use a skate. Fucking Wilson and just pop the bitch out.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I am fucking ready. And whenever I'd say, can we just, because I'd be desperate. I'd be in their office desperate. I'd go, can you just pull it out? And they go, well, we don't like to do that with a healthy tooth. What part of this tooth is fucking healthy? I came to your fucking dentist's office 2 years ago, and I've never felt worse since. I will bitch about this tooth for 4 hours today. If I have to.
I'm just going to say thank you because I felt like shit, and I was really bummed out about a lot of things just not kind of working out my way. And then I sat down and that whole thing, and I'm like, could be worse.
Maybe it's not so bad.
Life will go on.
Yeah, now I'm worried I've got a crown, so now it's capped off the thing, and now shit's building up in there. Because I feel like a pulsating feeling. Oh, these people are fucking bad at their jobs. And, it's one of those things where you go, I should go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
but they'll charge me.
Yeah, because
I've already
you came to
paid
them
these
with-
people a fuck ton of money to fix this. You will fix it. And you will not charge me a fucking dime. Yeah, see, Toastmaster says you need a new doctor. I get that. But how much more? Like, honestly, take my blood. How much more do you want? Thousands of dollars at this point on one fucking tooth. Please explain to me how this is supposed to work. Make an appointment at Centra Soda Sartell so they can fleece me. Dentists are hacksaw docs. I fucking hate them. I've always hated them. I've never found one. I had one that I liked and trusted. And it was only because when I knocked these out playing basketball, he did the crown and all the work and everything. I've never had a problem. That guy's probably dead by now.
All the good ones are.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago, and that guy was in his late 50s, early 60s. So he's probably dead. He's definitely not practicing dentistry anymore. Dr. Thompson. Every other dentist I've been to, a fucking massive disappointment in my life. I hate I'll never go back. I have put off this wisdom tooth because I'm like, I can't do dentist. I'm scarred. I think as you can see, I'm psychologically scarred from the dentist. I don't want to go. I have a hole in the back of my mouth that used to be a wisdom tooth. I haven't gotten it pulled.
Used to be smart, now just smarts.
I'm terrified to go have it taken care of.
Well, I mean, at this point, there won't be much of one left. It'll just kind of like pieces will start falling out, I guess.
Oh no, pieces haven't fallen out, but like they've rotted away.
It's just,
and I just clean it. I just keep it clean. I clean it out after every meal. I just go and I wash it out.
oof.
Hulkamasha Baby says, sounds like a malpractice, especially if you told them to pull it and they didn't. I mean, try. It's fucking impossible. You know, people talk about, oh, you could sue. It never works. You got to have something pretty fucking bad.
And you got to put up with fucking miles of litigation because no matter how mom and pop a dentist is, they almost always have a professional insurance company backing them. So they're like, you have to deal with a lawyer's like, I'm going to make you march for this shit.
Oh, I got a vice grip. All I charge is a case of Minnesota Gold, says Ryan the Garbage Man. What am I going to pay you with? What am I going to? No, I'm just kidding. It's
Minnesota Gold.
It's been remarkably expensive, but it's not like, they're throwing us out of the fucking house over my tooth. But it's just frustrating because I'm going to go pay $700 from when they crowned this fucking thing, and they failed, and they'll fucking take it. They'll take my half, because there's the insurance and then there's that, and yeah, they'll take it. Oh, well, we did fine work.
No,
you
didn't.
Shit. I hope April stops going there out of protest also. I really do. I just want someone to get my fucking back. I just want someone to tell the world this place fucking eats a dick. Oh, my God. Yeah. I go back and I swallow, and it hurts. It really fucking hurts. Thank you to Red Fox Mad for $1.99. Appreciate that, buddy. Quit being a pussy, says Walls Balls. That's fine. Sir K says mouth infection can cause heart attack or even death. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have told you guys about this. Maybe I should. Maybe I just shouldn't have said anything. Maybe I should have just sat here. Because here's what would have happened if I didn't bring up the tooth thing. You were going to wonder why today's show was not as good as the rest of them. And I had to explain why today's show, at least from my end, it's not going to be as good as the rest of them. I'm going to have stroke face in a little bit, just from wincing.
He's about to Bieber.
Oh my God. Yeah. I'm about to Botox face. Round Sauce says, I know the pain, Aaron. I had the same thing a few years back. I bitched and moaned until they finally sent me to an oral surgeon. Get yourself a new doc. Let's spend a fuckload more. Get a new dentist and send the bill to the idiots. I think that, I like that idea, Crack and Slap. And I mean, they'll say no. Everybody's got that, like, the tough guy, here's what I'm going to fucking do to those guys. And it's all fantasy. It makes you feel better for a second. But ultimately, it's like, yeah, they're just going to say no.
Yeah, and
then what recourse do you have? None.
Well, not none, but I mean, after you take a dump on their stoop, they're going to give you a restraining order. That's just personal experience.
Right, that's just vindictive.
Yeah. Plus, I can't even pull that move anymore.
If it's if it's swelling, the dentist will give you an antibiotic before they pull it. Oh yeah, I know all the shit they're gonna do. Maria H says sunk cost at this point. Get a new doctor. Well, you might be right. There is that pride though, where you're just like, fix what the fuck you did to my mouth. My fucking mouth is unusable. Fix it. But then there's the problem of they've clearly shown they're incapable.
I kind of have the exact same sentiment, feeling, and argument planned with my neurological doctor this afternoon. I've used them before. They move whenever the fuck they want. Make them work for me.
Oh, Maria H. Sunk cost at this point. Get a new doctor. I understand. Electric Shoes says dentists are just idiots that couldn't make it being real doctors. I understand that now.
It does feel weird that it's just like you're not quite a doctor. I'm a dentist. Yeah, so you don't need medical school for that? Well, there's some serious health issues that can affect you with teeth. Yeah, sounds like you might need to be smarter.
How do I have here's what I don't understand. How does the crown hurt? Like, as I swallow, like that just hurt. How do I have a sharp, intense pain on the crown?
It's got to be something's
that
infected.
tooth's got to be pushing against it.
There's got to be something infected or inflamed, and when you flex your muscles, it moves your internal.
Yeah.
It's agitating something. So
rip the fucker out, right?
I mean,
they're giving me antibiotics today, aren't they?
Probably.
Antibiotics and steroids again. That's probably where I'm headed.
Yeah, and if you don't want the steroids, I know someone who does.
I want them.
Oh, fine.
My tooth is your legs. Go to J. Mengele Dentistry, says Ron Konitska. Yeah. Laser Dentistry in St. Joe. Been going for years, never had a problem. Maybe. Do you need a pair of needle nose pliers? That might be it. Bo Archer says, Johnny, can you smell the rotting teeth?
No, I have my own issues with that. Rick.
Delco Lou with 199 says, might have an abscess, yank it and get the gas. I mean, if they covered a fucked up abscess tooth, I should be able to do things that I can't say publicly.
I actually had a similar problem where they drilled out a cavity, but they didn't clean it all the way. And then they covered it over, and oh boy, was that a mess.
I'm going to say this. These stories do not help.
I'm sorry.
No, they ground it.
I've got a lot of them.
They ground the shit out of it, though. Like, you'd think all that shit would be gone. Ugh. Lip Ripper says, you mean rectally scarred by your dentist. That would have hurt less.
Hey, look, I would be happy at this point if the only complaint I had about my dentist is that my pants were backwards and my butt hurt.
Oh, man. Fire Ginger with $5 says, do the men enjoy the tears in your eyes when you swallow?
I mean, you got to be like, look, guys, I can barely swallow. This is affecting my online performance. I'm talking OnlyFans here. We're big bucks.
Get in the ring. A few good shots will knock it out. So far, no. Imagine a man who talks for a living only to die of mouth infection, says K. Fallen the Great. Oh, man. Bud Britches says, Centra Soda pulled all 4 wisdom teeth a month ago. Best experience with a dentist ever. I'm 54 and hate the dentist. Yeah, you could have Cheetos pull your tooth. Yeah. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $9.99. Appreciate it. When are we going to be like the old days and fuck with their Facebook page and Google reviews? You know, I don't mind doing that for like radio shows and shit. Where it doesn't matter.
Right.
I do have a problem doing it with the way people make a living. I mean, they've fucked up for me, but I mean, they're still in business, so they must be making somebody happy. So I don't want to fuck with a place that like it's their business, it's their money. When we did that to Facebook pages, and we will again, it was like TV shows, radio shows, shit where their direct income wasn't impacted by us fucking with their Facebook page. But I don't know. For the time being, take 4 ibuprofen and 2 Tylenol. Works very well. So far, not so much. Yeah, people are saying it's the pressure. Yeah, that fucking tooth is pulsating again, like they told me it does, but it's doing it inside the crown, so it's kind of like a ping kind of a deal. It's like a tuning fork is inside my fucking mouth.
You should have texted me this morning. I have a couple of things I could have brought for you.
Ugh.
I have one that probably would very much help.
Novocaine says, if it's infected, the Novocaine won't work. Get ready for pain. Thank you, buddy. My prediction, pain. Max Bringle says, your nerve is exposed, and that's where the pain is from. Yes. And when you chew, even if I chew on this side, that crown makes contact with the bottom tooth, and that makes the other tooth flex. This is what I've been told by the endodontist, and that inflames the nerve.
Again,
but the root canal
was
shouldn't
supposed to remove the nerve.
How is there nerve still that can do that? That nerve shouldn't be allowed to. I shouldn't feel anything. I thought that was the point of a root canal, where you stopped feeling shit.
It is. They actually literally rip out the nerve part.
That's what I always thought. Fuck me, am I right? J-Dad with $4.99 says, let's all hope for a lewd-free stream today. Palm Sunday will never be the same after Sunday's stream. Sorry, J-Dad. I apologize for my tawdry language. 325 away from knocking it out today, guys. Yeah, I don't know what they'll do today. I go in, I pay that thing, and I go, fucking kill me. Do something here. And no money. God damn you. No more money. How much do you fuck? How much do you fuck? Last statue.
Probably a lot with how much you're paying.
Last statue says they missed a subroute. Well, then that would be the endodontist. Then I'd feel bad. I really liked her. Maybe she fucked me over. Fat Q says, dug out my tooth with a pair of scissors. Took some antibiotics my buddy gave me from 2014 and found some THC pills. Yeah. Z Kyle says, just go in and bend over. Oh, let's just. I'm just at the point now where I've been at the point for a year where I've been like, just yank it out of my head. They're like, we don't want to. They said we don't want to pull a good tooth. I'm like, this isn't a good tooth. It's a bad tooth. Oh man!
But he's so nice to us when we talk to him.
We look at him. He looks pristine. Oh, really? He feels like shit. Oh man. Well, anyway, guys, welcome to the show. I've got a show planned for you.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes with all of this. April says we should have had Centra Soda remove both teeth, but I think I'll be done recommending any location that's never given me problems. Seems to taint things. I didn't mind the endodontist. I just hate this other place. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll just get the referral again to Centra Soda and finally get this wisdom tooth taken out. Should be easier. This is what I was thinking with that wisdom tooth. I'm kind of doing them a favor because it's so cavitied away that they'll have easier access to the rest of the tooth, right?
No.
So that's bad.
They're going to have less to grip at, and it's going to be...
well, I'll be out.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it. They might have to dig in there to get all the pieces, and you better hope they do, because the last thing you want is a piece of bone just in your gums. Like,
you know what's funny? That tooth does not hurt. It does not give me any problems.
It's almost like the nerve is dead.
Right. Maybe I killed it.
Wow. I have to say, for someone who has horrible life impacting, crippling multiple sclerosis, you are making me feel so much better about myself.
Max Brengel says, root canals just get rid of infections and rebuilds the crown, doesn't get rid of the nerve.
Oh.
So there you go. That would explain it.
You know what we should do? We should take dental advice from a guy who doesn't see the dentist very often and has no problem with his teeth, and someone who's having nothing but problems with his teeth.
Dabblers Unanimous says, Johnny, punch Aaron in the mouth so his tooth falls out. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
See, I would love to. And I've got like some serious arm power, but I have no base. So if I punch him, I'm going to fall over and hurt myself.
I feel like I've never been put out before during a dental thing. Like my two bottom wisdom teeth, I just did it with the anesthetic. Is it like, this is a very childish question. Is it scary? Like, is it like doing it? Do I just go out and then when I come to, all my work's done?
You just assume I know what it's like to be completely unconscious?
Have you?
Medically or?
Dentally.
Not dentally.
Okay.
I have been put under medically, but it just, that was to take the tube out of my chest. They use fentanyl. There was a fun one.
Oh, fuck. SC Motorsports says the wisdom tooth will just shatter when they pull it.
Yeah.
I should probably get that done soon here, huh?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, we'll do it.
At this point, your wisdom tooth is like a suicide bomber. He's sitting in the back of your mouth like it's a bus. He's got a vest, and he's holding the trench coat up and go, come on, make a move. I dare you. You go in there with those pliers. Boom, all over your mouth.
Freaky Deaky says it's the fastest 45 minutes of your life, like the blink of an eye. Well,
you're going to fall asleep, and you're going to wake up. You done that before?
And I hope they pull both of them. Like, I hope that they're both gone, and I never have to worry about this ever again. That would be my dream. I have let this wisdom tooth go to such shit because of the scarring of this, the mental scarring of this. I'm like, I can't. Like, if anyone brings up the dentist, like, I'm dreading going today to pay this bill because I want to pay it in person. I want to yell at them.
Go for it.
But I'm still just, I'm like, should we get that wisdom tooth removed? And I know I should have a year ago, but I'm just like, no, I don't want to go. I can't do it. I can't go and have this done.
You really need to, though. I'm just saying,
I understand.
You don't want that. Like, look, I'm saying you might have a problem you can't control up front, but you're making one that you're not going to want to deal with in the back.
Anthony Keller says, as someone who was put under to have a tooth removed, you don't even notice falling. You just blink, and then suddenly you're awake.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, again, my medically induced one was fentanyl based, so that one I got really sleepy, and then I fell asleep, and then I woke up and there weren't any tubes in my chest anymore. That was how that went.
All right, well.
And I was groggy for a while. That one you wake up and you still feel like someone's like, I don't know, like you're wrapped in a blanket. You're just
maybe I'll skip the gym today then, and I'll just get all the dental stuff taken care of. Although I'm a fat bag of shit.
Yeah, but I will say this. To be kind of the devil's fat advocate here.
Devil's fat advocate.
Anytime you go under any sort of cardiovascular stress, you're going to increase your blood pressure. That's going to affect all the blood pressure in your face. And
so it's going to hurt me more?
It's going to agitate everything.
Yeah, then I'm going to bed today. Sleeping her off. That's what I'm doing. I started April on The Wicker Man last night, the 1973 Wicker Man.
Right.
Ow. You could tell it's the swallowing if it contacts the crown. Yeah, that nerve is inflamed again. I'm getting steroids and antibiotics today.
There's definitely an infection of some sort going on in there.
I'm telling you, I've felt this before. It's not infected. The nerve is inflamed. Like the tooth flexes and inflames. It's the most fucked up tooth ever, which is why I don't understand why they just didn't pull the fucker. At any rate. If you have any infection now, it's likely to get worse. Thanks, Dub. Well, if we take the antibiotics, that'll clear that up.
Yeah.
And then yank the shit out of the fucking thing. That's what we'll do today. I'll say, yep. Let's give me a referral to Centra Soda. Let's yank both of the teeth out. Yeah, because then at least if I'm on drugs and I'm under, whatever's wrong with this wisdom one back here, they can just dig around and figure it out until I wake up. Right?
I mean, might as well.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to be in for that round of treatment when you get there anyway, so might as well do it all in one go.
Right. Exactly. You're going to spund like... Cynically Insane says, you're going to spund like shit for the evening show. I don't know what spund like shit means, but I will do that for you. They're saying don't watch the Nicolas Cage Wicker Man. His acting is atrocious.
I'm thinking that's why you need to. You need to do it, and not only do you do it back to back. Like, all right, so we saw the original. Let's see what Hollywood did when they thought, let's improve it.
Well, yeah, because in 1973, they made the shittiest low-budget looking Wicker Man, but the movie was good. I mean, you have Christopher Lee as the villain. I mean, it's going to work. By the way, Christopher Lee in his day, totally fuckable. That's the tooth talking. It's making me gay. My tooth makes me gay.
So you've had a problem with your tooth your whole life?
Dub says, you must, in my opinion, remove it. I did so a year ago, and I couldn't determine which tooth was in lower left jaw. I took a month to know. Well, Zen Rhino says, 30 minutes of teeth talk. This needs to be a clip. I'm telling you right now, Johnny's worked with me long enough. I need to do this.
He's got to work it out.
If I don't work this out, it's going to be a terrible show.
I was worried I was gonna have an anger issue to kind of ground out, but like I got here and he diffused me, and I'm like, oh,
you're welcome. I like to.
At least I can swallow.
I like to.
Ironically,
help
that's one of the things we're worried about me losing soon. But hey,
your ability to swallow.
yeah, swallow, breathe, cardiac, respiratory, all that's in jeopardy.
Why?
Because we're going downhill and we haven't addressed it yet. As my doctor said,
Shouldn't you address the breathing thing?
We haven't lost it yet, but
Well,
we could.
no shit. But let's prevent that.
My point is, as everything starts getting worse, I'm going to lose the legs more and more. If we start adding new symptoms, like right now, the newest one is the right hand. So
Okay.
we start losing that, which means we're hitting the high water mark, which I like to imagine as like here, so to speak. We get any higher, we start affecting the lungs, the heart, and the ability to swallow. So
Yeah.
nothing
Well,
serious.
Sounds like you and I are really giving people no reason to live today. April says, I've also
Good thing
told
the world's in awesome shape.
I've also told him to stop going to my dentist since he had problems. How was I to know since I'd never had any? Fuck those people right in there. All I want from them today is drugs and a referral. That's it. I want drugs, I want a referral, and then I want to forget that we ever existed. And I want them to do the right thing. And when I hand them that bill, I want them to go like this. Sorry.
Not gonna happen.
Our bad.
Not gonna
That's all I
happen.
want. I just want to, hey, we fucked up.
What you're gonna get is an Adrian Washington. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, sounds good to me. Lodi. That was racist. All right, guys.
Shaka you.
325 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there you go. So half hour of the show burnt out. My tooth still hurts, but we're going to get through it, and we've got a program for
Final
you.
theory on it. Because I grew up in the country, and I don't really have any teeth issues. April did, too, and no matter what they do, she's...
City water?
City folk got weak teeth.
The fluoride in the water. They talk about that. The city water making the teeth all fucked up.
Possibly. I've been drinking... I was drinking well water like a good old country boy,
Yeah.
till I was like 18.
I've heard that many
Taste the metal.
You're not the first person to mention that well water versus city water thing. Oh, man. Drew Allen says, need to make the goal so we can get the tooth fixed. Come on, guys. No. That's business money. That's not personal money. Don't you worry about that. That pays, everybody in the government.
Yeah, my show's the one that runs a goal for a medical goal.
325 away. Here's the deal. 100 likes per hour. That worked out well yesterday.
Yeah.
And let's knock the goal out by 100 every hour. So let's get her under 300 by the top of the hour here. And let's get to 100 likes by the top of the hour. Hit the thumbs up. If you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks or becoming a member on the YouTube channel, that helps as well. Yeah.
Let's start a GoFundMe to get Mike Tyson to come up here and knock Aaron's
And
tooth
punch
out.
me right in the fucking head. 325 away. There you go, guys, if you feel like contributing to the program. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on the Trump thing today. He's getting arraigned. I don't know if they're going to arraign him before our show's over. If anyone wants to throw me the time, if they just want to Google real quick, when is Trump being arraigned? We'll kind of see how that goes. I'm sure there will be cameras up the asshole in that courtroom.
You already got your perp walk photos. Granted, they were AI fakes, but
Right.
take them.
They're going to be better. He's going in for a traffic ticket.
Yeah, it's gonna be a slap on the wrist. The biggest joke to me about this whole thing is how worked up everybody is on both sides. Oh, they're going after Trump. Oh, we're finally gonna get him. You guys realize this is about as big of a nothing burger as you can have. Like, it's no.
It's 2:15 p.m. Okay, so we don't have to keep our eye on it this morning. But
Tune into my show. Live coverage.
Well, Salty says 34 felonies. No, it's not felony. He's being charged with misdemeanors. They are not felonies. If he was being charged with 34 felonies, he would be facing multiple life sentences in prison. He's being charged with felonies, is what he's being charged with. And it is so clearly a political hit job. Like, this is the most ridiculous, one of the most ridiculous things I think I've ever seen in my entire life regarding politics. This is so clearly, they're saying it's actually 34 Class E felonies? Okay, well, maybe I was wrong then. fuck me in the mouth that already hurts. It's my tooth. Anything I fuck up today is my tooth's fault. Trump felonies. To be charged with 34 felonies. Well, eat my ass and call me Norma Ray. Donald Trump will be placed under arrest on Tuesday and informed that he has been charged with 34 felony counts for falsification of business records, according to a source who has been briefed on the procedures. A New York City police arrest report summarizing the charges against Trump will then be prepared and entered into the court system before he is led into a courtroom to be formally arraigned on the charges, none of which are misdemeanors. Well, that's interesting because they were talking about misdemeanors this whole time.
That it was.
Well, then it's even more ridiculous because they're trying to trump up. No pun intended. They're trying to trump up even more charges on this whole thing. Boy, this is. I don't know who told them that this was a good idea, but this is fucking so stupid. By the way, why did Dub's comment get removed? Remove it unless doctor says, in my opinion.
Oh, about the tooth?
Yeah, guys, leave Dub alone. I don't know who the fuck took that thing out of there.
How dare you give unsolicited medical advice? Yeah. What are you, everybody in the chat this morning?
Yeah, cut the shit, guys. Whoever deleted that, fuck off. Stop it. So, Gray Duckling says, my bad. Well, there you go. You apologize. So as far as this Trump thing goes, like, this is only helping the guy.
I mean, unless you can convict him on everything and hold him account. I mean, every time you've gone after him, he's always been, weaker for it, right?
Right, yeah. Every time you've said, I have heard you people say this is it for 6 years.
2 impeachments, both elections,
Yeah. I've heard you say this is where we've got him, all the way back to the John McCain, I like my heroes not captured. Up to, oh yeah, did you hear the prostitutes in Russia? He hired them to piss in a bed because Obama was going to be in it, as if they don't change the sheets. That was horseshit. And now he's raised like $50 million since they started with these charges for his campaign. So you paid for some nice Super Bowl commercials and shit. Yeah, it's amazing that they keep thinking this is the way to go.
It's kind of like the internet right now. He's so done. It's so over.
Everybody's always finished, right?
And then when they go back the next day and just go, hey, we're still here. We're doing our thing. But he was on. It was over. No, you didn't do anything.
I don't know. I just, it's going to help him. I mean, I feel like people were starting to lean towards DeSantis as far as who they wanted for president next. And now this is going to galvanize people around him where they're like, oh, everything this guy says about swamps and shit is kind of true.
I feel like if you're DeSantis at this point, the smartest thing you do is just stay out of the shit show. Regardless of where those cards are going to land, just don't be involved. Come in and just fucking sweep them up after, because either way, you're gonna.
Yeah. He did come out and say, like, we're not going to help with the extradition process. And Trump's like, it's okay, Ronnie. I'll go myself. So they're going to try and make this a felony thing and try to stop him from running for president. Like, this is asinine. This is insanity.
And all they're going to do is put credence to when he goes up. He's like, and it's a corrupt system and they don't like people from the outside messing with it. And again, it's the Kanye meme where it's like, you know what? These evil people will do all this evil stuff if you stand up against them. All right. How about we do everything he said to prove him wrong? Like,
exactly. No. But it'll be 2:15 today. They'll arraign him on 34 felonies. What? Get him to plead down to misdemeanors. And well, the problem is with a guy like Trump is like, he's got enough money where he can go, no, just tie this thing up in court. Let's fight every single one of those charges.
Yeah.
If
nothing else, experience has taught me he'd do that out of spite.
Are you going to be able to put together a jury if he fights this all the way that will unanimously agree? If there's one thing we know about this country, it's that we can't get people to agree on Donald Trump whatsoever, and nobody's mind is changing. And if they you're never going to be able to put together a jury for this. He's literally like a 50-50 guy across the country.
I'm almost thinking this whole thing, like, I'm of two theories about this. Either A, Trump is everything that the supporters say, oh, he's fighting, which I don't believe.
Right.
Or B, the one I'm more on. Weird.
Moron.
Moron.
Works.
Freudian slip. Anyways, the one that I'm kind of settling on more, that's a smarter way to say it, is that this seems like a smokescreen thing. Like, I'm more like, hey, what's going on in the rest of the world? Are you guys shifting a bunch of money to Ukraine again?
That's the way I always feel when we're all kind of caught up by like the pop culture of politics, like stories like this that don't really have a lot of meat on them, but they're really, really fascinating. Is like, okay, who are you fucking killing or extorting right now that we're not supposed to know about?
And why am I paying for it?
Right. Oh, shit. Well, Trump's, who's having a worse day, Trump or my rotten tooth?
I'm guessing your tooth, because Trump's known this one's coming, and I feel like Trump and most of us are kind of like, yeah, nothing. I feel like the world is sitting here going, you guys are idiots. And the Democratic Party's like, no, we're going to do this. And they're just watching them hold a board in front of their face. We're like, it's not going to work. And like, we're going to do it. And they just keep throwing their face into that board.
The only thing I'm thinking of tooth-wise right now is that once I get the antibiotics and the steroids, thank God, those do work quickly.
Mm-hmm.
They do work really, really quick. So I'll pop those steroids. I'll go like this for like an hour and a half. Ah, fuck. Because those things really do kind of...
They jack you up a bit.
They get you going.
That's when you got to go to the gym.
There you go.
You're going to be running behind the let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I really do. You know what? I'm looking forward to it. And if April's sleeping, then she won't hear this. But if she can hear me, I was kind of looking forward to the gym today. But I will say that if I get some steroids and some antibiotics, I would love to just lay in bed and feel my tooth not hurt. That's going to be like a beach vacation to me.
See, that's weird for me. When they jack me on like steroids and everything, I'm like, and we're doing leg day. And I'm like excited for it. I'm like, oh, they're moving. I've got this bike going at level 1 for 5 minutes now. Woo!
Yeah. April says I'll call at 7. Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah, if you could get me, if I could get drugs before I even get in the door there, like before the show's over today, April's got like pills for me to take. Oh, I'm the happiest boy in the world. Are you kidding? Oh, that would be great. Painkillers are better for pain than steroids and antibiotics, Aaron. Yeah, I was told by the endodontist, too, that the antibiotics weren't really doing anything for me because there was no infection. But it's like a better safe than sorry kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
It's the same way they're always with me before they start throwing steroids and shit. We have to make sure you don't have some crazy infection that we're going to make worse by doing this. So let's...
Right.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Give me them both. Let's drug it up. Oh, I love drugs. Drugs are so good. Drugs get this bad rap because dumb people take them wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever encountered a drug where I'm like, this isn't awesome. Like, even the one time I did cocaine, I would never do it again.
But it was great.
Pretty wild. It was. I had a great time. I had a lot of fun. One bump ski, and I was...
And the worst part is you are such an economic, like, drug user. Because it does not take you much.
Doesn't take much.
There's some stuff I'm trying to get you and April to start trying as soon as the sponsor sends me the package that I'm waiting for. But it's a caffeine CBD mixture thing, and it's just a very nice, like, relaxing but uplifting. Like, you don't get any of that crash syndrome stuff. You don't get jitter, but it's great for feeling like loose, but also mentally like peppy. But
what are the rules on YouTube about, like, because in Minnesota, those 5 milligram THC gummies are okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's legal in your state, could I eat one of those? Or could I just call it a gummy, like a harmless Welch's gummy, and just eat it on the show?
I mean, technically, you could just eat it and not tell people what it is.
Okay. Well, I don't have any of those. April, if you could bring me one of my Welch's watermelon fruit snacks, that would be wonderful, because that should help pain, right?
It should.
That should help. But so the talking about what an economic drug user I am. So 5 milligrams of one of those puts me on easy street. 2 of them, too far. 10 milligrams, fuck that noise. I'm useless. 5 milligrams, chilling.
See, like the stuff I'm talking about is a tincture. It comes in a 30 milligram bottle. And so, like, a max dose that most people will take is like a full milligram syringe. So you have like a 1 month supply. you would be somewhere I'd be like, yeah, you want to go in with like an eighth of that dub. So like you've got like an 8-month supply in that bottle. And
exactly.
like that's like I was talking to my my sponsor Hemponics literally about you. I wasn't using your name, but I was saying I have a friend who's just I call him tissue paperweight in terms of his ability to handle like chemicals. And he goes, no, your friend, you're looking at your friend wrong. He's what you call a very economic drug user.
I'm economical. So I'll have April place that my Welch's fruit snack. I will have that set right at the corner of the table here. I'll step off camera for a moment to keep it YouTube classy, and I'll take my breakfast, as it were.
Just a little snack to keep your stomach from rumbling.
That's all it is. All right, guys, let's get to 100 likes before 7 o'clock, and then we'll get to 200 by 8 o'clock. You know how it works. Hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine either way, though, because like people, I smoke on my stream.
Yeah. Zen Rhino says Johnny does drugs on his show all the time.
Oh, well, I mean, they are medically, like, I have prescriptions and like cards and things, but yeah, I do smoke on my stream.
All right, so 325 away from today's goal. We're over 100 likes. Thank you guys very much.
I really hate it. I'm one of those weird outliers because it's not like you can go on the internet and look up streams of people smoking weed. It's not like
you know what? That's true.
It's not like there's streams on Twitch that are just dedicated. Hey, we've got a bong, man.
325 away from today's goal. Let's get that under 300 in the next 15 minutes. If you feel like throwing in a couple bucks, PayPal and Streamlabs is the best way to do it. Super chats and memberships count as well.
Such a hypocrite. My whole Sunday show is just sitting with me and smoking for an hour
just drugs the whole time.
It's just jump in the Discord. We're going to smoke some stuff, watch some stuff, listen to me. It's groovy, man. And just fucking...
You went 70s drug user on it.
Because it's more fun that way.
Should we see if the... So we've always talked about like how like lefties are responding to the Trump arrest stuff, and like you guys are unhinged and blah blah. Should we check on a Trump person?
Yeah,
because they can sometimes they get away with like a lot of cringe shit because we're busy watching what the people losing their mind are saying.
Mm-hmm.
I want to check on some of the people who are on Trump's side because a lot of times, like people like me who aren't like a total Trump guy, but they'll see shit happen to them and go, "Oh, that ain't cool." I'll watch these people and I'll go, "Hey, we're kind of forgetting to make fun of these people because they're a little too far out there as well. Like these people are a little fucking kooky." This is someone called Politics Girl. Anyone who makes their identity politics, I worry about immediately. But a couple weeks ago, she made a video on Trump's arrest, and it's gotten it's got about 1 million views on Twitter.
Okay.
Let's see how the pro-Trump people.
I almost thought this was What's Her Nut from Always Sunny. Fucking, I was just like, what is this, a fucking Always Sunny bit? Like, someone made a meme?
Well, let's see how we're supposed to be handling the Trump arrest. This is Politics Girl.
So it looks like Trump is finally going to be arrested, which is good for justice and the rule of law. But it's going to be hard on America. And for those of us who care about...
Oh, wait, so she's a lefty person? I thought Politics Girl was a Republican. Oh, TikTok, Instagram. Oh, so she's awful, too. All right, well, let's watch her go crazy.
America, we're going to have to be smart about how we respond. Trump is currently priming his audience for his arrest. He recently wrote an all-caps message on Truth Social that said, if he's arrested, people need to protest and take the nation back. The pump Trump is priming is the same one he used when he lost the election, one of grievance and violence.
Really? Because that's what everybody does.
I don't know if you're aware, but there's some people in Tennessee who responded to a horrific event by, we need more blood.
And they did it in Florida, too. Yeah, they did it in multiple states. Not only that, when Biden ran, or like when anybody runs and they're not in the incumbent party, they always talk about taking the country back.
And saving it from these people.
And saving it from this other guy. Because it's not that we disagree on the issues, it's that this guy's the fucking devil. God damn you.
You don't understand. He's Hitler. I'm not Hitler. He's Hitler.
I just want to be in charge of the most powerful nation in the world.
I want to see the next presidential debate with both candidates dressed up as much as they can, looking like Hitler. Going, I would like to point out that my opponent is literally Hitler.
Doesn't he look way more like Hitler than I do when I dress up like... That's a good idea. Have them all dress up like Hitler and we can see which one's most like Hitler.
Because they're all going to be called Hitler anyway.
Right.
Or Nazis. It's always, I love how now apparently fascists and Nazis are just the go-to villains.
Right.
So we don't care what you are. If you are a villain, we're just, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist. Actually, you're the one saying anyone disagrees with you should be shut up.
Excuse me, I believe that all of you are kind of downselling exactly what we accomplished way back then. I don't mean to come in here and ask for any kind of sympathy or anything, but it seems like a lot of people get the Nazi swag, if you will, without having to do any of the legwork, as it were. So if you could please refrain from all the Nazi commentary, I feel like we worked our asses off to deserve a certain level of villainous respect. These guys just launder money.
If you can't stand the heat, don't be in front of the oven.
If anything, it makes them bankers, which, not for me. 999, as it were.
This isn't leadership. It's the weaponization of the American people against one another to the benefit of one man's power. MAGA Republicans...
Joe Biden.
Clean your fucking kitchen, bucko. You've got too many magnets on the fridge. I don't like it. And then you've got your fucking pull-up bar. What are you, a fucking inmate?
Are already referring to this as political prosecution. Much like they keep trying to rewrite history and call insurrectionists political prisoners. This is...
I mean, one guy just had to be released because they were withholding evidence that could have helped his case.
And I'm sorry.
Boy, these do not age well.
I just... It's almost visceral with me. We're January 6th. We're insurrectionists. I lived a half hour away from Minneapolis for the last 2 years. Go fuck yourself.
I'll show you an insurrection.
And then, I'm sorry.
Here's an AutoZone. Well, it used to be an AutoZone. Now it's just kind of a charred insurance claim.
So you guys are all against insurrectionists, so I'm sure there's a whole group of people you want to publicly disparage in Tennessee, right?
No, that was justice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
when they do it, it's way different.
I get it. And didn't that happen somewhere else where people were demanding like water records or whatever, and it was like a left-leaning thing, and they were like attacking a government? But I don't know.
I'm sure they did. Yeah.
Yeah. It was one of the things that was happening during the January. So they were like, oh, when the lefties attack a government building, it's not an insurrection. It's demanding justice and accountability.
I just love how this lady walked into that punch where she's like, they turned insurrectionists into political prisoners. No, you did. Your side did that by withholding evidence from their defense team that could have aided them in their defense. And now they just had to let Goat Boy go. Like, Goat Boy just had to be released from prison early because they found out that, oh, yeah, he was just walking around with some cops by him and he wasn't doing the things they said he was doing. And they had video that proved him innocent the whole time, and they never released it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The government is going to have to apologize to the Water Buffalo tribe, and and quite frankly, it doesn't help your case.
Hugh Shaman is Algonquin for the good land. People don't realize that. Yeah, I mean, people wonder why I like defense attorneys way more than I like prosecutors. Prosecutors are the fucking devil. At least defense attorneys are like Richard Gere in Primal Fear, and they're like, I don't want to know. Don't fucking tell me. I don't give a shit. I'm here to defend you. Everybody constitutionally gets a defense. I'm going to defend the shit out of you. Prosecutors are like, how do we just get this guy locked in a cage forever? It's like, well, don't you want to know it? Nope, don't give a shit.
I don't want to know. I just want a drop gun and a bump to sprinkle on him and someone to take a picture.
So it keeps my conviction record up. Meanwhile, I have the disposal of all the taxpayers' money at my access. And the defense attorney has... Isn't that amazing?
By the way, I'm also buddy with the main organization responsible for collecting, analyzing, and summarizing prosecution. I'm going to sit there and be friends with the cops getting the evidence, too.
And not only that, but like, this guy has to shell out tens of thousands of dollars of his own personal funds to defend himself from the thing that I have unlimited taxpayer money access to.
Oh, we can get a public defender. What's the difference? Yeah. Are you telling me
or you can go with the public defender who makes $40,000 a year and will personally escort you to death row.
Anyone who comes for Trump has to have an airtight case. Why indictments felt so slow. Because even if you have an open and shut case, there are still going to be tens of millions of people.
All that cooking equipment in front of you, and you're going to sit here and yap at me about politics. Do you know how much I would kill for a quesadilla right now? You even got your hair up tied back like you're ready to work with food. Come on, toots.
I came here thinking I was going to get a falafel.
Yeah. Ma'am, is my panini ready? What you need to understand is that our democracy can only be...
Bitch, shut up and work the George Foreman grill. All right? That's why it's there.
How about a lean, mean, no politics talking machine, huh?
Who can be convinced, despite the evidence, that this is politically motivated. And that is dangerous for our country.
Are we surprised
Right.
that there are no child drawings on the fridge?
Surprising. People think that this is politically motivated. Yeah, it's not politically motivated. Look at all the other politicians who get busted for fucking around with... Oh.
Look at all the other politicians that we keep bringing in for the same crime over and over again, because even though we don't catch them the first time, we're like, but this time we're going to get it. Isn't this a double jeopardy thing? No, we're trying them on a different thing for the same thing in a different way.
Every politician who has ever fucked around with a bitch and tried to get her to not tell anybody, we have prosecuted.
That's right. We all remember perp walk of William Jefferson Clinton.
Joe Scarborough's staffer just fucking died. Just fucking disappeared one day. We didn't even bring him in to talk to him.
We're going to start seeing accountability now. The kind of accountability people have waited for. Because anyone who's been paying attention knows that the 45th president of the United States is a shameless, unrepentant criminal.
Yeah, but I thought you guys punished him when you used that disease that leaked out of a lab to shut down the entire country, tank his good economy, and get him kicked out of office. I thought you already settled that.
I think she's just confused. No. Joe Biden's 46. And his son is the unrepentant criminal.
The 45th president has been engaged in money laundering in the Ukraine. He's taking money personally from the Chinese Communist Party. He's got a bunch of Chinese communist loyalists in his employ.
He's used his drug-addled son as a go-between for international business deals.
Oh, this that's it. This woman gets 45 and 46 confused.
Because she's been telling everybody she's 38 for the past 10 years.
This bitch don't know how to count. What the fuck is going on? All right, well, that's how some people are reacting to all this Trump stuff. 325 away from knocking out our goal today. Let's try to get that under 300 by the top of the hour. We got 3 minutes until the top of the hour. Let's try to stay on pace for knocking that out so I can have one happy fucking thought today while I prepare to take steroids and antibiotics and try to get my fucking mouth fixed.
Someone just pointed out, I think we figured out, she probably has a toothache.
That's probably what it is. Her toofy hurts. If you guys are just joining the show, my fucking problematic tooth for the last 2 years is throbbing. If I swallow and the saliva touches that side of my mouth, I just get a nice ping for a couple of seconds.
Again, I'm just going to say thank you because feeling great about life right now.
Yeah, it's just the same feeling that always hurts. They'll give me, I know the drugs they're going to give me. And then hopefully, I mean, the only good thing I can say is it's been fine for a few months.
You're literally just summarizing my
right?
Just in a different.
My tooth is your MS.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicholas, for $5.
We're both at the edge.
Thank you, Nicholas, for the $5 over on PayPal. 320 away from knocking it out today. Hit like as well. We're working on in the next hour getting to 200.
This is like my everybody poops. Like in my golden moment where like, shitty for everyone.
Bo Archer says, let's focus on a good show. I'm doing my best, buddy. What you're getting from me right now is the best I got for you. I promise you. If I wasn't in charge of the business and this thing didn't have to, keep making money to be profitable, I might have taken the day today. I'll be completely honest with you. So the only thing that's going to make me feel good is liking, subscribing, good numbers, good audience size. That's what's going to make... If the numbers are lower than usual today, I'll probably just rip all my fucking teeth out and go, what am I doing? And then I'll beg for radio jobs. I'm kidding. I'm just crabby because of my tooth. Don't get all bent out of shape on me. I'm just being crabby because my mouth hurts.
I literally heard Johnny Rock's sphincter tighten. Oh, he's coming for my job.
Dude, if I don't start at a station that has higher ratings than him, I'm finished. Chris Young says they have this new invention, dentist. Yeah, you missed the first half hour about my 2-year dental journey with this fucking tooth. So don't worry, Chris Young. Don't worry. You go back a little bit and...
It's called 50 Shades of Novocaine.
You'll find it. This story is supposed to make me feel bad for the environment. You know that that story we talked about yesterday where Saudi Arabia is going to be cutting like 1 million barrels a day
Right.
of oil, and gas prices will definitely go up because of it. Definitely not the time for CNN to write an article telling me of the environmental impacts of drilling in the ocean. I don't care if we drill right through an endangered whale's fucking skull. I want oil, and I want it goddamn right now. I want more oil. I want as much of it as you can find. I will place a caribou's dick right over the X mark where they're going to drill, and I will put a drill bit through caribou dick if it means that we get more oil.
Look, the only way we get to $2 a gallon is with a Jacob's ladder. I mean, what are you...
I don't care if when we drill, it releases Cthulhu. Like in fucking South Park and the BBC.
We're sorry.
Yeah, I don't care if he's got to lay bare-assed on a bearskin rug and go, sorry. I want $1 gas. So I don't care if 90 orphans have to be sacrificed in some kind of pagan ceremony. Get me the fucking oil. They have to be orphans, though. Just castaways. That's it. Oil and gas production in the Gulf of Mexico this is from CNN, is belching out significantly higher levels of potent planet-heating gas than previously thought. Fucking good. I'm cold anyway.
Yeah, don't tell us in Minnesota about the heat problem.
Oh, man, you know it cranks out more heat drilling for oil? Oh, cool. I started a new oil company. I'm going to go with a fucking hand crank and go down there and drill if I can heat the planet up. It found the climate effects of the operations are twice that of official estimates. Sure, that's great. And I'm sure if you're a college sophomore who bikes to all your classes, this is really alarming to you. But to those of us who drive, we're just sitting here going, wait, so the weather's going to get warmer this winter and we get to have more gas? Sign me up.
Well, doesn't it also mean it gets warmer this summer, too?
Fuck it.
You know what my car has?
Yeah.
AC.
Exactly. I have air conditioning.
I'm going to burn even more gas staying cool in the summer.
Sunscreen and AC will be fine. Are we going down to $1.50 a gallon? Let's do it. The report comes as the Biden administration last month put millions of acres of water in the Gulf of Mexico up for auction to offshore oil and gas drilling, and has plans for further auctions. Good. Now lower your regulations so these people can just get to work right away. In August 2020, scientists spent 10 days doing airborne surveys of more than 50 platforms. Oh, well, I'm convinced with whatever their findings were. They spent a week and a half looking into it.
Right. And this is, again, coming from a totally not mouthpiece of the government agency.
Isn't it amazing that all of these studies that they do for 10 days the information they come out with ends up being exactly what the current power structure needed to do what they want to do?
And it also helps reinforce this other stuff that most of us will be like, this is a bad thing, shouldn't we? Well, actually, it's a good thing because now we can do this wonderful thing that we want you all to do.
Isn't it amazing? They never have to change what they want to do based on the outcomes of any of these studies. All of these studies magically turn out with results that allow them to do exactly the thing they wanted to do anyway with absolutely zero changes. And you can't build a fucking deck in your backyard with that kind of efficiency, let alone run a planet.
And in the last 2 years, when have we seen any of these agencies that pull any of this shit kind of come out and go, oh, we fucked that up?
Right. And by the way, they couldn't build a deck either. I'm pointing that out. The deck would get fucked up. Flying in concentric rings around the facilities, they measured plumes of carbon pollution from burning processes as well as methane pollution from leaks and venting. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm an idiot. They flew around the facilities and they looked at the smoke. Mm-hmm. And that's how they found out how it was going to burn the earth down?
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, for about a week and a half, well, we took a weekend, so about a week, we flew around in circles and we went, gee golly, that looks like a lot of smoke. More than I thought. Well, put that in the report. They combined the findings with previous emissions surveys and inventories to calculate the carbon intensity of oil and gas operations, the total amount of planet-warming pollution released for each unit of energy produced. Their results revealed a climate impact twice as large as that estimated by government inventories, driven by high levels of methane, a powerful greenhouse gas more than 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide in its first 2 decades in the atmosphere.
Also, why would you be letting that go? Methane's burnable. Like, again, the weird thing is they're letting all these gases into the environment. Why? Isn't that what we were after? Weren't we after the oil and the gases? I mean, methane smells like shit.
Yeah, it does. It really does smell like shit.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but it's fucking flammable.
I just love how they come out with all of these like findings and all of these studies as though we're going to go, oh, well then, yeah, expensive gas is great. I didn't know that, we were hurting the environment.
Better go get one of those Teslas or electric vehicles with those lithium-ion batteries that have such a stellar record.
Exactly. Oh, the wonderful environmental record of the blow-up batteries that you have to then bury in sand. Oh, man.
I did a story yesterday where a single bicycle took out a whole building.
Yeah, in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Queens.
Yeah.
It wiped out an apartment building because an e-bike battery blew up.
It was improperly stored and probably not up to code or whatever, not managed or taken care of. Well, no, they don't know who owned it or whatever. But one thing the lady talking about is like, these don't start as a small fire that builds. They explode instantaneously into a massive amount of fire that cannot just be easily contained or smothered or put out.
Right. There's no containment period. It's just whoosh.
Instant giant flame.
Yeah. Gary Crouch says the Earth only has roughly 20 years left because in about 20-ish years, I'll probably be dead. Drill, bitches. It's about where people are at. Max says, are they counting all the methane they just let out when they bombed the Nord Stream pipeline? Shh, that was some kind of separatist group.
Look, we did all these analyzations and we've discovered we've been polluting the environment by drilling for oil, and we don't like that. We only like polluting the environment when we set trains on fire.
Yes, exactly. Guys, a whopping 320 away from today's goal. Let's try to knock that. We'd like to be under 200 by 8 o'clock. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Everybody chipping in a little bit goes a long way. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat if you feel like contributing to the show. But make sure you're hitting the like button, helping that algorithm out and whatnot. That is remarkably helpful as well. Looking to get to 200 by the end of this hour. So, drilling is bad. $5 a gallon gas is really good. Remember that, guys. Because we're all stupid and we think it's the opposite. But then again, we're dum-dums. Governor DeSantis just ratified a bill in Florida that's going to let people carry concealed weapons without a permit.
I don't think this is a good thing, but okay.
You know what my position is? My immediate instinct is to go, this is not good. But then I think about the world and I think about the way things are going. And this intrigues me. And I look at it and I go, fuck it. Let's see. That's kind of where I'm at. And I feel like that's where DeSantis and most of Florida is at. They're just kind of like, you know what? Let's see if it gets worse. Florida's like on a charmed roll right now where they look a lot better than the rest of the country. It's just like, let's just let people carry guns in the street. And then if nothing really bad happens or like bad shit doesn't escalate, look,
let's just use Florida as a petri dish.
Right. I have no problem with that. Minnesota wanted to do that recently, and it didn't pass.
What, use Florida as a petri dish?
No, yes. They call it constitutional carry, which is the Second Amendment allows me to carry a gun on my hip. Like, I can just carry the weapon.
Constitutional carry is different from no permit conceal carry. Because that just said they can conceal carry.
Oh, conceal carry. Well, see, to me, conceal carry is smarter than open carry anyway.
Sort of. But now you've got people be like, I was worried for my life. I saw that he had a gun under his jacket. And I figured he was going to rob the place because it was a gas station and he was one of them fellers.
Well, I feel like, but if you come in and you see the guy with the gun on his hip, like that's your first target if you're taking people out. Like that's the first guy you go after.
Right, but my point is, if you have a gun, say you're open carrying or concealed carrying, whichever, but you see someone that you maybe have some sort of personal predisposition to not trust is also carrying a gun, you might not give that person the benefit of the doubt of, oh, they're trying to protect themselves and others, good guy with a gun. You might think, oh, that's a bad guy with a gun. Time to act now, ask questions later. I'm a hero.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I think people are more than stupid enough to do that a lot.
Kyle says permits are a joke anyway. They don't train you at all. I know in Minnesota, like, you've got to test out in a certain amount of time. You've got to have a certain spread. And what I've heard from gun people is that it's pretty generous, considering what you want to do is conceal a weapon in public and potentially intervene in a deadly situation. And that the accuracy you have to have in the Minnesota test is, not under pressure, by the way. Not in a situation where it's life or death, but just, you're at a range. They're like, yeah, they're pretty forgiving on giving out those concealed weapons permits.
I mean, yeah, but at least you have to, like, register with the government and stuff. You got to put something at it. I mean, I feel like I trust you more when you're willing to put yourself out there in that way, like Uncle Sam knows me about. It's a lot better than just, oh, well, I have this gun and I'm going to carry it with me. Like, I mean, I feel like I trust the government to at least be like, hey, are you a felon?
But, like, if you're a felon, you're not going to go take a fucking class. You're just going to go carry a gun.
Yeah, but my point is when it's cool for everyone to do it, now we don't even have to worry about
Oh, now, like, it's legal.
Now we're all doing it. And my point is, what I come down to is, now people who have a gun see someone who has a gun and just go, oh, that's a felon with a gun. Why? Well, because he looks like one. Why? Because, and it's just like, what was he doing that was wrong? He had a gun. Yeah, but why'd you shoot him? I had to protect myself.
Well, if it's concealed, though.
Again, it's setting up a shady situation. You've taken away any reason to trust anybody with a weapon and be like, oh, well, I'm sure there's a reason for that.
Tyler says it's fine. Several other places have done it, and nothing bad happens.
I'm not saying anything bad will. I'm just saying I don't trust people.
Fuck it. Let's use them as some research. That's all. Let's use them as some research. If nothing happens, then we'll say, hey, looks like everybody can do this. King of Clubs says there is no state accuracy test. It would be an instructor accuracy test. Oh, so they would have you do it. Okay. Kyle says you literally fire 15 shots at a target and they sign your permit and go. I saw a girl drop her gun and pass. Another guy brought the wrong magazine and still passed. So the rules that we have on the books are kind of, they're just like, here you go anyway. Like if they're rubber stamping the shit out of it anyway, why not just eliminate the rules and let them all carry and see what happens? I just feel like the people who are going to do something bad not carry because of the law.
Oh, no, I don't believe that like gun laws prevent people who want to do something bad from doing bad.
You're saying it might encourage them more.
I'm saying you're going to have a lot of people who now maybe don't trust people around them because of an environment that's been bred through like
it'll
media.
Create paranoia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we're like literally it's going to be like, you're at a protest and you see a pro-Trumper and you're an anti-Trumper and you're like, oh, he had a gun. I knew he was going to do something bad. How? Well, he's in favor of Trump and he had a gun. Like, and then, oh, well, he's a libtard and he had a gun. Obviously, he was going to shoot people for the trans gun. Whatever.
Fine. Sharpened metal weapons, gangs of New York.
Yeah, dude.
There we go.
We have. I'm a fan of samurai swords and having to sing the theme to Highlander when you use them.
He carries a firearm without a permit. But does he have the sand of the dead rabbits? Patrick with $5 says, I understand Johnny's concern about carrying guns, but what if I have a straw and you have a straw?
Then we're both going to get a drink? I don't know. Where are you pointing?
Spitballs.
Oh.
Spitballs. Stagger with $11 says, guns bad, rocks bad, sharp objects bad. See, I'd like to see I'm more of a Gangs of New York guy. 305 away from today. Thank you, guys. A nice little rally there. Getting on our way to being under 200 by 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. And 200 likes by 8 o'clock as well. Hit the like button. I had to take the class 2, says Magnum DUI. It's pretty stupid. I was drinking and still passed. See, does any of this make you go, oh, so the rules are a sham?
Kind of. It makes me go, oh, the rules are a sham. But I mean, it's one of those things where it's more effort than not. It makes me think there's at least somebody who's like, oh, I'm going to try.
So it makes you feel good.
Yeah. And I feel like that, you had to at least go that far to get the permit. It's not like, again, when there's
You're like it
there's
keeps
no
you honest
stopgap
kind of guy.
You're sitting here saying this is a horrible stopgap, and I'm like, yes, and you're saying, you know what we should do? Take it out altogether.
No stopgaps at all.
Yeah.
I don't know if this works in Florida and they don't see like an increase in any kind of gun crime. I'd say, you know what? It's an argument.
I will say this. I know before this law was instituted, we certainly didn't have any issues with people shooting each other.
Right.
It wasn't happening.
So you're going to have to measure an increase, not whether or not it's happening. But that's kind of the argument for permitless concealed carry.
Yeah.
Is you're like, look, it ain't stopping anybody. So let's get more people out there with more guns that want to use them for good, and then that'll start to tip the scales.
I'm the wrong person to have for this because I am a pro Thanos guy. So I'm like, maybe this works out where you guys just solve your problems.
I just don't like my whole argument because I have the same impulse that you do when I first see this kind of stuff. Is I go, this sounds a little fucking goofy, but then I go, well, wait a minute. It's not like people who carry to hurt people are taking a class first. So why not put the good guys on the same set of rules as the bad guys?
My issue is that when we all know that the people who are carrying had no requirement whatsoever to become one of those people, you now suddenly have to go, are you a good guy or a bad guy? Because we know you have a gun.
And let's say the person isn't trained properly. What's the difference between a bad guy and a dumb guy? Like a dumb guy could be just as dangerous as a bad guy.
That's my point.
In some situations.
My point is people are dumb. This whole time
that.
I've been arguing like, oh, I saw him with a gun. I had to protect myself. What if he was just protecting himself? Well, he was a bad guy.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Red Fox Mad with 199 says, evil does not follow rules. They kill anyway.
Yeah, they're going to do that with or without guns. Again, my point is not that these people are going to be evil. It's just that you're going to assume everyone who has a gun is evil.
William Wallace knocked out a very large man with just a rock. Do you think you could squish me like a worm? Would you like to see him squish me like a worm? Yeah, absolutely.
I should have remembered the stones.
I should have remembered the rocks.
I should have.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he does tell him just before he falls down. You should have. Bruce says this is a dumb circular argument. Well, this is a circular saw. One more outburst out of you. Say goodbye to Lefty. Derek from Midland Armory says the main reason for the permits in Minnesota is they can charge you up to $100 for them.
I will say this. Permits and things are kind of like a run on the government collecting money. The thing that always gave me comfort with it was just that you had to be willing to let the government know you have a weapon and all that stuff. You had to like sign into a thing. Like it's like having a driver's license.
Connor says, fuck debate. Let it buck. That's kind of where I'm at. Fuck your debates. Let's see what happens. I'm really in a let's see what happens kind of a mood in this country.
I'm totally fine with it being a Florida thing because I'm like, I can sit here and see what happens in Florida and decide whether to join it or leave.
The amount of issues that I'm fuck it, let's see what happens on are getting more and more alarming by the day. Like China taking over the country. I'm kind of at the point of fuck it, let's see what happens. Like I'm really getting there.
I mean, haven't they already?
It's true. More than perhaps currently.
We let them in with TikTok. Their balloon flew over our country for a while.
They've been buying up real estate. Sure. Curly Adam with $5 says carry permits are an infringement on the Second Amendment. Some people have argued that. Certainly Florida feels that way now. $300 even away from today's goal. Fired Ginger with $2. Says you have to pass a background check to get the gun. I mean, there's that. We have to prove you're not a complete fucking Looney Tune.
Yeah, if you bought a gun from a store that does a background check. Again.
Well, all the stores have to do a background check.
Yeah, but not if you get them. Like, again, if you get a gun in a shady way, you don't have to do that stuff. And you
Well, if you get a gun in a shady way, you're not going to follow whatever law there is anyway.
My point is, how do you see someone that you instinctively don't trust and not just assume that they did that?
Because they're a minority. No.
My point is, a lot of people are going to go, you're going to be like, well, why did you do it? And it's literally going to devolve into the Pabst Blue Ribbon bit from South Park.
It's okay. The N-word.
I'm just trying to.
I'm just saying, didn't we have a story out of Florida about two guys who accosted, assaulted, I think actually may have permanently harmed a person of color because they saw him in a place and they're like, you shouldn't be here. Now let's add guns to the mix.
Look. What happened was they played the odds on it and they missed on one, okay? But the news never reports on the amount of times they profiled, and it worked out great. Do they?
I'm just saying, stop and frisk doesn't work if we can all carry guns.
That's true. Then you don't know who's legal and who's not. Stanger with 220 Canadian. Thank you very much, buddy. $10 from Magnum DUI says Aaron looks like a French waiter. I like it. Thanks, buddy.
Is but a breath mint, sir.
Oh, man, I can't wait to take drugs today. So excited to take some drugs.
Welcome to Johnny and Other Johnny.
295 away from knocking it out today. Now we woke up. Now we're on our way this morning. We got this shit. That's for sure. There's all the links in the chat. Thanks, boys and girls. Appreciate it. I guess now's the time to tell you that Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com, has a great selection of firearms, suppressors, tactical gear, knives, optics, you name it. Order online and use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself a great discount. That selection online is vast. It is crazy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Rifles, handguns, shotguns, optics, and so much more. Steel Toe promo code gets you a huge discount at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Stagger with $11 says, laughing my ass off, I have guns and in Canada, but I'm on the res and we will bury you. Well, way to fight stereotypes.
Again,
what are you going to tell us next? You're going to scalp us when it's over?
Oh, people are like, Johnny's so anti-Second Amendment. Like, no, I've literally been arguing this whole time that people are too dumb to allow to trust with this responsibility. And then Stagger, by the way, I've got guns and we will bear. Yep. Thank you.
You're saying that Stagger is not hurting your argument.
No, I'm saying he's kind of reinforcing what I'm saying. It's just that I don't trust people already. And now, like I'm saying in general, like as people, we all don't trust each other. And now we're going to add guns to the mix. It's just,
Sky Pie says, I guess I'm hate watching this morning. No, Sky Pie, you're a big fan now, remember? Philip Sears says, I live in the South and your co-host sounds retarded about gun owners. You really do have to kind of step in the line of fire, no pun intended, to have the position you're taking. That's an honorable thing, I think.
I'm not saying that gun owners are irresponsible. I'm saying that people can just carry whenever they want. You have to now trust everyone around you is a gun carrying person is a good person.
There's the monkey on the front porch.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm saying
I've been in a punch-up with a dozen monkeys.
And now we're adding guns to the mix.
Oh, I see.
I'm saying there's protesters who call for people's blood on things that they don't agree with. I'm saying, imagine some of the bits we've seen with Alex Stein recently. Now,
okay.
Now tell me that crowd full of people are now all allowed to carry their firearms without a permit of any kind, without any, and again, you're just going to walk into that crowd. I'm sure they're just going to spit.
This is everybody in the South listening to you talk right now.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
Red Fox Mad with one eye. I disavow. I hit the wrong button. 199 from Red Fox Mad says, to broadcast, you should have to buy a license. Oh, believe me, we heard a podcast yesterday, and I've heard enough podcasts on YouTube in my lifetime to know.
To agree with that.
People should have to pass a test to fucking broadcast into a microphone.
I think you should have to pass a test to get to have a kid. I think there are too many people that are allowed to reproduce. They're like, I want to have a kid. You're not stable enough for you.
Why did you yell that like Kevin Brennan? I want to have a kid. That kid doesn't sell tickets. Thank you very much to Curly Adam with $5. He says, being anti-Second Amendment is a brave stance, Johnny. See, you got to take a lot of shit for this take.
I'm not anti-Second Amendment. I have no problem with guns. I'm saying that people are too dumb to just mass trust with firearms. And I love how everyone's like, yeah, when the Founding Fathers came up with these rules, they were just sitting racking rounds into the magazine. Back when these rules were written, you had to pack and charge every single shot. It took an average of 30 to 45 seconds to load a round.
I love being a pro-gun guy when you do this because I don't give a shit that you do this and it's funny to me. but I love that the other pro-gun people in the chat are going to go berserk, and then you guys get to have it out for a while.
Again,
while all I do is moderate and facilitate.
The only point I'm trying to make is guns aren't the problem. The problem is people. People are too stupid to trust with guns, period. And when the Second Amendment was written, guns were built for stupid people. Now, guns were built for smart people. Now guns are made for stupid people. Any idiot can load one, rack it off, and fire.
So what you're trying to say is, do I not have that clip? God, I have way too many fucking clips now. We're gonna have to start cleaning these out. What you're trying to say, well, I clearly talk slower so that I can buy time until I find this clip that I'm looking for, and in no way am stalling just so I can play something that at this point is so far past.
You would love China, Johnny. I mean, again, you're missing the part where I'm saying there's going to be too many people.
Do you hate Mexicans?
Yeah, and let's give them guns.
All right.
You know what I love? Now the border's so porous, we can just have all those people, they can come over and carry a firearm, and we can't even question them about it because everyone can.
You would love China, Johnny. Hold on. We got to start going here because there's a lot of them coming in. Well, Schulte says, agree, Johnny, but we just need to train all people.
See, I'm just of the opinion that there's a problem with the too many people, and some of them just aren't smart. Look, there are some people that don't have the responsibility or the wherewithal, in my opinion, to be trusted with their own safety. And I don't think they should just be able to carry a gun. If
you can't trust a guy named Cum Farts, I don't know who you can trust. He says it's a self-cleaning oven. And that's coming from Cum Farts.
It's not a self-cleaning oven, though, because they hurt other people.
It's the little kids. They're the ones who get the stray bullets to the noodle. D. Gulag
now
says,
it's going to be to the genitals.
D. Gulag says, we get it, Johnny. You're a filthy communist. There you go.
Again, just because I'm saying I don't trust people to have guns just be free. Again, but it's not the Second Amendment. It's the people.
Zen Rhino says, not true, Johnny. There was a literal machine gun called a puckle gun that existed decades before the Revolutionary War ever happened.
A puckle gun?
The puckle gun. Would you like to? Come on, puckle gun, fuckface. Respond.
It sounds made up. I'm sorry. I didn't come into this with fucking archaic firearm knowledge.
All right.
I was aware of, before the Revolutionary War, I was aware of the hand cannoneers of China, where they put a small miniature cannon on their arm. That was about
Defending King George, your country and laws, is defending yourselves.
Here.
What this was designed
Look
for.
at that fucker.
Context is actually...
Boy, that wasn't created by anyone who had a cock thing going on, was it?
And you know what I love is anybody could have and just carry this puckle gun, and you wouldn't know.
Do we have a firing? Are they going to fire the fucking puckle gun?
They aren't going to fire the puckle gun.
They don't fire the puckle gun.
They're going to tell you how it takes fucking 3 days to arm the goddamn thing.
Something that was smaller and more maneuverable and more rapid fire to engage these small boats. It's really funny to note that this is exactly the same sort of problem that has continued for literally hundreds of years, where large naval vessels still have to have large guns to engage other...
There you go. So what about the puckle gun, shithead?
Yeah, the only problem is I couldn't afford the boat to put it on.
Michael Pitt says, I'm with Johnny on this. People are idiots.
Yeah. I think people... Look, I'm sorry. I'll just say it. There's been a bunch of rallies and protests lately with people holding signs calling for people like me to be like, our blood to be shed and stuff, and I just don't think those people should be armed.
Return Trip says, wow, never knew Johnny was a communist Nazi who supported Ukraine and abortion.
Well, I'm totally for abortion. Are you kidding me? I literally sit here saying I should have been aborted. I am a 40-year-old man going, if we could rewind back to zero and just go no from the beginning...
Beluzier says, takes like this is why God took your leg function.
I think God taking my leg function is why I have takes like this, but it works for me.
Kyle says, make it up a staircase before you come at the Second Amendment.
Look, the Second Amendment's on the second floor. We'll see you when you get here.
If you can't make it to the second floor, you can't talk shit about the Second Amendment.
The Constitution's a building, and we only going up, baby.
Yeah. Of course you don't like legal gun owners. It's because you're an illegal gun owner, you crip. I went a long way for that one. I actually pulled my hand. Now I have a pulled hamstring and a hot tooth. Stole that line from Mad Men. Oh, you have a hot tooth? Yes, I have a hot tooth. My tooth be hot as fuck. Idiot says, looking forward to upticks in stand your ground cases. I think that's what you're kind of saying.
Kind of what I'm saying.
You're saying Floridians aren't the most mentally stable people?
I'm saying humans aren't the most mentally stable people.
D-Gulag calling you old gun grabber Johnny.
I don't grab guns. I don't want guns. Well, actually, that's not wrong. I want to have a gun, but I can't. So
King of Clubs says Johnny hates guns like Aaron hates our vets. I just think they're uppity. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, mostly the problem he has with vets is that they continue to treat cats.
RGZ says, you think they had zero idea guns were going to get better? Now they're making you defend all of the like your whole position for people who are just joining us was we were talking about how Florida now is not going to mandate that you get a license to conceal carry. You can conceal carry without a permit now. And Johnny was like, I don't like that. I just like the idea of keeping them honest with the permit, you know? And now people are saying, well, you think zero guns are going to get better?
Well, look, when the Founding Fathers wrote the Second Amendment, I don't think they knew where guns were going to go. Again, the cartridge casing thing was kind of even a big invention for its time, but it still took a long time to get to the point for belt fed and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think they anticipated, you know what we're going to have? We're going to have people holding a little tiny gun in their hand that can, drop 16 people.
There was a family I knew that made cartridges for firearms, and they told me that they knew that the technology would improve. I remember speaking with them. They were the cartridge family. And they had a van. They would sell their magazines. I love not being in the middle of the gun debate. I love it when it's other people and I just get to moderate.
I was waiting for this where it would go. The cartridge family was not the expectation.
Yes. You knew that the story was bullshit. You just didn't know how it was bullshit yet.
Yeah.
Cartridge family. Yes. I had a big-ass firearm back in the day. I don't have it anymore, but it was a huge sniper rifle, like a 50 cal. And it was just, and I, coming from a German background, they said, we got to name the gun. It's good luck to have a gun with a name. And so I named it after my German heritage. Attila the Gun.
I don't know what hurts worse, the dad jokes or the fact that
I had a shotgun that would leave like a 2-foot hole in you. It was really good. And I named it after another German thing. I called it Adolf Splittler. That guy. See, I love it. Now people are going to make you defend positions you don't even have. That guy says your co-host is right. We ought to ban all guns.
I'm not even saying we should ban guns. I'm saying we should ban people.
Rincewind with $10 says, because I love Johnny and get what he's saying about the gun stuff, and also to make up for my terrible F, marry, kill question last night. I thought it was a good F, marry, kill question. It was very challenging. I had to decide which of Hitler's relatives I wanted to fuck. I enjoyed the opportunity.
It was a really hard, it was a hair split. Ooh, this one or that one.
I think I fucked.
Either way, I'm getting in the family.
I think I fucked Ava Braun, is what I decided. Gray Duckling with $2 says, yes, cripples shouldn't have guns.
No, I view people with mental instability as people who shouldn't have guns.
Curly Adam with $2 says, this is why God took away your ability to walk.
Actually, I do have a joke on why I think I got MS, and it's for a horrible stand-up performance, but not because of my gun takes.
Red Fox Mad with $1.99 says, you both are kicked out of the libation treehouse. Oh, good. I'm usually kicked out of the libertarian treehouse.
I hope you don't kick me out of libertarian treehouse. I don't know how I got in there, but I imagine getting back up in it'll be a bitch, and I have no idea how to get
You have
down.
to rely on yourself. It's all about self-determination, I think.
Don't worry, Johnny. The ground will catch your fall.
Guys, I got so many comments on the gun thing that I can't. Johnny has a red coat fetish. Curly Adam, you fired Corey but kept this retarded commie, New Boot Goofin.
He had to fire Corey. Corey had a gun.
Johnny, you don't think we should have tanks? How dare you, says JC.
No, I believe we should have tanks. But more importantly, until I'm driving on the interstate with a tank, none of you get one.
Your rights are very, the rights you believe others should have are very tied to the rights you currently enjoy.
I won't deny that. I feel like I can't trust other people with weapons because I can't trust myself.
Philip Sears, yeah, that's exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
Phillips here says the Second Amendment is protect you from a tyrannical government. Jesus, do you have any facts or just feelings? Oh, man, are you a feelings guy? I can't believe I hired a feelings guy.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that...
You don't like facts?
You're telling me that when you buy a gun, you're forbidden and in no way allowed to use it on anything but a tyrannical government. Wow.
No.
I didn't realize that you could, when you have that
shit.
ability to have a gun, you could then use it however you want.
That was what I was supposed to use a gun for?
Yeah.
That's why I sold mine and I don't have a gun anymore. I thought I was supposed to only use my gun against a Tyrannosaurus. And then when I found out there weren't any, I just got rid of the gun.
See, that's why I don't own guns. Like, people are like, dude, these are for fighting a tyrannical government. It's like, oh, I thought they were for shooting people. And they're like, no, not really. And I'm like, oh, well, then what am I here for?
Red Fox Mad with 199 says, make weed in all forms illegal. I can't trust people.
Yes, because, you know, I would hate to be... poor man was smoked down by another individual. Sit there and inhale, motherfucker. Like, again, this is one of those things where that's a person that, like, it's not like I have a gun, like, oh, I have to put the bullet through me and then it gets to you. No.
There was,
what?
Put your hands down, bitch. I ain't gonna shoot you. I'm gonna pull through this bullet and put it through you. Shut up, slut. You're causing too much chaos. But never mind. People were pointing out that, like, do you really want all these old people in Florida who can't see past the barrel of the gun to be carrying one? I don't think this rule, let me say this, because I haven't really taken a position on this other than I'm like, fuck it, let's see what happens. I don't think that just because you don't need a permit to carry, it's going to cause a lot of people who didn't want to carry before to now want to carry. I don't think you're going to see this massive amount of people who are like, oh, I love guns, but I was just too lazy to take the test.
No, I think we're going to see an increase, a substantial increase in people who are like, oh, I keep a gun at home for personal protection, but I don't know, do I really want to take that responsibility on myself and carry it out? And then you're going to have, well, everyone's carrying them now. I might as well carry mine too.
King Kong Dong with $5 says, we all know VIP dues are more than $2. Curly Adam with $2 says, Johnny the commie is less annoying than dad jokes. There you go. Congratulations. I think that's a compliment. 275 away from knocking it away today. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, I'll donate $20 if you shave Johnny's head like they did to Nazi-loving French women after World War II. Bird Collector says, stop, Johnny. I'm losing respect for you.
Wait a minute. You had respect for me? The fuck's wrong with you?
It's a great commercial for MidlandArmory.com.
Yeah.
JJ says crime will not go up. People who wanted to shoot before have found a way to get the gun either way. See, that's why I don't mind the permitless carry thing is I don't think it's going to stop.
I don't think crime is going to go up. I think people are now going to assume that other people who have guns are criminals and people are going to act first. Saying. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it.
You're going to assume that they think that person's carrying a weapon.
I'm saying people are going to see people they instinctively don't trust because of personal biases. They're going to see that they're carrying a weapon under their jacket or whatever. Like when they bent over to pick up the chips and they're like, oh, this guy's planning something.
Now people are pointing out that would be a crime though. That would still be against the law.
Yeah, but you didn't do it as a criminal act. You were protecting people. You were defending yourself.
Lip Ripper with $5.
Standing your ground.
Lip Ripper with $5 says, Johnny's got a gun. He'll shoot because he can't run.
Like, that's my point. I can easily go there's nothing preventing me from owning a firearm. I already know the one I want. I want a Pit Viper, and I just think it'd be a bad idea.
What if they changed the Florida law and they named it Limp Your Ground instead of Stand Your Ground? Would you then be more amenable to this kind of a change?
Again, I'm just saying I don't trust people, all right? I'm saying I don't trust people, and I've seen a lot of stuff recently that makes me think there are some very mentally unhealthy people, and I think that those people should have to cross as many hurdles as possible to legally carry a firearm, because if I see them out in public carrying a firearm, I want to be able to go, oh, you shouldn't have been able to have a gun.
Alkamasha Baby says, basically, if Aaron walked to the east side, he'd assume they all have guns. Like I'm going to the east side and walking. That's a good one. So anyway, we've only been looking at the YouTube chat on this gun issue.
Right.
So why don't we got hundreds of people over on Rumble right now?
Yeah.
And I'm sure they love your position on guns.
I'm sure they hate the fuck out of me. But
let's go ahead and see what Rumble. Oh, no, see, not that many. There's not much going on. I think you're safe over on Rumble. They're being relatively quiet.
Okay.
Packerbacker says more people being armed isn't a bad idea. Criminals will always be armed. May as well have the rest of the populace protect themselves. May make criminals think twice.
Yes, but I also think that people are trigger happy.
But there's nothing about, this is what I think people are missing, is that there's nothing about this law that's going to force people to carry who weren't already carrying.
Right.
They're just saying you can do it without a permit. Like if you feel like bringing your gun with you one day, you can bring your gun with you.
And I'm saying if you're someone who's so flimsy that you decide, oh, now because I can, I will, you might also be someone who goes, oh, I better jump in and save the day before something bad happens.
You just don't want jumpy people having an easier access to carrying guns with them.
Go on TikTok and tell me how most of those multicolored hair people would be great and safe to trust with a firearm.
See, now I see the multi-haired people, in my opinion, and I haven't given much of a serious opinion on this, but I see the blue hair people on TikTok as the people who wouldn't follow the rules to get a gun to begin with. They would just go crazy and be emotional and just grab the gun and carry it around anyway.
Yes, but my point is, if they are heading somewhere and you see them carrying a gun, now it's totally legal. You have to go, oh, well, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. And then when they go wackadoo.
But it's concealed. You can't see it.
How often is a concealed gun truly? Do you never notice a concealed gun?
I'm pretty oblivious. I don't pay attention to
Wow.
shit. I really don't. I really don't know if anybody's carrying because I don't want to look at them.
You really trust people. This is.
I do. People don't think this way about me because they watch the show and they see me rant and rave and stuff like that. I really do, and April will tell you this. I have a nauseatingly optimistic view of people. Wow. I trust people until they give me a reason not to.
I don't know. Maybe it's the emotionally abusive upbringing or the emotionally abusive relationship. One of the emotionally abusive things.
Sure.
Yeah. But the point is, I just kind of like, you're out to fuck me. Like, that's kind of where I'm at.
See, like if it involves money, I'm like that sometimes. But like when it comes to like,
I have a certain bias. I won't lie.
I mean, my name is Aaron.
You want to trust your banker with a gun?
You know, the nice thing about a banker is you don't need a gun. That's the nice thing. I just have this signed piece of paper with your name on it.
I don't really like this insurance rate. Well, I'd hate to have to negotiate.
Red Fox Mad with 199 says cripples should not have driver's licenses.
No, actually, we shouldn't. And I had to go through a stringent amount of testing, medically and by the DMV, to get my license back. You know what they didn't go? Hey, you can barely walk. Here are the keys. Thank you for fucking proving my point. Some people need the hurdles.
So now, is the audience of the opinion that even though Johnny and you mostly disagree on all this stuff, like he's stood there, he's stood in the pocket and he's taking the punches, and we're feeling good about this relationship? Are we feeling okay?
I'm not good. Too many people are too trusting.
All right, guys, I want you to hit the like button. We're 270 away from knocking out the goal today. Looking pretty good. Let's see if we can get under 200 by the halfway point here in about 20 minutes.
I feel like if you saw me with a gun, you wouldn't be like, ooh, problem.
Pickle Man says no, kick his legs out. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm using them right now.
Hit the like button. Let me know how many likes we're at. We want to be at 200 before 8 o'clock, and I feel like we were getting close. So everybody take like 3 seconds here while I take my medicine. And everybody just hit the thumbs up. Let me, does this have anti...
Just eat it.
Didn't. Does this have anti-inflammatory properties?
Yeah.
Like if I have that inflamed nerve?
It's THC. So.
With that. Guys, I want to be YouTube compliant. So
you are YouTube. Relax.
I have a strike that goes away in May.
He had to go off screen to put a dick in his mouth.
I had to suck a penis. So the rules do say that you have to do that off the air.
Right.
Green apple.
Delicious.
Lovely. They're saying S in the chat to spit on Johnny. Curly Adam with $2 says Johnny the commie is still a retard.
Yeah.
The Mood says I wouldn't trust myself with a gun. I have neighbors that annoy the fuck out of me sometimes.
Yeah. I wouldn't trust myself with a gun. There was a guy in a Jeep today that I would have been tempted to do something about.
Already? Stevie Lou says, did Aaron take an edible? Well, I mean, technically anything you eat is an edible.
Yeah, an edible is just a fancy word for things that are eaten.
Yeah. I got a hot tooth, man. I got a fucked up tooth. It's been bad for 2 years. No matter what they do to it, it stays fucked up. So I'm trying anything I can this morning to stay ahead of that bad boy. It's that nerve is inflamed again. Like I said, we'll get April, when you call them, get me what do you call it? The referral to that Centra Soda place. We're going to have them hack away at some shit and then get me some drugs.
Mark Atson, you're missing the point. Then you don't have to carry.
Well, read it first.
What?
Oh, he says then you don't have to carry one. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to carry one. That's not the point. I'm not saying, oh, this law's out there, now I have to carry a gun. I'm saying when you get rid of this law, now you have to intrinsically trust everyone carrying a gun, because no matter what, there was absolutely no system in place whatsoever, even a passive like, hey, are you okay with this? Okay, well, good.
I hope I don't get too giggly. That's where I'm at with the gun conversation. I hope after I took my medicine, I don't get too giggly on the program.
Bump stocks.
Yeah. Let's let everybody carry in church. Just yank the fucker out and move on with life. Patrick, that's what I've been screaming. I've been telling the dentist, yank this tooth out. And they're like, oh, we're not going to yank out a good tooth. Definition of good tooth, please. Definition of good tooth.
Malevolent bystander, 100% Johnny was raised by a single mother. No. I was raised by two highly abusive parents on both sides of the gender spectrum.
Coltrane says, my view is keep yours in your holster. I'll leave mine in my holster.
Right.
There you go.
But what if one of those, like I said, I'm just saying, I'm not even saying we shouldn't do this. I'm just saying, prepare to see people be like, well, I had to defend myself.
Bird Collector says, so this is over on Rumble now. This is the Rumble crowd on the gun issue. So in Johnny's world, it's okay to do drugs and drive, but not carry a gun that you most likely will never use.
What? How are you know what we should do? We'll just carry the gun that will never use it. So then why are you carrying it? If you aren't going to use it, why are you carrying it? Again, you have to trust. It's not about a you thing. It's about the other people. And I don't trust other people to see someone with a gun and not go, I'll tell you right now, if I saw a person at a trans rally carrying a sign about protecting gender affirming stuff and I saw them with a gun on their hip, I'm like, oh, they're going to shoot somebody.
See, I wouldn't think they're going to shoot somebody.
Oh, I would. It's, what is it called? Past experience. It's just something we've seen. People lose their shit and they unload. If you can have a gun and there's nothing required there, I'm just saying I have less faith in the people carrying guns.
Stella B says, sounds like a nerve was left during the root canal. It happens sometimes. If you were to pull it, it needs to be replaced by an implant. Yeah, I know, but like, Jesus fucking Christ, can we get our shit together? That's all. Just can we handle this? All right, so look, we could sit here and fight this battle all day long, and you are doing a yeoman's job of defending what. And notice I have not piled on. I have allowed you to fight this fight. I may disagree with you on this issue, but I know that the pro-gun people in the chat are far more aggressive than I am. My position on the Florida thing is, yeah, fuck it. Let's use it as a petri dish. Let's see if the permitless carry thing is good. I know it's been tried in other states, and their crime hasn't gone through the roof and gone insane. In fact, in some states, the crime rate goes down. I'm not saying one causes the other, but it has happened, and I'm okay with permitless carry. In fact, I do believe it's an extension of the Second Amendment. I do believe when it said shall not be infringed, I feel like making someone pass a test to carry around something they're legally allowed to own. This is going to sound stupid to you, and this is probably the worst metaphor ever, and I did just take a gummy, so who knows how dumb I'm going to talk today. But you're legally allowed to carry a toothbrush. Mm-hmm. So if you are legally allowed to own a toothbrush in your home, why can't you put it in your pocket and carry it around when you go in public? I understand that guns are more dangerous. I totally understand that. But from a rights standpoint, there's no difference between a gun and a toothbrush. Well, in practice, there's a difference because a gun can fucking kill you. And unless you're a Navy SEAL or a felon, a toothbrush can't really kill you. But in terms of legality of ownership, if you can carry around one, you can carry around the other.
I understand the point you're making. What I'm saying is human society, this is just all I'm saying, since the time of the advent of the Second Amendment, this is about the easiest I can make the argument. Human society, I won't even say America, let's say globally, has taken...
So now you're a globalist.
Mm-hmm. Has taken a giant, like, Tyrannosaurus Rex level dookie step down in terms of intelligence. We have become surprisingly stupid. And I just don't think that those rights should be trusted to what is quite essentially the lemming group that we have become.
Stevie J's calling you a globo homo. Globo homo. Globo homo. JJ says no, that's since women had rights, not guns being legal. Yeah, like what if okay, all right,
fine.
Here, I'll fix it. I'll fix permitless carry for you. Tell me if this changes your opinion. We're only going to let it apply to white landowning males.
No, that doesn't fix it for me. In fact, that's the main group I'm concerned about doing it right now. I'll make this amendment. If we're going to allow everyone to start carrying guns, we got to start taking away women's ability to drive.
Wait a minute. Good job. I like it. But wait a minute.
Balance the scales. We're going to lose some lives. We're going to gain some.
Name me white landowning males who have done mass shootings. Because a lot of them are like young kids who like live with their grandma or their parents. They're not landowning males.
It was a joke about racism.
I know, but I'm excited about my idea. You know what? I'm going to shut the fuck up because I'm going down a road.
I own some land and I'm a white male. I'm about to have a gun.
I'm going down a road that leaves me very defenseless. Red Fox Mad with 199 says bring back mental hospitals. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Ronald Reagan's legacy is still alive.
Dude, if we brought back mental hospitals, my concern about the open carry thing goes away. That's my problem.
Curly Adam with $2 says even retards like Johnny should be allowed to carry.
Oh, I'm totally allowed to. I'm just saying if someone saw me with a gun, the first thing you should be like, I should tell someone. Like, that's never good.
SH says, dumb question, but what's stopping the government from saying, okay, everyone can own and carry a gun, but then they put major restrictions on ammo? Is it just because you can make your own? I don't fucking know. Pine Belt Adventures says, yeah, it's the whites who are doing the crime and shootings in Minneapolis. Sure.
Again, I don't think people are going to have guns. Like, well, laws don't matter. I have a gun. Again, I think we're going to see, all I've said, we're going to see an uptick in people like, but he had a gun.
Everybody, I'm trying to move on, but everyone really enjoys yelling at you about this.
I know, it's
and
weird.
You seem to be enjoying yelling back at them, so I feel like I'm in the way.
I think I found out what Corey enjoys about this.
All right, guys.
I finally get it now. I'm quitting this show.
Thank you for all the tooth and axe emojis in the chat as well. That's it's nice, very nice of you. 270 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats and memberships and Rumble rants count as well. Hey, Johnny, do you think women are funny?
No.
Do you mind if I try to change your mind?
No, but you won't.
This is a woman on an Australian comedy show.
Oh, boy.
She hosts a nice nightly program in Australia.
Not doing yourself any favors so far.
I know that we are like looking for a new host of The Daily Show. And I know that the networks want to go with women. But you got to find the right woman. And I think in this instance, I think we're finding out that women, in fact, can be funny. They can do great sketch comedy. And they could host a nightly show. I am really starting to feel my medicine at the moment.
Wanda Sykes is...
I just want to let you know right now, I feel good. I'm not even mad. And I'm pounding my fist against the table. I'm pounding my fist against the table because my skin feels fuzzy. And when I go like that, it reverberates up my arm and it feels really good.
I fucking hate how economical you are on this shit.
Right? 5 milligrams.
I'd be
out
like,
the door. My head is, I'm doing the vision catch-up thing where you go like this and your eyes take a second. Oh, we're going to have a good time today, boys and girls.
Dude, I'd have to eat like fucking 10 of those things to be there. Like, Jesus.
Well, guess what?
One. Lucky bastard.
One.
As soon as my sponsor's little care package shows up, there's some muscle cream and some an oral tincture that you might want to try.
Stagger, a very generous man with $22, says, I know a woman that hit another vehicle head-on sober. Thanks, buddy. 255 away from knocking it out.
Worst part was she hit a parked car.
JC says, what milligram count? You don't want to know what milligram count affects me. It's a 5 milligram. And that's
where he's at.
I enjoy today's show very much. All right. So this is a bit called Dad's Google History from an Australian show. And, you may think that women aren't funny, but I'm here to tell you that this woman, she's on her way. Mm-hmm. I only watched a minute of this 2-minute and 20-second bit. It's all I needed to know that this woman has what it takes to make it in this industry. Would you like to watch and comment?
Yeah, I'd like to watch and comment.
Don't forget the comment part because, look, you're going to be so enthralled with this woman's skill and talent of the bit she created that you're going to go, well,
I'm just going to fall into it and
you're not going to
watch.
be able to comment. But remember what your job is.
Okay.
So here we go. This is Dad's Google History. This is women being
Spoiler
funny.
alert, it's mostly porn.
Oh, no, see, now that might be a funny concept if it was all porn.
Is this a character or is this the performer in general?
Let's take a look.
Did I hear someone say they wanted to hear my dad's Google history?
I have a problem that I actually have a friend that I like named Sherry, and she kind of looks like this, only without the blonde hair. I'm never going to be able to look.
You don't like a musical dance comedy number? You don't think this is off to a good start yet?
I just think that post-op isn't looking good here.
All I'm saying is, if we're on TV, I miss the days where everyone dressed at least half-assed to be on TV. Do we have to wear, bath flip-flops? And
Again, that's why I thought this is a character, right? This is a costume for the bit.
We'll see.
Dad's Google history. Dad's Google history. What is the name of the woman? Dad's Google history is bloody Dad's Google history.
I'd trust that with a gun.
You don't think she should host the Daily Show? You don't want her carrying a gun?
Look, I'm just saying.
No. I'm telling you, I don't want to carry a gun around her.
I don't want to carry a gun around her.
I don't want to carry a gun with this plane. Don't worry, nobody's in danger but myself.
Just me.
Demi Lardner age. Dad's Google history.
See, she's mumbling now because she doesn't take her own bit seriously. All that post-ironic, postmodern, irony shit that all of us love so much.
When did comedy die?
Also, you know what I love about alt comics is they always have the thing they're reading right in front of them because, man, we break down the fourth wall around here. Memorizing lines is gay. Memorizing written shit is stupid. No, the reason people write shit down and practice it and rehearse it is because this is what it sounds like when they just wing it. It's shit.
But I pre-wrote it down. Why should I have to sing it multiple times? I'm sure I'll be like an opera-level singer just off the cuff.
Are there birds? Dad's Google history. He's 1,000,000 years old. Can you please tell me if there is a new Mitre 10? Thank you. It's bloody Dad's Google history.
You didn't think that was good?
No.
Why not?
She didn't think that was good. That's the face of someone going, wait a minute, you're approving of this?
Yep, right. Well, I suppose it means it's time for me to turn on the TV.
You're watching Wife Swap. This is Kelsey. She's an attentive mother of 2.5 beautiful children, a human rights lawyer, and attends every PTA
What
meeting.
part of this is funny?
You don't think this is good?
We are 1:14 in. I have heard an audience apparently laughing, and I'm going,
Oh, it's a bringer show. That's why they're laughing. They're all friends. You don't think this is good? It's bloody Dad's Google history. She mumbled it because it's so crazy.
I guess I just don't really like mess.
This is Karen.
Karen, haha.
Karen lives in a hollowed-out log with her children named Pantera and Dirt Bike with 3 R's. Her husband is a piece of driftwood.
He just never listens.
Kelsey is the coach of her son's basketball team, and her husband cooks a healthy meal for the family every evening.
You gotta stay healthy, guys.
okay,
For some reason,
I gotta know.
Yeah.
Can we just have this clip played in front of Chelsea Handler and literally every other woman who isn't Wanda Sykes and go, stop?
You think this woman should be held accountable?
I think all women should be held accountable for that. I think the next lady that I go on a date with, the date is going to start with, all right, I know you're not personally responsible for this, but I'm going to present the laptop and just go, explain.
How about, I think Norm Macdonald said it best when he said, Sarah
Let's get the murderers out of the White House.
Sarah Silverman, who's funnier than her? And they went, nobody. And he goes, right, except dudes.
Every morning when Karen wakes up, her mouth is full of wedding rings.
Not again!
Kelsey is a black belt in Taekwondo and teaches her 1.5 daughters self-defense.
It's important to stay safe!
Karen is scared because she just found out all of her children have skeletons inside of them.
Hey, you guys hungry for something from a cow?
Are ya?
Why don't you get a milk?
Get a milk.
Comes in a box.
Comes in a box.
Up next, the boy who wants to take off all of his skin.
I want to be a meat boy. All I want to be is soft and red. I want to be a meat boy.
Yeah.
I want to use a barbecue for my bed. Any questions? Or?
That was it. You don't think that she's got potential for the future?
I feel like if you qualify that as entertainment,
it's just another reason to not live in Australia. Another thing that lives in that country that can kill you.
Yeah. I feel like another thing in Australia that is lethal to you. If you're exposed for it too long, you will die.
Laughing Lion says, best video ever. Oh, shit. And why do they all have to look as miserable and unfunny as they are? Like, why? What is it about putting no effort into your appearance that you somehow makes you think that people are going to take you more seriously?
How am I supposed to take anything about you seriously when you shave half your head and then you grow this part out so much that like a fucking Pomeranian or something, you gotta blow your fur out of your face? Like, just fucking commit to one, okay?
JJ says the worst part about this video is somewhere along the line, people told her, you're so good, you're hilarious. This is why you need honest friends. Exactly. I can't tell if she's fuckable, says Sir Tinfoil. That's the thing. Like, there's this weird thing where they encourage no effort into your appearance, even though you have a job that depends on you looking presentable. And you'll have these, I mean, how many times have you seen it? They've done these before and afters of like really super activist-y college chicks. And you'll look at their high school senior photo and you'll be like, oh, what a pretty girl she was. And then you look now and she's like all puffed out and blue-haired and septum piercings. And you're like, what did they do to you?
No, she did it to herself.
Yeah, but it's like going to Donald Sutherland and he just all of a sudden goes, you're like, no, not you too. So like Sir Tinfoil says, I can't tell if she's fuckable. Right.
You're not supposed, but that's the weird part. People want to be in her position, want to be entertainers. They want to be in front of people. They want to, hey, look, I'm the big shiny object, but they don't want to be the big shiny object. I just want to be a regular person. I don't want to fit some stupid stereotype of what I should look. Yeah, but you want to be in front of all of us. That's what your job is.
Yeah. By the way, someone on Rumble, while you were talking about guns, Trump Neck Vag did say, you're too weak for a civil war. Go take a shit instead. You're too weak for a civil war.
I'm too weak for a civil war.
Is it a bad time to inform that man that you suffer from multiple sclerosis as well, and that you're probably going to be more in the logistics division?
I don't know if you're aware of this, but a civil war or the end of society, as we know, that's just generally bad for me. I don't know. Like, if a civil war breaks out tomorrow, I'm the guy they're like, we're going to have you do the paperwork.
You're in clerical. Thank you to Ripley Sports Center. $10 says, I sent your bride a dentist recommendation. You'll know them. Ominous, right? 2:45 away from knocking out our goal today. If you guys feel like knocking it out for us, we'll do a half hour of overtime for you at the end of the show. If you do, 2:45 away, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal link in the chat. Riding Dirty Llama putting a tooth with a hammer emoji next to it. Oh, it's tooth day today. Not fuckable. She had a fanny pack with socks and sandals. That I'm willing to believe was part of the bit. The rest of it, ugh.
That's where I land in a really difficult place because she looks very much like someone who I actually know is very fuckable.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I need to make a pee, I'm going to tell you guys we have a great story coming up next. It's a DUI suspect that they got him on the body cam, making a declarative defiance statement to police while performing his drunk test. Johnny, if you want to talk about Stonies and the shows you've got coming up this afternoon on your channels, why don't you do that? I'll be back in a solid minute and a half.
Stonies in Rockville is a great biker bar or just fun hang. If you're ever in Rockville, it's definitely a place to stop at. We're going to be doing our anniversary show out there on August 12th. It's the 9th anniversary show on August 12th at Stonies in Rockville. It's going to be amazing. They have a great outdoor patio area. We'll be doing the cornhole tournament. The indoor part where we do the comedy show is amazing. They've got a very unique atmosphere in there. I love going to Stonies just for the decor, but I'm easily amused. Anyways, I've got a show coming up today at 2 from 2 to 5:30. We do a show on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. We didn't have Rumble working yesterday, but we're back up now. We got a green screen. I fixed all my monitors. Everything's working. It's phenomenal. We're going to have more stickers and emotes and things coming out. We'll have fun stories and things to talk about. And, of course, I'll be smoking and stuff. That's apparently something we all love. And for all of those of you who are worried when you tune in, the egg chair is not gone. We're using the green screen. We can't fit the egg chair and the green screen. So
you got the green screen set up?
Yeah, the green screen setup works great.
How is it?
It's beautiful.
You like it? Oh, I have a terrible song in my head, and it will not leave.
What song?
Corn Rigs from Wicker Man. Do you know what song that is?
No.
Holy shit. Oh, my God. Corn Rigs. If you guys know what Corn Rigs is from Wicker Man, it's like the opening song.
He was partnered with Potato Murtaugh.
Oh, my God. If you guys know the song, if you don't know the song, don't try to stop me from playing it for you. Kyle says, where's gym shorts? Yes, I put on gym shorts this morning. My fucking tooth hurts like shit, and I didn't feel like putting on real clothes today. Forgive me.
Yeah, how dare this asshole only wear gym shorts after we got done roasting that Australian chick for her fucking fanny pack, her stupid short shorts, and her fucking flip-flops. What a fucking asshole.
Oh, man, people are, people know this song. Corn Rigs from the Wicker Man. This is,
Paul Giovanni.
The time went by with
I just have the chorus in my head right now. Here, I think it's right. No, not this one. When we get to the chorus, this is what I was singing. Okay, so this is what I was singing the entire time in the bathroom.
Okay.
And these are I hate when you have a song in your head and you only know like 6 seconds of it. So you sing that 6 seconds over and over.
Corn rigs and barley rigs and corn rigs are bonny.
Why am I terrified that you changed the R in that song?
Oh, no. I cannot stop. It's in my head and it won't leave.
I'll not forget that.
Not this part. I don't give a shit about this. This part's gay.
Yeah, because the rest of it was so masculine, heterosexual.
Rest of it's dope. That part's for the gays. Oh, man. Aaron, if I bring you a bag of Coke to the show, can I get VIP seat? No, Chuck, I will not accept your cocaine. Oh, yeah. Geese Artel says, and you're judging what the girl is wearing. It's fine. I'm allowed to wear shitty clothes. I'm not a woman. I'm a man with skills and talent, allegedly. All right. DUI suspect in Florida. Not going into the sweet good night easily, Johnny. He's decided that, fuck these people. I'm not going to let them determine what I do with my free time. I want to play this one for you guys. I think you're going to love it. It's cop body cams. I know cops don't like them.
Mm-hmm.
I love them. I think they're wonderful. I think they're fantastic because we get shit like this. First, I want to acknowledge maybe the worst comment in the chat today. I hate it so much. It's from Hulkamasha Baby. Does Mel Gibson play Corn Rigs?
Well, I feel partially responsible for that. I did make a Potato Murtaugh.
Potato Murtaugh. Rigs, Corn Rigs, and Potato Murtaugh. Which, by the way, I didn't get until today. Or till now. I'm really...
5 fucking milligrams.
5 milligrams. Guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. Share this show. Our Rumble has been going up. Our YouTube has been stagnating, which sucks a fucking dick for a guy who's statistically obsessed as I am. The shows are wonderful. The shows are incredible. But I am starting to lean towards becoming more of a Rumble show than anything else. So YouTube, step it up. Like, share, subscribe. Let's do this story out of Florida.
What's up, big guy? Yes, sir. What was all that about? What's that? Taking off?
What's that? As this guy's nearly parked right through a fence. And they're like, hey, what's going on, big guy? He's like, huh? What do you mean? Well, I mean, you almost put this fucker into somebody's backyard.
Well, what if it's his backyard and he's just heading home? He was so close.
Just trying to get home, officer. I don't really know what the fuck big deal is.
Looks like a gate right there. It actually looks like he'd literally be driving into his home.
From Courtney right there. In the other lane.
Oh, just getting to the house, bro.
Oh, okay.
You're swerving. You're in the other lane.
I'm just getting to the house.
Just getting to the house, bro. That's all it is, you know. We all take a different road home, you know.
Terry, your license good?
Yeah.
How much you had to drink tonight, bro?
I had a few.
Had a few?
I had a few.
No good money, right?
We always had a few.
How much have you had to drink tonight, bro? Man, numbers are constructs, dude.
Numbers are a social construct and can't really be totally fleshed out until we understand what the value we place on those numbers. Sir, get out of the fucking car. Authorities say a Florida man had quite a bit to drink and say before deputies hauled him off to jail for suspicion of driving under the influence. The Brevard County Sheriff's Office shared video of the 47-year-old Terry Milliam, booked last Friday after investigators say his breathalyzer came back higher than 0.08, which is the limit in Florida. Now, in the video, Milliam said he had a few drinks and had a gun or two in the truck. This goes to your point about open carry. Are you saying that you might feel a little bit vindicated?
Just a touch.
He said he had a couple. I might have a couple of guns on me in the car. Why don't they have the rest of this video up on this story?
I want to see the part where what we're.
I don't want to go any further in this story until we have the video of this guy here, Milliam. We're gonna search this dude, Milliam drunk arrest. How? Wait a minute. How do you not have? How is this the only news organization?
How
with
is it
this
we
story?
only have this small little clip of it?
And how do you not have the link to the rest of this? Are you kidding me? This is what I hate about like the old timey like TV and newspaper news people is they don't want to link anything
because they don't want you to go look at it yourself. They don't want you to do your own work.
Right. They don't want you to go look at another.
They want you to come to your news leader.
Then why not embed the clip?
Put the whole thing in there, mother. Let me look at it.
So in the video, Milliam said he had a few drinks and had a gun or two in the truck. All right, I'm going to let this deputy right here figure it all out, said one of the deputies, to which the man replied, 2 is 1 and 1 is nothing, brother. See, he did go with numbers are a social construct.
Yep.
2 is 1 and 1 is nothing.
I love
brother.
how people shit on me for my takes, and I am fucking calling this shit.
Right, this is kind of proving you're right about the Florida thing and the grammatical thing.
Yeah,
all at
I'm
once.
just kind of good.
The deputies gave Milliam a field sobriety test. In the video, he wobbled through the straight line.
We want to see it.
How do you not have the fucking link to this? Are you kidding? So this is Tuesday, March 21st. Yeah, how do you not have more? Now, the deputies gave Milliam a field sobriety test. In the video, he wobbled through the straight line test. Seconds later, a deputy put him in handcuffs. Sir, what are you arresting me for? Asked Milliam. Driving under the influence, answered the deputy. So how much do you think you've had to drink tonight? Asked the deputy. Milliam said, quote, it doesn't matter. I mean, maybe not to you, but to the rest of them, I think for their job, for public safety purposes, I feel they do need to know how much you had to drink. They said, was it a lot?
I feel like that's a rhetorical question.
Yes, asked the deputy. The deputy said, was it a lot? And he goes, it doesn't matter because I'm going to drink until the day I die. God bless him for that, huh? Finds himself surrounded by a bunch of deputies, clearly going to jail, going through a sobriety test, and he still has the wherewithal to exercise his stick-to-itiveness, which is, hey, I just want you guys to know this is but a mere speed bump in my path.
I will continue to be fucked up. Well, I also want to salute him just for, not being one of those people. No, I'm fine. I was sleeping. Just fucking owning it. Yeah, I'm drunk as shit. I'm going to stay drunk as shit.
Yeah.
Talk to me tomorrow. Guess who'll be drunk as shit? This guy.
At least it's not a guy who gets in trouble like this and he goes, guys, I swear to God for my family and everyone else I'm going to change and we don't need to do this. He didn't go out
Can
like
I just go home? It's right there.
Yeah. He didn't go out like a bitch who's like begging and pleading. He's sitting there going, you better go ahead and do whatever it is the fuck you're going to do because I'm trying to get out and arraigned by morning so I can start drinking again. You can't day drink if you don't start in the morning, officers. Am I right?
Look, we're going to throw you in the drunk tank. Sounds fair. Can I bring my beer?
Curly Adam with $2 says stellar show prep. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. I did my best. And I guess my best wasn't good enough. Where were we at? I think we were at 245.
Yep.
For today's goal. All right, 245 away. We've got the PayPal and Streamlabs link both in the chat. Let me make sure. There we go. 245 away from knocking it out. There is the link in the chat and also pinned to the top of the page. If we knock that number out, we do 30 minutes of overtime. Oh, also, it's past 8 o'clock. We got to get to 300 likes by 9. So everybody watching right now, make sure that you hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. We're at 214. Okay, so we had to be at 200 by 8. We did that. Let's go ahead and get to 300 by 9 o'clock. Everyone take a second and hit the thumbs up, whether it's Rumble or YouTube. We do appreciate it. That was the only update we got on that guy.
Really?
They took him in. They booked him. He said he was going to drink until the day he dies. I don't know about you. I sure would love a follow-up.
He died of alcohol poisoning the next day.
MSO says, no codeine, no goal. I wonder, I'm curious from April here if I have any information about my dental situation. Your ailments are going to be addressed as soon as she gets in the office. Well, don't rush. Don't. Look, I don't want to put you out none, so.
Look, it's only been 2 years. Let's not rush this too much. We can take our time.
Look, obey all the traffic laws and everything like that, and, make sure you get to work safe.
Captain Cheap High here is on 5 milligrams of no worries for the rest of the day. I
can still feel the pain. It's not as sharp.
Yeah, but it's muted and you can move through it.
It's a little more muted. Mike Erb says, legend has it that man is still day drinking to this day. Attaboy. If you were publicly carrying, they'd call you right back, says Laughing Lions. Okay, so are you a cruise guy?
No, only because I can't swim.
Okay, but have you ever been on a cruise?
No, and now I'm afraid to go on them. Sounds like they all end in shit.
Yeah, I haven't either. I have not been on a cruise. I don't want to be on a cruise. I don't want to be on a boat in the middle of the ocean. That doesn't sound like vacation to me. That sounds like a weird maritime prison. I know they have like casinos and they have, pools and they have all kinds of fun shit.
And they have like comedy entertainers, which is why I've heard a lot of horrible, and I did a cruise gig stories.
Right. Ooh. They pay very well though.
Yeah. All expenses included. They give you a place to stay. You just can't leave the boat.
People shit on cruise ship comics, but I'll tell you this. Those guys you see performing at your local comedy club or bar, the ones touring through, the people on the cruise ship make a shitload more money than they do, and they don't have to put on the miles.
No, they literally, they work and live in the exact same spot. So it's don't get me wrong, it's a nice gig, but I've heard things.
Oh, yeah, I've heard nightmares about the stand-up, the cruise ship stand-up. But as far as this one goes, this is a cruise ship where the comedian didn't do anything wrong. This was not a comedian-based problem. But Johnny's right. They do seem to end in really shitty circumstances, like either people get like a norovirus or they just come back with the shits, and then if one person has the shits on the ship, it's all like a compact,
it's a microcosm. You're all going to get everything.
Right. You're all going to be shitting. Like, it's going to cut through, like, here, let's put the thing. The shits are going to start over here, And then by the end of the second day, it's going to be over here. By the end of the fourth day, it's going to be over here. And then by the end of the trip, everyone is just shitting.
By the time you pull back into your port of harbor, that boat is brown.
Yeah, by the time you pull in, you've already got pink eye cooking. So don't worry about it. But then there's the other issue on cruise ships, which is, what if you fall the fuck off?
That's the main thing I'm worried about. Because a lot of times when you fall overboard, oops.
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? They can launch a boat and go look for you, but like that ship is moving so quickly that wherever you fell, they don't remember where the fuck it is. They don't know where you are.
And you've drifted. Literally, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, no, you are literally in that ship has sailed situation. So there was a Virgin cruise, which Virgin is usually pretty high end, isn't it? Virgin usually has pretty expensive stuff.
I never want to go on a cruise when it's their first one.
A nightmare scene on a Virgin Voyage. I get it. Virgin Voyages cruise as a woman has fallen to her death on one of the ship's decks while also landing on another passenger.
Okay, so I was like, landing in the water fucking sucks. So wait a minute. Whoops. Hey, buddy. Sandwich action? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so now not only are you falling to your death, you're also not hitting a softer surface like water, and you're possibly crippling or killing someone on the way down. Now, the nightmare scene happened.
Never believe who I ran into on the cruise.
On a Virgin Voyages cruise. A rep for the cruise, which took off Sunday and was scheduled to travel from Miami to Rotan, Honduras, tells us yesterday evening, shortly after departure, there was a medical emergency involving one of our passengers. This is the aftermath of the whole thing. Yeah, they're just, look, so she fell down to the deck, onto somebody else. And yeah, is the other person okay? They continue, the passenger went over the balcony and onto a lower deck, despite receiving immediate medical attention, has passed away. We are deeply saddened by this loss of life. To make things worse, the woman who fell also landed on another passenger in the process. Luckily, we're told that person is doing okay. Well, they must not be too overweight, because if so, they might have cushioned the fall a little bit and saved this person's life.
I'm guessing the person who fell was older.
We obtained the photos from the ship showing medical equipment set up on the deck of the ship where the woman landed. The rep for the cruise tells us the ship is turned back to Miami after the incident, and cruise reps are working with local officials to determine what led to the woman's fall. Now, is this one of those situations where this person falls and dies and everyone on the ship is like, oh, how could we even go on? This is so tragic. I feel scarred. Or is this a situation where they're like, wait a minute, I paid how much for this fucking cruise, and now because this dipshit fell over the railing, we got to go back?
Mm-hmm.
Because you took time off work.
Yeah.
Based on like how long and when the cruise was going to be happening.
And you know what, a lot of
like turning back to Miami, this fucks up the whole schedule.
Yeah, and anything you paid for like people to watch your pets or whatever, all that stuff. A lot of them have what's called non-returnable deposits. So it's like, hey, I put this money down. I got fucked over. Well, that's too bad, but I still need my cut.
Yeah, tough shit. Oh, man. Yeah, Laughing Lion. See, I feel like that's how I would be.
What, your tooth sucks? Guess you're still going to have to pay for it.
But it's Laughing Lion says it best. Like, I would be on that boat, especially if I didn't see it happen. Bring that fat fucking corpse with us. There's got to be a freezer big enough somewhere. If not, hack her apart and fit her in a smaller one.
The water's cold. Leave her in chum it up for the fucking sharks. I don't care.
Right. Just tie chum bags around her. Poke a hole in each one of them and then toss her overboard. And then just tell their relatives, we couldn't find her.
Yeah, we're using her to lure in dolphins and sharks for a new experience for the rest of the guests.
Yes. Oh, Shaft says she probably had a toothache. Boy, I tell you.
That's all it took.
I tell you, man, this toothache thing, I didn't realize how serious it was until you guys pointed out how many of these people with serious issues that we're talking about today
probably just had a toothache.
Apparently had a toothache, yeah. Zen Rhino says, you choke, Aaron, but I think he means joke. You joke, Aaron, but if a person dies on a cruise, they put the body in a walk-in cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to do? You got to put them in something.
How awesome it is to be part of that cooking staff.
Hang them like they do like cows. You know, the butcher, have them hanging up. Like in a meat locker. Perfect.
I got to go in and get the flour and Can you come with me? It's just weird. I feel like she's looking at me.
I get really creeped out. It's a whole thing. Riding dirty llama. See, that's what I would have done if I would have witnessed the falling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! Oh my God! As God is my witness, he is broken in half. Geese Artel says they have morgues on the boat. Lots of dead people. Yeah, I suppose. Like a lot of old people go on cruises. You could keel over just in your sleep one night.
I don't know. That's just...
Yeah.
That's another reason why I don't want to... What if you're in one of the beds that someone's died in?
If you don't know, do you ever know?
I feel like if you don't know, do you just assume, yeah?
That's where you and I are different. Faith in people, my friend. Stevie Lou with $4.99 says Johnny must have heard about the great time Leon Klinghoffer had on the Achille Lauro. Do you know what the fuck he's talking about?
No.
You sure?
Yep.
Curly Adam with $2 says Johnny thinks flour is stored in the freezer.
No, I think flour is stored in the fridge. I thought this walk-in cooler.
The walk-in cooler, you got morgues on there. Yeah, I mean, people might die. I mean, it's never a good thing to think about, but like, you get off the boat, you go, touristing, or you go in the water and you get eaten by a shark, or you get attacked by an animal, or you die of some damn thing. They got to be able to store you while you're out at sea.
Look, we got to throw this lady's body in the freezer just until we get to port. All right, tell everyone lunch is going to be 30 minutes away. Why? No reason. I'm going to go in the freezer.
So yeah, I mean, I didn't want to go on a cruise to begin with, but now if some old bitch is going to seize up and fall over a railing and land on my head, no thank you. No thanks. I don't care what comic you bring. Let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories and tell you about All Care Towing. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For our pals at All Care Towing, if you go in a ditch, if you get in an accident, you need somebody to pick you up quickly, nobody faster than All Care Towing.
You're telling me you don't want to go on a cruise with Patrice O'Neal?
Well, he's already gone.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, you said I don't care who they have for a comic.
I mean, if it's a maybe. But even then, probably not, because that's only, an hour a night?
Yeah, but you might get to, hang out with him by the shuffleboard.
No, I don't. I hate cruises. No, thank you. Feels like kind of a prison vacation. Like you're just on this boat. Where are you going to go? Like you go on vacation to a destination, you can get in an Uber, you can go to this end of town, that end of town, the next town over. The boat, you're just on the boat.
You on vacation? Nope. Lawyer fucked me.
All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Thank you to All Care Towing. Do you want to watch a bunch of white LGBTQ activist women tell a black guy about why Black Lives Matter is a good thing to say?
Yes.
Would you like to watch a bunch of they, them, white people lecture a black person on his race?
Uh-huh.
Is there anything more entitled in this world than a liberal white woman who thinks she's right about everything?
No.
You're not even allowed to be the thing she's arguing and have a different opinion than them. They've honestly done this thing where if you're Asian and you argue against like certain benefits for minorities, they call those Asians white supremacists.
Yeah, because now apparently if you don't buy their like inclusivity package stuff, you're just, you're indoctrinated.
Right. It couldn't be that you're wrong or that your measurements here are off. It has to be that the guy who is the thing you claim to be advocating for tells you he doesn't like it. He must be a brainwashed bigot because it couldn't be that he's just as smart as you are. Look at him.
It couldn't be that he's living the life you claim to be talking about, having these experiences and going, no, that's not the case and you're wrong. No, you're just indoctrinated.
Get ready to watch progressive, multicolor-haired white women lecture a black guy that he doesn't know what's best for him.
Even if it was,
Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Ew. Is there anything worse than that guy, by the way?
I got to come in here and simp on it and be like, hey, by the way, Black Lives Matter.
Hey, girls, I just want to say, Black Lives Matter. Wow, you've accomplished everything. You might as well take back that charitable contribution. Cancel the check, bro. You've done more than enough for the movement.
I just hate being in my... I'd love to walk up to those ladies. Hey, I just want to say, bending over is your only talent. Just walk away.
You walk by them with the walker and you're like, hey, guys, thanks for fighting for black people. Us white people have nothing to worry about. as you just hobble along.
I'm the only one that's black in this conversation.
Doesn't mean we can't agree that black
I'm
lives
sorry,
matter.
you had a gentleman over here that said white lives matter over there, and he was standing over here.
Your life matters. So you're white.
Not in the same way.
At
but
this current...
not
in the same way.
How is it not in the same way? If you cut me, do I not bleed? Yeah, I mean, I just imagine, first of all, nice Juggalo face paint. I just imagine, like, just being a black guy watching these four and just coming to the realization, you're like, holy shit, they really just think they're better and smarter than me and know what's better for black people than a black guy does. Like, just coming to that realization that these bitches who are pretending to be altruistic and so giving to black people, there's always an asterisk with these people, which is, we're always right, don't question it, or we're going to scream Nazi in your face.
Yeah, again, it's the, what do you call it, soft bigotry of low expectations. Yes. Again, I would love to see this guy just look at it like, wow, that's really racist that you don't think I can speak for myself. Like, just kind of confront him with it.
Just wait.
Oh.
You're white.
Not in the same way.
At
but
this current point, we're standing up for people who
stand up for me. Why are you guys bullying me over there? I'm the only black guy here. Oh,
we're not,
he's
it's not
black.
a racial thing. We're not bullying.
You guys are saying Black Lives Matter. I'm the black guy.
What I'm trying to say,
your life does matter.
So does yours.
Yes, we all of us matter.
Oh, there it is. Nice move.
Wow.
Well, she's kicked out of the club. Can't be
all
safe.
of us matter, but we can't virtue signal if it's all of us. I can only virtue signal for...
Isn't that white supremacy in her world? Like what she just said? Didn't she just commit a white supremacy?
That's a microaggression. We got to throw her out of the clubhouse.
No, all lives matter. That's a macroaggression. You can't hold a rainbow flag and say all lives matter. I think you have to burn that flag after that. And your hand. All of it.
Well, she can make it right if she cuts off her tits.
Does it even feel good, though, if you get someone like her to say that? Because you're like, I just feel like I tricked a retarded kid. Like, I feel like I played a card trick on a 3-year-old.
No, because a 3-year-old would then, like, change their behavior. This person's going to go right back to... It's just like, I feel like I feel like the record skipped just for a minute. And it just went, oh, wow. And you had a brief moment of realization in the back, oh, Black Lives Matter.
And then right afterwards, she went, oh, I didn't know white supremacists wore blackface. And then she convinced herself that she was right and the black guy was wrong.
So sad when you see someone who's been indoctrinated by white culture.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I look at these four and I think, thank God they haven't been indoctrinated by anything. As they literally wear it on them.
Stand up for me. Why are you guys bullying me over there? I'm the only black guy here. Oh,
we're not,
he's
not
black.
a racial thing. We're not bullying.
You guys are saying Black Lives Matter. I'm the black guy.
What I'm trying to say,
your life does matter.
So does yours.
Yes, we all of us matter.
I love that he got someone to say basically all lives matter on camera during their little protest, because that is something like they yell at other people for doing.
Yeah, and
if you say all lives matter, they're like, well, aren't you just Adolf Hitler?
You're being racist. And the whole Black Lives Matter thing, the part that bothers me the most of it is 9 times out of 10 when you see these groups of people, they're not black people.
No.
So I'm just like...
Or at least not a majority black people.
If you really believe what you're saying, then, like, support inner city groups, like, do something. But the idea that I need to stand here and you need to pay attention to me while I scream Black Lives Matter, but... You're not the person to make that argument.
I have a question. What are you getting out of that? Like, if you're them, what do you get out of it?
Attention.
Is it really so shallow that just the people looking at you fills some sort of meter on the inside?
That's what I think.
Wow. You wouldn't rather just have a beer at that time of day? You want to go out there and yell Black Lives Matter in front of...
Do you think these people are the only group of people who behave this way? There are some people who go to extreme lengths just to go, look at me, pay attention to me. And we're like... you go do you. That's hateful. You need to love me. Like, no, I don't. I need to accept you. And acceptance means, oh, that's weird. And moving on.
Brian says, yeah, attention. Exactly. Veldrain, thank you for renewing your membership for a 10th month. Appreciate that. 235 away from knocking her out today. Let's see if we can get it under 200 and within striking distance before 9 o'clock. Also, looking to get to 300 likes before 9 o'clock in the next half hour. So go ahead and hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, and hit the share button, because YouTube is not sending out our notifications the way they usually do. I get more and more comments about that from people every day. So they're definitely up to something. And they have been for a while now. when it comes to our channel. Make sure you subscribe. We're pushing 9,300. So if you're not a subscriber, it does matter to us. Thanks if you just click that button. Remember the Chinese spy balloon?
Yep.
Remember how it was above like Idaho or
we just let it
Montana
the
or whatever?
US?
Yeah, and we found it and we're like, oh, well, that's a Chinese spy balloon. And we all kind of just looked around at each other and went, well,
anybody got a dart gun?
You want to, yeah, just give it a little, you could have got somebody from the African bush and they could have done it. But no, instead we did the smart thing, which was let the slow-moving Chinese spy balloon fly across our entire country and then wreck it as soon as it got to the ocean. And, collected all of its information, uploaded it back to China. We really handled it well, is what I'm trying to say.
I thought that the balloon would have had to have sent a raven.
Yes. So we figured out what the Chinese, and by the way, the Chinese spy balloon, that had to be, I know it was allowed, but like it had to be allowed, like we had to be in on it with them. I know that sounds weird, but it's like to see that and not blow it up immediately. There had to be somebody in our military or somebody in our administration who just worked it out with China. Like, yeah, you know what? Go ahead. Just get your pictures and get the fuck out. It turns out they were trying to scoop up sensitive U.S. military intel with their spy balloon. Surprise, surprise.
What?
They weren't just looking in. Yeah, they weren't just looking into the weather.
I assumed that they were using this spy balloon to learn all of our secret star-spangled awesome American agricultural techniques.
Exactly. The Chinese spy balloon that traversed the country in February gathered sensitive intelligence from U.S. military sites, and efforts to block it failed, according to an exclusive report Monday from NBC News. So they wanted the information. They got the information. So whatever we had in those, some people were saying that when it was in Montana, that there's like a bunch of nuke sites in Montana. So they were gathering information on our nuclear arsenal, which is great. That always tells you a country has great intentions.
When they want to understand how your nuclear arsenal works and what vulnerabilities it may have.
Right. That's always how you know that somebody's got your back.
It's just a good friend.
The report, I'm sure they'd call us and they'd go, hey, you have a glitch in Montana on nuke E4605 or whatever.
Yeah, just like they called us like, hey, by the way, this thing got out.
Yeah. Guys, it's just letting you know, your fly is down in one of your nuke silos. I just thought it would be helpful for you guys to know that. Thank you to Veldrain for the $5. He says, here's the directions to the DMV, the basics on using the internet, and where to get a free cell phone. I support you. I get it. 2:30 away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you guys very much.
We're just really lucky we still use floppies for our nuclear arsenal.
Do we really?
Yeah.
That's not true.
Not the hard floppies.
No.
The floppy floppies.
Wait a minute. So
because it's so archaic, it can't be hacked.
Nuclear facility floppy disk. Like the floppy, because like the hard ones were called floppy disks.
Oh, hey,
also.
wait.
Oh, wait. October 24th, 2019, U.S. nuclear weapons no longer need floppy disks.
Hey, we solved it.
See?
In 2019, we moved away from the 70s era technology controlling our nuclear arsenal.
Well, better late than never, right?
Just in time for the Chinese to fly a balloon and get that Wi-Fi password.
Right. Yeah, that's why they haven't been sending spy balloons before, because for the last few years, we haven't had hackable technology. It was all, you had to physically go in and grab the floppy disk. Salty says, fuck my life. Are you serious? That's what they were looking at? Yeah, they were looking at military installations.
They were collecting signal data.
Yeah, what did you think? That the Chinese government just wanted to see our ag crop this year?
Oh, look at Mrs. Robinson's bigger boobies. Oh, wait, they're Japanese. No?
I love her bigger boobies.
That's the wrong one.
I take her boobies and just go... The report is based on information provided by two current senior U.S. officials who were not named. Rather than visual imagery, which is easily gathered from other readily available sources, the Chinese spy balloon gathered data from electronic signals, which were transmitted in real time to Beijing. So just what we thought. Whatever they gathered was already sent. So really, we shot down a useless balloon.
Yeah, we shot it down as soon as the balloon was like, well, job done. Time to come home.
Right. That's like you want to kick a guy out of your restaurant, but you wait till he finishes his plate. You go, now you get the hell out of here. Now, those electronic signals include communications from base personnel and signals that can be picked up from weapons systems. Boy, I'm really glad Trump's getting arraigned today. I'm really glad that the entire news world is going to be showing people nothing but Donald Trump being arraigned today. Man, that is huge.
There is nothing else happening.
The fact that a Chinese balloon was allowed to sit there and suck up all of our communications and weapons data across the entire fucking country, that doesn't matter. Let's not hold anybody accountable. Don't worry about it, because Trump's getting arraigned today.
And let's talk about what a big bad guy Trump is and not at all worry about the administration that allowed a balloon to float over the country for a week.
By the way, did the balloon really have to be there? Couldn't they just get everyone on the base's TikTok account and look up what they've been doing? Notably, the high-altitude craft.
That's how they knew where to go.
Yeah, which Chinese officials claimed was a civilian balloon that strayed off course. They weren't even trying. They were just insulting us with that one. Because it looked like one of those satellites with a giant balloon around it. So it's like, yeah, that's what normal people go ballooning in all the time. By the way, they flew over Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana. That's the base that stores some of the United States nuclear assets. So
it just flew off course. Conveniently, ironically enough, went to some of the most clandestine and high security areas in the country.
Wow. It's amazing. It's amazing when you fly off course in your balloon and you end up right over top a massive nuclear arsenal.
I always know when I fail to follow the GPS, I immediately end up at the CIA vaults. That's just where I land.
It's just weird how you end up in those places, isn't it? Yeah, and by the way, this will go nowhere. Nobody will hear about it. Nobody will think about it. Nobody will talk about it.
Well, we can't talk about it. Trump's getting arraigned.
Yeah. Hey, a balloon flew all over our entire nuclear arsenal across the entire country. Hey, but we got that 80-year-old man on charges of paying a porn star to suck his dick. Actually, no, he paid for her not to say anything. He was going to fuck her no matter what.
That's the part that I'm weirded out about. You paid her not to say anything. You didn't have to pay her for the sex.
Right. He didn't, though. He just paid her to shut up.
Which is the weird part. Because no offense to Donald Trump, but I mean, yeah, you got a lot of money. I'm not saying you couldn't land a porn star, but I'm assuming that the landing part came with the signing of a check. Like it's just
there was an understanding.
Yeah, there was an understanding. If you're gonna deal with that guy's toadstool, you're doing it for some coin.
The Mood with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Coming from the Mood over there on PayPal and Streamlabs. $220 away from today's goal. Keep chipping away at her, guys. I think we got it. Just keep her going. Thank you, Mood. So the Chinese got all of our nuclear secrets and all of our Air Force secrets. That's, again, not worth talking about. Don't worry about it. Patrick says, in fairness, I followed GOS in my semi looking for a warehouse and ended up at an FBI facility. Got lots of strange looks. Anton Slavic says the United States won't obey the new START treaty to let the world know how many nukes you have, so this is only fair. Oh, is that what it is? China's trying to find out how many nukes we have because we're playing the I'm not telling you game. I'll tell you this, guys. For what we spend on the military, I can assure you they are the coolest nukes you've ever seen.
No, they are.
I bet you they're pretty fucking awesome.
Did you not just...
We've got awesome planes and awesome nukes.
Did you not just read a story where 2019 was the revolutionary time where we moved on from technology from the 1970s?
No, I'm talking about the ones that go on like the bombers. You know, those nukes are probably super awesome.
Like the one John Travolta flew when he was...
Like the one that the President Whitmore launched at the alien spaceship. That was a cool nuke missile, right? I'm using socialist media says, doesn't America get offended when Russia refuses to tell the U.S. how many nukes they have?
Yeah, but that's because we don't like when they do that.
Right, we don't do it. So when we do it, then it's fine. But when they do it, it's annoying, and they should tell us. That's all. SpaceX can put nukes right over their heads without them knowing it, says Baggio. Well, this administration ought to be talking nicer to Elon Musk then.
That would be, if we had a cool government, that'd be how they have. Yeah, you guys might have spied on all of our nuclear facilities, but our Star Wars program is going to laser you from space, so who cares?
Veldrain says the nukes are now rainbow colored and only annihilate white people. They are fine. Well, I hope they're only eliminating the white supremacists, white people, and not all of the allies. By the way, speaking of Elon Musk, did you see he changed the home logo on Twitter to the Dogecoin mascot?
No.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird-ass thing he did.
I love that he just, he logs into Twitter and fucks with it like it's his Facebook page.
Right.
And he trolls the world.
So, where there's usually a Twitter logo up top, he put the Dogecoin dog.
All right.
That's,
Diamond hands, baby, to the moon.
That's all Elon wanted to do was buy Twitter so he could just fuck around a little bit. That's it. Guys, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Buck Nidine is telling me we're only at 237 likes. We got to get to 300. 900. We got to get to 300 by the time we hit 9 o'clock today. That's just, it's just good for the show. It's, knows that we're still doing okay. Also knocking out that goal, which is at 220. Thank you. Remember the girl that we talked about who was on American Idol and told Katy Perry that she's like 25 and has 3 kids or whatever?
Yeah.
And then Katy Perry says, oh, you've been spending too much time laying down.
Yeah, she pretty much just called her a slut.
Called her a hoe. We've got an update on that story, and it's going to make me hate that girl even more than I already hated her. Because she did one of these very California person things where she went through a TV experience. She had a lot of laughs. Everybody in the room had fun. She never told anybody that she had a problem with any of it. And then weeks later or months later, when they're about to start the Hollywood portion of American Idol, this chick goes on Instagram and makes this giant diarrhea of the mouth video saying, Katy Perry mom shamed me and us women have to stick together and we should be supporting one another, and never said any of this when she auditioned.
Oh, I didn't know about this part.
Yeah, never said anything when now that it's about time. I mean, it's been months since she auditioned.
I heard she quit because she wanted to just go back home and spend time with her family.
I think what happened was...
I also found out she was recruited.
What do you mean?
She didn't decide I want to be on American Idol.
Oh, they brought her.
They brought her to audition. They recruited her to audition. They sought her out to be on the show.
Here's what I think. I think American Idol went to her and went, yeah, you just publicly shit on all over one of our judges who's going to have to interact with you on the show. That's going to be a little too, because they don't do like a drama show. So they're like, we don't want that kind of discomfort on television. So you're fucking out of here. But we'll just say that you left to go spend time with your family. That's what I think happened. I didn't think they wanted this chick on the show because she kind of made their judges look like assholes for no reason. Other than maybe she thought, well, I'm not going to win this competition, so I might as well get some fame out of it.
I mean, I feel like she had a good chance to win the competition with how much effort they put in to get her on it. But again, I went through this story. I didn't get all the information you had, so I was under the impression that she went on the show and she was like, oh, whatever. And we kind of slut-shamed her for having 3 kids, which my biggest problem with her having 3 kids is she did it all with the same guy, and each one of them's a failure. Like, if you look at the 3 kids, I'm like, you had...
Each one of the kids is a failure?
Like, when you look at it, I don't know if the kid as a person, I'm not grading them. I'm saying just on the visual, I'm like, dud.
Is the husband a dud then, too?
I think so. Because she's, no offense, she's not much. All right. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
She's mid.
She's extremely mid, and that's being generous. And yet the guy that she's with is batting fucking light years out of his league. And when you mix the two of them together, you just get more. It's the simple fact of if you put a lump of clay in the water will never be clean. It's just going to be brown, brown, and brown. It's just simply watered down.
This is actually going to be my last performance because I'm...
she did this on the show.
Yeah.
See, now that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if this was live, if this was after the Instagram video, I'm thinking the shit she said about Katy Perry made things too weird, and maybe even Katy Perry went, I don't want to judge this bitch. Get her off the fucking show.
She also looks like dude, the 70s called and they said you escaped.
Yeah, and like a bra wouldn't kill you because
I mean,
God, look at 25, she's got tits down to her belly button already.
That's because gravity's a bitch, and you need to help them puppies.
Wow.
My last performance, because my heart's at home, so I'm gonna get home to my babies. They kind of need me, so thank you.
Way to show everybody you're the strong woman that you talked about in the video. I'm sorry I couldn't leave for a couple of days because I need to see I need to just be around my children. I need the validation from them constantly. I'm not saying you can't be like that. That's fine. But when your whole thing was like shitting on Katy Perry because like us women need to be strong for each other and we all need to be strong women and strong women and strong women. And then you start fucking bawling on stage and you go, but my babies.
It's almost like she's a cunt.
It's almost like she's a really needy bitch. I don't like her. I'm actually on Katy Perry's side. I know like when you go in the comments.
I wasn't originally.
Yeah, I know like when you go in the comments and shit, when it comes to stories like this, people are like, oh, she's so wonderful. And why was Katy Perry so mean to her and this and that? Fuck that. I look at a story like this and I go, Katy Perry should have been meaner. Like, do you think Katy Perry feels that way? Like, she's like, well, I really would have taken a shot if I would have known.
Yeah.
She's going to be this much of a bitch about it.
I think if Katy Perry knew how much of a scene-stealing redheaded hack she was going to be, she'd be like, no. You don't get to come on this show and make it all about you. This is American Idol. That is my job.
This is my hive,
Katy
bitch.
Perry.
Thanks.
What just happened? She gonna leave?
Wait, so she didn't even perform?
I think she performed and then left.
Oh, okay. 25-year-old mom of 3 told the producer, I'm not going to win the show anyway,
so
I might as well just go home. That's where I think that Instagram video came from. I think she's been tapped out of this for a long time and was looking for a way out, and that video was supposed to be the thing that made them call her and go, you can't come back. Like, you have to be done.
But then they were like, hey, we got ratings. Let's keep you coming.
Right, so they didn't say anything to her, so she's like, well, shit. I just publicly bashed 1/3 of the cast of this show and said they weren't supporting other women. What else can I do? And she's like, I miss my babies. That's kind of sick, too, that she's using the kids for this.
Oh, spoiler alert.
Oh, really?
A mom using her kids as her... Like, no,
right.
I'm not saying every mom goes, my kids are my shield, and but I'm saying there are plenty of them, but my baby. Okay, go for it.
It's not about the babies. It's about you're not going to win, so you just want to quit and go home. Wow.
But you don't want to own up to the fact that I've decided I'm not going to win, so boo-hoo, I'm going to quit and go home.
I can nobly make it that I'm a mom instead of I'm a quitter.
Yeah, I'm not a quitter. I'm a hero.
Wow.
Remember, self-love is just as big as motherly love.
Wait a minute. Is Katy Perry trying to tell her to masturbate instead of have sex? Is she mom shaming again?
I didn't take it that way, but now that you put it, that's actually...
Remember,
wow,
self-love is better than motherly love, meaning flick your bean, don't take a dick, you weirdo. You know what? I think Katy Perry's getting one last mom shot in. She's like, self-love is sometimes as important as motherly love. Now get off my stage, you fucking rat fuck piece of shit. Katy Perry is still not let it go.
Now I'm also really weirdly distracted by the earrings. What are those? Look like dried condoms.
Well, you know that's not what they are. She doesn't use those. So that would be silly.
Well, no, she wears them as earrings.
Competition.
Katy Perry tried to convince her to stay despite getting backlash early in the season for mom shaming her. Nobody gave her backlash. Nobody important gave that beautiful goddess any kind of friction for that comment. Stupid people thought that she did anything wrong. That's it.
I still think she's doing plenty of things wrong.
Oh, no, I meant in terms of this moment.
The comment? Oh, yeah, no. She said you've been bending over a table too much.
Or lying down too much or something like that.
You've been lying down. You've been lying on the table too much.
Yeah, you've been lying on the table too much. That's what it was. That's totally fine to say to a 25-year-old with 3 kids.
I have 3 kids, so that's like...
Get away from here. What are you saying?
Oh, she's not a drama queen at all. She didn't get up and make everything about her the minute someone went, I have 3 kids.
It's okay.
If Katie lays on the table, I think I'm gonna pass out.
3 kids.
Honey, you've been laying on the table too much.
Please tell me what was wrong with that comment that chick needed to go. Again, I'm telling you, she only went to Instagram and played the mommy card when she realized she couldn't win. This is like Rocky when he has that conversation with Adrian about fighting Apollo. He goes, I know I can't beat him, so I need you to hit me really hard with this baseball bat in the ankle so I can get out of the fight with an injury. Instead of Rocky being like, I know I can't win, maybe all I can do is take everything he's got and still be standing at the end. Wow, that is honorable. In the face of certain defeat, you're still going to put forth your best effort. Whereas this woman goes, I know I'm probably not going to win. Kids, I'm going to use you as a human shield for a minute. Wow. Somebody says in the chat, it was supposed to be a dumb, funny throwaway line. That was it. It's all it was supposed to be. And she turned it into a fucking culture war.
We got to be strong, and we got to stand up for moms and mom's strength, and I'm going to quit.
Us moms are strong. Us moms are tough. But us moms also know we can't make it past round 2. So I'm going to go ahead and fuck off and get out of here.
If April's still here, could I get a glass of water? I left my Gatorade in the car, and I have to take a pill.
Oh, Johnny needs a Wawa, April, if you have a moment, please. Oh, and if you have any tooth updates, please let me know, because I still in quite a bit of pain whenever I swallow or breathe in through my mouth. Those things hurt.
I have some tinctures that would be very helpful, but like I use them, and so they're like open. I don't like sharing that shit.
All right, guys, where are we at? Likewise, I know we're at 2:20 for today's goal, and we've only got an hour left before we rattle the cans and give you our e-beggar best. Again, 1 hour away from that, 2:20 away from today's goal. Streamlabs and PayPal links in the chat. Why can't I think of... Streamlabs and PayPal links in the chat and pinned to the top of the page as well. All right, we're only at 254. The Pickle Man says, tooth update 431. It hurts. Yes, it certainly does. 254 likes. Guys, I got to push you a little bit to hit that like button because I want to be at 300 by the end of the hour here in about 3 minutes. So everybody, if you haven't hit like yet, that means you. Just poke the little like button. April, did the dentist make it in yet? Nope. Stuck in traffic, I'm sure. Yep. Yeah. She's really having a tough day. I hope she's okay.
She has a horrible toothache. It's holding her up.
Yeah, she's got a really bad toothache. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm just really worried about her, you know. She's got a lot of patience she needs to take care of, and I don't want to see those people go without the stellar care.
She got up so early she stubbed her toe this morning. I'm like, take your time. I don't want you to have to languish in pain.
I don't want you to hurt
for 2 years.
Guys, if you feel like hitting refresh and telling me where the like number is at, like I said, we're gonna get everybody to rally up here and hit the like button, and we're gonna go to 300 by 9 o'clock. I need some official counters in the chat for me. Stevie J lets us know we're at 267. Gray Duckling says we're at 269. 31 more likes. That means 31 of you. Just go ahead and hit that thumbs up, and we sure would be grateful if you did. Let's get to 300, and then hopefully 400 by 10 o'clock, and then hopefully we've also got a goal knocked out by then, and we can do a half hour of overtime, which would, of course, give us a little bit extra time to get to 400 likes today. Zen Rhino says it's 9:57 in the real world, Aaron. You're right. Eastern time. It's 9:57. All right, 271. Guys, we need to go on those likes, man. Let's. It's good for the show. It's good for the algorithm. We've already got a bunch of people on YouTube complaining that they're not getting notifications for our show. So let's make sure that we can do whatever we can for the algorithm to help this program out. April says, smash the likes and goals like they're Aaron's rotten teeth. See, now that's... None of this is as helpful as you guys think it is. Stevie J says it's 6:57 on the Best Coast. Okay. You mean the one where they still have bubonic plague from all the homeless people shitting in the streets? I will pass, but thank you.
The one where there's been 500,000 people exodus over the last 2 years.
Susan M with $5 says, Aaron, you could try swishing with salt water. It helps a little with the tooth pain.
Only if there's infection, because it's a disinfectant kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not I got an inflamed nerve. They're going to give me my steroids. They're going to give me antibiotics. And then hopefully they're going to refer me to a place that can yank all my teeth out of my mouth. Gray Duckling says we are at 279 likes. Keep it going, guys. Don't be lazy. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button.
Your teeth are flaming. Like, wait, what's going on here?
I have gay teeth. All right, guys. This next story has to do with YouTube pranksters. You know, the people who do the in-public pranks, they take unsuspecting people.
Yeah, I kind of hate these people.
You know how the show Impractical Jokers is unfunny as that can be?
Yeah.
But you know how they're in a controlled environment. There's at least some people know that there's a gimmick going on. They know there's some kind of TV show being shot because of all the cameras and the setup. They just don't know what the premise is of the show they're on. And people go, oh, well, that's kind of lame. That's kind of hacky. So YouTubers, just like everything broadcasting related, they drag down the quality because they think they can do it better. But these YouTube prank channels will go, hey, those shows are weak. Those shows are fucking hacky. You know what you need to do? You need to make the pranks real. If the pranks aren't real, then it's just kind of hacky Hollywood horseshit. Well, there's a reason that they don't do quote unquote real pranks. And it has to do with this next story here out of Sterling, Virginia.
So before we get into this, I just want to say, so what you're saying is that even though it doesn't seem like a very good setup and it doesn't really accomplish much, having that structure around Impractical Jokers was a level of protection. And that eroding that structure so now anyone can do it.
Anybody, yeah.
Has put some shit in the game.
Yes. And as usual, the YouTubers fuck it up for everybody else.
We're learning more about what led to a shooting inside the food court at Dulles Town Center.
Alan Colley is accused of shooting a 21-year-old man.
I was trying to make a stupid thing back to my gun stuff, and there's an actual gun fucking involved.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Somebody shot a YouTube prank channel guy who, by the way, will be getting an honorary platinum play button from YouTube for doing something that everyone's wanted to see for a long time.
Yeah, this dude better not get in trouble. Like, if anything, I feel like the YouTube pranker and his family should be held legally accountable for everything that happened. Like, because this guy, again, did he have a permit or did he just again? He's just defending himself, right? He wasn't.
Alan Coley? Yeah. Well, it was in Virginia, so I don't know. What are their rules on carrying?
I have no idea. But again, this is why I say just everyone having a gun. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm saying it doesn't change anything.
Man in the stomach yesterday afternoon. Tonight, he's in jail. And this is video of police making the arrest. You can see the suspect on the ground as police move in and find a gun on the ground.
And then the guy who got shot in the stomach stood up and he goes, "The Prestige."
What did he do to get shot in the stomach? That's what
we're gonna find out. But it would just be great if the guy stood up with a bullet hole in his gut and he went, like and subscribe. Then passed out.
Smash that like button. He lets go of his chest for a minute. It spurts some blood.
Oh, just smash it, please.
Yeah, as you can imagine, it was a scary scene. With shoppers running quickly to safety, Dulles Town Center was closed for the rest of Sunday, but tonight it is back open for business.
Notice how this guy is obviously a very conscientious person. Realized what he did was a problem, immediately laid down on the ground. Fortunately, everybody who has a gun, that's what they do when they're like, oops.
Quite a bit different, though, after all of that. Today, our Matthew Torres spoke to the victim's family. And Matthew, did they say what may have caused all of this?
Well, Leslie, to be clear, this is still under investigation by the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. But according to the victim's family, he was creating some sort of a prank video for his YouTube page and interacting with the suspect when he was shot.
So I was annoying the fuck out of random people at the mall, and one of them had just had it with me and decided to shoot me in the gut.
I saw someone that did one of these pranker video things, and what they did was they were checking thugs, and so they were going up to like hard people that they were checking. So they literally, one of the like, oh my god, gotcha moments is one of these dudes who was ready to like step in and fight. He pulled a fucking knife out of his pocket.
Right.
Like, you almost got stabbed for this. And again, they're just like, oh, this is funny. No, this is dumb.
Right. I mean, yes, there are people out there who would love to watch a show where a guy gets stabbed for trying to do a prank. That doesn't make it a good show. That's kind of my problem with the internet in general, and like YouTube and channels that do well and channels that don't. The people like this guy ruin it for the people who actually do a good job with it, because they'll get views. Like, they will get people to watch it, but not because it's high quality or it's
we want to watch you fucking eat it. We want to see you play a stupid game and win a stupid prize.
It's the enjoyment of the destruction, and that doesn't build anything. And that's kind of, I hate to use it as a microcosm for the country, but the fact that people will watch that because it's just deductive or reductive or whatever you call it, and it's just like, oh, I just want to see a guy get hurt. Like, you understand that's bringing us one step closer to ow my balls, right? From Idiocracy. Like, you're going to
We've gone so many one steps closer to Idiocracy. I think we passed it already.
We might be gone after Idiocracy.
Fucking Mountain Dew Camacho's behind us at this point.
He was the old president that they want to bring back from the good old days.
Documents identified the victim as Tanner Cook. Tonight, his father telling me that he is expected to make a full recovery.
You know, it's just like surreal. I couldn't believe it.
But tonight, Jeremy Cook says despite what happened to his son.
Oh, wow, I really don't like this kid.
Tonight, Jeremy Cook says despite what happened to his son, the bullet wound will heal, but the mental retardation is here to stay. I mean, this is literally a picture of like, why did...
A douche.
This is a picture that screams God isn't real, because if he was, he would have the sympathy to be like, you know what? I made a mistake.
Yeah, this is on me. If God is real, he's not humble. Put it that way.
If God is real, he hates us, and this is our punishment.
This just looks like a kid with a YouTube channel where he goes and, this looks like a guy where he has an idea to go fuck around with people at a mall, and he goes way too far. You know what? I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but I'm not going to be surprised if they end up like letting the guy who shot him go. And they find out, like, they get this kid's phone and they find out that he made some sort of threat towards the guy.
Or he pulled some sort of thing that, again, made him feel that he was in some sort of danger. And he isn't aware that this is all a bit for YouTube.
Right.
He is slowly recovering in the ICU.
Well, no, because it's so much cooler, bro, if you don't tell the subject and you just do it spontaneously.
Because then it's real, dude. Yes, it's real. And they think you're really posing a threat. That's the weird part. We got to do it so it's real, so it feels real. But then when people have a real reaction, it was just a fake, dude. Like, what? No.
Right.
It was real.
To you, it's his faith in God guiding the family through this difficult journey.
And I believe that God saved my son's life, and that he could have very easily died, and that's not the outcome. And
Ew. I can already see the video. Ew, gross. There's going to be a video that this dad does or that the kid does that's like, God put me on, he saved my life for a reason. And that was get to 125,000 likes by the end of the week so we can get our YouTube play button and blah, blah, blah. I bet you this kid uploads a video trying to make his getting shot into like a quest for subs.
Oh, yeah. And I bet it'll fucking work too.
Because people are dumb
Because
as shit.
the world isn't just where we could all go around that person every time we see him, we just point at him and go, shame.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, him surviving should be the greatest punishment. He should have to, like, every day he walks by, you're a stupid fuck. And we're just like, he's just like, oh, why didn't they just let me die?
God has plans for my son.
21-year-old Tanner Cook was critically shot in the stomach.
No, but God has plans for that? Please.
God has plans for my son to continue to be a internet punching bag for all of us, because when you look at him, you see a giant douche.
He has a Las Vegas green screen drop behind him, and he put himself in the middle of it in clothing that would be embarrassing to wear in the early 2000s. And I grew up in the early 2000s. And you would go, wow, this guy's a douche back then. And we dressed like real douches back then.
1999, Fred Durst just called. He said, quote, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, but when they asked the kid why he was doing the prank at the mall, he did answer back, quote, I did it all for the nookie.
Just had to keep rolling.
When they said, sir, why did you get shot over a prank? He said, I'm going to do things my way.
Inside Dulles Town Center Sunday. Witnesses capturing deputies.
I'm worried.
Alan Colley.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm worried because, like, these pictures that we're seeing of him are like what the family released. So, like, this is the best he's got, and he looks like a douche.
Again, I feel like if it was a just world, the punishment would be that he lived. But I feel like it's an unjust world, and the punishment is for all of us that he lived.
Arresting the suspect, 31-year-old Alan Coley, the gunfire causing customers to run and hide.
The victims are more than just the people who were directly involved in the incident. There are
Which is why the prankster
trauma from this, who may never walk back in this mall again.
Coley is facing 3 serious charges, including aggravated malicious wounding.
Oh, so he went around. Oh, Classified Goons is the name of the channel. We can watch some of their stuff. So he goes around like hugging people and shit like that. And one good old boy got, another guy.
I severely doubt that that's what happened that led to a shooting. And this is me, Mr. I don't trust people with guns, especially.
Yeah.
Like,
you think he ran at him or something?
I feel like there was something. I don't think that, you hugged me, so my immediate response is gut shot. Like,
the content creator for the YouTube page Classified Goons. His father saying they were making another video leading up to the shooting.
That doesn't look like hugging.
In a video in the mall and trying to have fun with people, and this guy wasn't having fun, and
oh, that's all it was. Look, I understand your dad, so you got to do a little bit of PR work here, but Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, he was just going to the mall, having a little fun with people. Oh, you mean bugging the shit out of them?
That's why I hate these like kind of phone interviews. This is one thing I hate about interviews. All of the people that do interviews in news media, none of them are like, I want prosecuting attorney interview. Right. Oh, so you think assault is fun? Like, just immediately put them on. No, they were just having fun. Oh, you think it's fun when people just randomly assault unsuspecting people? That's fun.
Well, the other guy wasn't having any fun. Yeah, you know who doesn't have a lot of fun? The person who's currently the subject of the prank. That's usually not the fun spot to be in.
There was a phone that was around him, and they were interviewing him, were talking to him, and he didn't like it and pulled the gun out and shot my son.
According to
I'm sure that's how fast it went.
I have serious doubts as to that being the way it went down.
I really feel like, you know what? I'm going to go to the mall and I'm going to shoot the first person that talks to me.
Yeah, I doubt that is what happened.
There is video of what happened, but that video is now evidence. This father says despite what Coley is accused of doing, he doesn't hold bitterness or anger towards him.
No, because the one who's responsible is your fucking son, asshole.
For doing pranks in the shopping mall.
Healing, we need to come together. And so I pray for this young man. I pray that he finds God in this.
I pray that you find God and realize your son's responsible.
Now, we not only interviewed his father, but we also talked to Tanner Cook himself from his own hospital bed. We asked him whether or not he will continue to make videos after getting shot.
What do you think he said? No, I've really learned my lesson, and I've decided that there are consequences to my actions, and I'm going to limit my content creation.
Oh, I really think he's going to reconsider his life. After all, he only did an interview with the news from his hospital bed. I'm sure he's not at any point going to, I'm going to keep going and plugging with my channel.
Come here. Come closer. Put the link in your news story.
Hear what he has to say coming up at 6.
Oh, you dirty dog.
Torres,
What's his name? Tanner Cook. Do you want to hear from this kid?
Yeah, kind of.
Tanner Cook. Is prank YouTuber shot in the mall. Oh, come on. You don't have it up from yesterday? What was the news? WUSA 9. WUSA 9. Tanner Cook. 16 hours ago, 17 hours ago. Shit. So we don't have... Oh, you guys didn't put up the video. You rat bastards.
Again, my biggest problem with this is the wrong person's being held accountable here because he fired a gun. No, the person who instigated is kind of responsible.
I'd still like to know what kind of prank this kid was doing, because I have a feeling when we know that, we're going to be like, well, maybe the shooting wasn't exactly this, violent, unreasonable act that we're being told it was.
Oh, I know it wasn't.
Right.
Because it was a fucking YouTube pranker. I'm like, no, you earned that. That didn't just happen. You made it happen.
Do you remember what the name of the channel was?
Fucking something Goons.
CBK Goons or whatever. 294 likes. Is that true? You guys didn't get it up to 300? Come on, hit the like button. Let's go. Thank you very much. $215 away from today's goal. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat. If you feel like donating to this listener supported program, We do appreciate your contributions. That's the best way to do it, Streamlabs and PayPal. Otherwise, there's super chats and memberships. We have about 40 minutes until we rattle the cans and do our e-begging best to knock that goal out. Let's try to get it inside of, 150 or so by the time we get to that point. Gray Duckling says we hit 300. All right, there you go, guys. Now get her up to 400. Keep her going. We got to go find that story again. Son of a bitch. Let's go and find that Tanner Cook story one more time. There it is. And let's see what the name of that channel was. Doing an Instagram user, blah, 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 blah. Classified Goons YouTube page. See, now there's
No, he's still recording me and he's got my footage and he needs to delete it.
There's a news story that puts the link right there in their story. That's good.
All right, so the fucking first one, there's snitching on pranks part 2. There's a guy go, he's recording me right now and he needs to delete it. Like,
fake vomiting on Uber drivers. Angry guy charges cameraman. Oh, so they show themselves like making people upset to the point where they attack them.
Right. The whole thing, I've made fun of these videos on my show. The whole thing with these internet prankers is they literally just fuck with people. There's one I was watching where a guy takes a pressure hose and he sprays somebody, and it just...
This guy is... That's not... But what you're talking about, like, that's not pranks. That, like you said, that's just being a dick to people.
Yeah, these are people that are literally just going around and harassing people, but because I film it, it's funny.
Right.
And now it's a joke, and and the best part is they do it to make money. To go, like, subscribe, support my channel, because I don't need a real job. I just need to go to McDonald's and steal food or whatever the fuck. There was a kid in England who literally his bit was he walked into a McDonald's and he just started taking food and then walking out. And when people would like get off me, bruv, whatever, back off me, fam, and he walks, he's like, I got free food, and I'm thinking, like, if I was
not a prank, you just robbed a McDonald's.
Yeah, and I'm thinking if I was in that store and I saw that happening, I'd beat the shit out of that kid. I'd kick his phone out of his hand, and again, these are all people that, as you would say, you need a punch in the mouth. Yeah. Okay.
Well, these sociopaths too, like they're not going to feel anything until there's a consequence for them. So like, you know, they're going to be sitting there and they're going to be like bashing some guy's head in on a roadside, and the cops will pull over and go, "What are you doing?" "It's okay, bruv. It's a prank. We're doing a prank video. See, I just beat this stranger to death." And they won't think they're doing anything wrong because it's just a prank, bro.
It's weird how we have to classify things as hate crimes because it happened to someone and we're like, oh, this is obviously an accelerated. It's more than just a crime. It's a hate crime. Can we do that for people who aggravate incidences for internet likes?
A dumb crime.
Well, I'm saying like it's an internet crime. Like, oh, I did this. I stole this stuff. Well, it's an aggravated assault. Why? Because you did it for likes on the internet. So we have to punish you twice as hard.
Just for the inconvenience to society. Michael B says 5 milligrams kicking in. The 5 milligrams kicked in a while ago.
We're riding that out now.
I feel good. Rouse Sauce with $5 says, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Thank you.
Cumfarts becoming a member. Thank you very much to Cumfarts for becoming a Steel Toe member. All right, so that puts us at 205 away from knocking it out today. 205 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, we do appreciate it. All right, here's some of the videos. Angry guy charges cameraman. This is Classified Goons. This is the channel that the guy who got shot at the mall.
Well, isn't that the guy who got shot at the mall?
It might be. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's him.
Isn't Red Hat again? The fucking stupid back. At what point is your outfit a freaking poster for I don't need to be on this?
Just douche. Yeah. So we can do this guy's trial right now. Then.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if you can see shooting this guy for doing an internet prank.
He keeps running away.
Yep.
What?
He's gonna be a weirdo. That's profanity. They don't say that.
All right.
Get out of here.
No, get out of here!
No.
What the hell are you doing?
What's oh my gosh.
Excuse me, sir. Can you hear me?
What is this guy doing? What is he doing?
You cannot be over here.
Am I doing it right? Oh, yeah. Okay. I can't, bro. Laugh, dude. Oh, yeah. So I'm Khalid. I'm Satej. We're just going around introducing ourselves. Would you like to read this book, Dr. Monk?
This is the library, so don't bother other
So they're going into the library. He's dressed as a security guard with fox ears on.
And a tail.
And they're asking them if they've read these books. Okay, so far, stupid.
This whole video is dumb.
We're fathering them, they're our sons.
And follow the library rules, and you're welcome to be here.
Okay, go. Yeah, no, what I'll do is like a social circle where we introduce ourselves to each other. Would you like to join? Would you like to read? Here, look, page 258. The monk has led us down the garden path, and we're here in the weeds. Should we read Dick Wolf? She was mixing up her gardening.
Sounds interesting. I'll let you finish it.
Oh my God.
This is Dr. Mack.
These are people that I hated in high school, and they're just doing this shit. Again, this is just an advertisement for a waste of space, okay?
These aren't, don't call this a prank channel. This isn't a prank. You're just bothering the shit out of people.
This is two idiots running around being stupid on camera because they think it's entertaining.
Right, and they have 38,000 subscribers.
And that's why there is no God.
No English. I think I found our book. It's Captive by Catherine Oxford.
Hello, excuse me.
Somebody tell me what the prank is or what the joke is. Or they're walking through the library being loud. Cool.
Okay, so I'm ready to render my verdict. The man in that mall did us all a public service. He should be hailed. He should get a key to the city.
He should be the grand marshal in the city parade next year.
And him and his friend here that do this YouTube channel, they should be held accountable to every letter of the law and incarcerated.
Guy who did the thing in the mall. You missed one.
Excuse me. Hello. I'm just wondering if you're working on some kind of a photo project since you're taking pictures in the library. Of course, it's a public place.
Oh, of course,
but it's usually a good idea to ask people if you'd like for their permission before you take pictures of them.
What are you up to? Oh no, we're just seeing what you're up to.
What?
I'm sorry, did you need help?
No.
We'll take the laptop from you.
No.
So we're dropping merch at 50,000 subscribers. So go ahead and go down below and hit that subscribe button. I just put, I guess, kind of like the basics.
This is an advertisement for sanitariums. These two people should not be allowed to interact with society.
Again, it's stupid. This is not a prank.
And these, like I said, we need to make examples of these people to teach society that, no, this isn't acceptable. You're a piece of shit. Stop it.
Right. Like maybe this guy shooting the guy in the mall is a warning to the next group of YouTubers that like, hey, here's where the line is. It won't be
if we punish the shooter and not the asshole that started it.
It's a good point. Magnum DUI with $2. Thank you very much. $10 from Magnum DUI says, buy Johnny some legs so we can shoot him. Jesus.
I mean,
That's aggressive.
I don't mean to be arguing myself out of a good deal here, but you know you can shoot me without the legs. I still eat bullets.
195 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your contributions. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat. We are inside of 200 with about 35 minutes to go before we rattle the cans, play the music, and do our e-beggar best to knock out our goal. We got the Dairy Queen giant spoon story. Did you hear about
No,
the
I did
giant
not.
spoon? In Phoenix, there was a Dairy Queen where, you know, they have the logo, the Dairy Queen, and then they got the big spoon going through the sign. A couple of douchebags fucking stole the Dairy Queen spoon.
They're my heroes.
I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they transported it or anything else, but they got the spoon and they were able to lift it from Dairy Queen.
Are we going to see the people who stole the spoon?
I do have a video of that a little bit later. But the guys who I guess the guys who stole it have not been caught yet. Like the spoon was returned, but they could not find the culprits who did it. And I don't know how much police time
They didn't catch him red-spooned?
Yeah, I don't know how much time you want to spend as a police officer looking for the guys who stole the Dairy Queen
They
spoon.
stole a spoon once. They will steal a spoon again. They were just trying to cook a really big hit of heroin.
And there were two of them, so they needed 2 heroin spoons, but they only had the one Dairy Queen. I see. So they will offend again.
Catch them all, and that includes
That would be the best peg, though, if
this out.
they found
that
the
giant
spoon.
missing red
There it
Dairy
is.
Queen spoon we told you about has been found thanks to someone playing Pokemon Go. The 15-foot-long spoon was...
People still do that? Mm-hmm. Well, at least they're getting outside, I suppose.
But really, the people that are still doing it are the ones that, like, the only reason they're getting outside is for that. And, like, you can hear them hiss and squeak when they come into the light. Like, just like... Like, oh, I caught my gerbil, and they turn into bats and fly off. It's just fucking...
Near Mark T. Atkinson Middle School, which is by Maryvale Parkway and Indian School. You see it there?
Who
It's
the
a
fuck
big
is
one.
this guy?
Yeah, like what the fuck is this guy just walking
Search is
by?
still on for the thieves this morning. Investigators.
Oh, they
releasing
definitely
images
wanted it for
of
heroin.
Although I believe they call it heroin.
We found the spoon in an alley. It was laying on top of a barrel that was being used to burn a fire. We don't know what was being cooked in the spoon. All of the substance is gone.
They think is responsible. Take a close look. The spoon was stolen
it's the
last
internet
month
pranker.
from the Dairy Queen on 51st Avenue.
Oh,
in
what a
Thomas.
prank.
You can call Silent Witness if you know anything about it, if you have the scoop.
Did
To
they
catch 'em up-
wait a minute? They really used a truck and they brought a trailer? Like they wanted the Dairy Queen spoon that badly?
What are you doing with the spoon?
Well, here's how they stole it.
Okay.
Fast forward a little bit.
So we're just hanging out, trying to rip a spoon off a wall.
Because they drove by and they just thought, well, that just seems like a nice little
You know
addition
what'll
to
look
our-
great next to that stop sign we stole? A giant red spoon.
I mean, we stole that giant A&W mug logo, and we got nothing to stir it with. Here they go. They brought a trailer and everything. They came prepared to steal the Dairy Queen spoon.
I keep wanting to call this a junkie move, but I feel like junkies wouldn't have this much stuff.
No. Junkies would try to carry it and just walk with it.
Again,
they'd give themselves away because you'd hear across the parking lot. They got it down. How come you didn't show us how they got it down?
Because they don't want any of us to know.
That's a good point. Oh, you can't just pick that thing up.
Yeah. See, I'd really love to picture like three junkies like hauling off with a spoon. Like, the heroin in this is gonna be so good. The spoon's so huge. It just because the spoon's bigger doesn't mean it makes more heroin, dude.
Well, there they are. They got a cute girl with them, and then two guys. How did the two guys convince the hot chick to be like, "Hey, you want to come steal the DQ spoon with us?"
They met her on Tinder. She in her profile said, "Just looking to spoon."
Oh God. And also, I don't get along with my dad. So, should be fine. How
many ways can you say stripper?
So now they have the spoon, but they don't have the people who stole the spoon. And as we know, once you get the taste of stealing spoons, you don't stop. So if you are a Golden Arches, watch your ass. Freddy's Burgers or whatever. Look out. Five Guys, you're prime for a lootin'.
These goddamn assholes are so hopped up on fucking stealing spoons. They were trying to take that little thing out of the pestle in the Walgreens sign. They didn't even realize that's not even a fucking spoon,
It's not
asshole.
even a spoon. It's not even going to work. Oh, man. 195 away from today's goal. 195 away. There is the links in the chat to the Streamlabs and the PayPal. Oh, my goodness. It is time to open up our 8 o'clock stories, 30 minutes away from rattling the cans and trying to knock that goal out and do an extra half hour today. I am excited to hear from my dog shit, horrible, awful dentist and find out when I can get my drugs for this tooth that has hurt for 2 years that they keep drilling and poking and hacking at but will not remove. Hopefully we hear something today.
Maybe.
They're still going to take my money, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, problem still not fixed, fuckhead. Still want me to turn in this bill? Oh, yeah, sure, if you could pay it. Oh, that's good. Insult to injury. That's how I like to be treated as a customer. All right, guys, Gone with the Wind is officially problematic and receiving a trigger warning.
Why? Because of all the slavery imagery?
Well, as we continue down the primrose path to not understanding how art and time works, now the publishers of the classic American novel Gone with the Wind will include a harmful trigger warning and an introduction that addresses white supremacy, the Telegraph reported. Because you can't look at the book and realize it was written in, the 20s or 30s, or the movie was made then at least, and that it's clearly telling a story of a time in history that actually existed, and that it's not an autobiography or a documentary of right now. Like, you understand the loss is not in the content of Gone with the Wind. The loss is in treating the people so stupid that you think this is something you need to do like for them. By the way, the novel was made in 1936.
1936.
It takes place in 1861.
You know, when slavery didn't exist.
Follows the story of Scarlett O'Hara, the daughter of a Southern plantation owner, and a romance with Captain Rhett Butler during the Civil War. The cautionary note at the front of the new edition of the book will warn readers that it contains, quote, racist themes that could be hurtful or indeed harmful. Yeah, it takes place during slavery.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The racial shit, yeah, it's going to be a little prevalent in there, you know, with the whole owning blacks on the plantation.
If you need a trigger warning for Gone with the Wind, why are you doing every day? Am I one of these? Is it weird? Like, I'm just like, do you not have any strife or adversity that you have to overcome? Oh my God, they talked about things that happened once upon a time.
You'll go to a lot of these people and you'll go, well, this is stupid. And they're like, well, I'm not doing it for me. Well, then don't do it. Wait till someone else complains and then do it for them. Don't retroactively think for them or pre-actively think for them and go, oh, I'm going to put this in there in case someone's offended. Well, now all you're doing is teaching people that if something has something offensive in it, then you have to warn them no matter what. So now it sets the precedent of now you're going to have to do this with everything.
And again,
like I said, this is a battle we've lost already. Like the pendulum ain't swinging back on this.
It's just, I don't need this. It's for other people. Well, then shut the fuck up and sit down, because as far as I understand it, nobody really needs this.
Right. Everybody understands that 1861, not the best time to be black in America.
Says who?
And that a story that includes that, that thread is probably going to have some off-putting things to say. So Billy Madison should have a disclaimer because he had a mammy. And yeah. Billy Madison, sure. Not all black people are maids to white people. Trigger warning. Stevie J says, Stevie Lou is a mind-controlling fungus that will turn you into a zombie. Don't accept his offers for mushrooms. Oh, yeah, he said mushrooms are good for tooth pain. Look, I'm gutting through today's show, and then hopefully I got drugs waiting for me on the other end, because it's just, whatever that is in there, it hurts like a motherfucker. It is pretty bad. Johnny's vote is on infection.
I don't think necessarily infection. I think
you think it's the nerve, the pulsating nerve thing.
Something's not right in there, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if there was an internal infection. But like I said, what do I know?
Yeah, well, we will.
I just find it weird that I always thought the root canal meant that they canaled the root.
Yeah, I push on that crown and I can feel a tingling, painful sensation, like if I push on it. So there's something that tooth is like pushing on or flexing on that's causing me remarkable pain.
Mr. Imholt, what seems to be wrong with your
What I'm trying to say is I shouldn't be feeling the pain while swallowing onto a crown. You know, that shouldn't cause pain.
Well,
so the saliva action, the action of swallowing, there's some muscle in my face that's hurting that nerve.
It's just tensing your whole jaw.
Ugh.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but your teeth actually move around a fair amount.
Thank you. Malevolent Bystander says, just rub some cocaine on it. Yeah, this tooth is never... Zen Rhino says they probably didn't get all the roots out whenever they did the root canal. Oh. Why can't they just do it right? Why do I have to be put through this rigmarole?
Why can't you just fix me?
Oh, Jesus Christ. April was so out of answers last night that she said to me, she goes, well, are you sure this isn't all in your head? And I'm like, no, no, it is. It is all in my head. It's right here. This is where it is. It's all in my head right there, this fucking tooth.
I want to ask you, as someone else who's received that question, does it feel kind of insulting when you're like, hey, I'm doing that thing where people are like, let us know if there's something wrong with you. Like, hey, there's something wrong with things aren't working right. I'm concerned. You're probably imagining it.
Right. They want you to be, like the doctors and stuff, they want you to be open about what's wrong with you. And then you're like, you sure you're not full of shit? April says,
yanking my crank.
April says, I'm glad I called right away since it's taking this long. Nothing yet. Well, like I said, take your time. It's not important.
We've waited 2 years. What's another decade?
Right. It's not like you guys have fucked this up already. And, I griped about the bill, too, asked for meds and a referral. Well, I would like both. That would be nice. April says, I've been in that place before. Aaron never gives the entire conversation, but that's just how it goes. I know never mind. It's like, you never give the full story. No, I'm just giving the part that I remember that upset me is when I said,
I'm not going to make myself look like an asshole.
I'm over it. It's not a big deal. Jesus, I wasn't trying to start a fucking argument over the goddamn thing. Where was I now? Jeff says, Aaron, try breaking an Advil liquid gel on the sore spot in your mouth. It numbs it right up. Is that a real thing?
I have no idea. I am surprised at some of the weird workarounds you people have pulled with over-the-counter medications.
Yeah, when I bring up any kind of pain, you guys get really creative with how you've used OTC meds. And I don't know if all of it's legal.
I'm just like, I thought the insane, like, creativity and, like, I don't know, just kind of hodgepodgey nature. I thought that was all the illegal drug market. Like, you had to. There wasn't,
right.
You couldn't go to Walgreens and get a quality smoke piece. You got to make one out of an apple and a salt shaker.
These people are taking over-the-counter medications, and they're just like rigging them in a way where they're even more effective for what they
All right,
need.
so I bought some Sudafed, and I put it in a beaker, and then I put it on the Bunsen burner. Now, when we add the heat, it's going to cause a chemical. Why are you going this far? It's NyQuil, for fuck's sake.
Oh, man. Mad Max Mardigan says, you went to a shit dentist in Waite Park. You got what you deserved, trusting a woman with anything. Oh, shit. 195. Yeah, Cocktiff says, definition of insanity, keep going to the same dentist. Dude, I'm not going to start spending more and more money on a different fucking dentist. I'm tired of my mouth costing thousands of dollars, even with dental insurance. I fucking had it. They are going to fix it if it kills me. I am not... If I go to another place, they're going to charge. This place, you can't fucking charge me. You haven't fixed what you said you'd fix.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, if it kills you, it will technically be fixed. The tooth will not hurt anymore.
That's true. I will not experience the pain of the tooth.
Yep.
Somehow the tooth lives.
Like I keep telling myself, in sweet release, there are benefits.
And one of these days, you're really going to push that message all the way in, right? Oh, man.
Smart money on the Deadpools in 3 hours.
All right, guys. 195 away from today's goal. 20 minutes away from rattling the cans. Let's see if we can knock down that 195 and call it another successful day here on Steel Toe. Well, who could have saw this one coming? FBI agents raided the home of a prominent Florida attorney that has been dedicated to helping victims of sexual crimes.
Okay.
Well, that's a good way to dedicate your life.
Why would you raid him?
Helping victims of sex crimes and, making sure that they're doing okay and receive proper support. They need a lot of it. The lawyer was caught actively downloading child porn and had nearly 2,000 sexually explicit photos and videos of young children, according to federal officials.
Well, I mean, you're researching sex crimes.
Sure.
It's 2,000 is a lot of homework.
Because as Gary Glitter can tell you, or no, Pete Townsend from The Who, as they can tell you, it's okay if it's for research. Because for some reason, we need to be researching these things. God, what's sick about that is you're an attorney that's dedicated to helping victims of sexual crimes. So you're probably just getting them as clients so you can use them.
Or you can find, like, other people. Either way, at the very least, you're working with people who have been victimized by the very stuff you are
claiming to protect
endorsing
them from.
And perpetuating.
Oh, yeah.
And it just... how do you, that takes a special kind of sociopath. That's like looking at a starving person when you're sitting in front of a box that has a whole bunch of food and just got nothing.
Yeah, well, and it's that hiding in plain sight shit. Where you're just standing in front of the whole community going,
I just can't trust anybody now.
Here I am advocating for sex crime victims, and you're just blatantly downloading child pornography. It's like ballsy.
I'm just going to end up walking around like Alex Stein, and people are just going to be like, I'm here to protect the kids. Stop trying to fuck the children.
FBI agents executed a search warrant on the West Palm Beach home of Michael T. Dolce on March 15th. Agents forcefully entered Dolce's home after he did not respond to law enforcement. Well, he was busy downloading child porn.
This is really going to rock the foundations of the law firm of Dolce & Gabbana.
Oh, man. You mean D&G is just going to be Gabbana now?
Yep.
Son of a bitch. Entry into the residence occurred as a result of a forceful breach. That's not the last time he's going to hear that. On the door when Dolce did not respond to commands by law enforcement.
He was busy wiping his hard drives.
Now, wait a minute. Now, Mr. Dolce is in a heap of trouble here. But what about his other law partner?
Who?
De Leche.
Really?
It's ice cream flavor.
Dolce de Leche.
From Dolce de Leche. Ben and Jerry. No. Briars?
I don't know. It's a dad joke and it sucks.
Tactical surveillance and entry teams revealed that Dolce was alone in the residence, awake on a bed at the time FBI personnel
And he was jerking it.
Fever. I would describe it as feverishly.
He knew it was the last one he was going to get off, and he swore by God he was going to get off.
And announced at his door, located directly adjacent to Dolce on the bed, was a Samsung laptop.
Shit, I was right.
Ruh-roh. FBI agents found the 53-year-old attorney actively downloading child pornography using peer-to-peer software, which always makes you look innocent.
Right.
The Southern District of Florida U.S. Attorney's Office announced in a press release that they discovered nearly 2,000 images and videos of child porn on the laptop. And I'm sorry, but that's just on the laptop.
What, you don't think he's got another stash somewhere, do you? Like I don't know, like under a light fixture, he's just got a whole bunch of... Do they make magazines on that shit? I don't know.
He's definitely going to try the I was doing it working on a case thing, right?
Yeah, it's all research.
He needed all 2,000 of those images and videos.
I'm just really bad at cleaning up my clutter.
Exactly. No, there is before like you get any ideas that this guy could have been using this for a case, even if you're a lawyer in a case like this, they don't let you download that shit. It's still wildly against the law to download that stuff. Michael B says ExpressVPN ad read. Yeah, I'm using Socialist Media says you can't accidentally download 2,000 images.
I slipped, tripped, and said download all.
Yes. Some people are asking me if 2,000 is a lot.
It seems like it.
I don't think so. I actually got a definition on this.
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
That would be a lot.
And we will never see the likes of Jared Fogle ever again.
Fauci's Stevie J, yeah, he'll go, it's okay, guys, it's okay. I'm a lawyer. Oh, man.
It's okay, guys. Love is love.
It really is too perfect, though, isn't it? It's like the pastors that are super anti-gay, and they're just sucking all the dicks. You know, they preach against, like, gay marriage and all this other stuff, and then all of a sudden they're just, like, they're elbow deep in cock, and, like, nobody's surprised. They're like, well, we all kind of thought, and it's like, hey, you didn't share that? We always kind of thought he was a little creepy and a little weird. It's like, well, you know what? I think a lot of times we need to be trusting those instincts more.
He always made those jokes about using our children like finger puppets, and we never got it.
Yeah, we always thought he was just kind of a weirdo. It turns out he was, just not in the way we thought.
Way weirder than we were ready for.
Right. We got another story coming up here. We've also got about a little less than 15 minutes until we rattle the cans and see if we can knock out the rest of today's goal. We are a whopping 195 away. Let's see if we can whittle that down a little bit before we see if we're adding overtime to today's program. Again, 195 away from the goal. 318 likes. Let's see if we can get that up to 400. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the thumbs up, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube. We appreciate it for both. Let's go to this story. An East Hampton school in Massachusetts had to let their superintendent go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry. They had a job offer for a new superintendent. They had to rescind the job offer because of something remarkably offensive that this superintendent said.
I mean, you can't call them that even if it's in the music.
Oh, so you've seen this story?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Is Western Mass News on Fox 6.
We begin tonight with new information out of East Hampton, where the offer to the final candidate for the superintendent of public schools was rescinded Thursday. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday evening here on Western Mass News.
Now, I mean, think of the things that you would have to say or do or go through, or that they would have to find out in your past that would cause them to rescind a job offer that you've interviewed for, you've earned the job, you've gotten the offer. What would they have to find out happened for you to lose that job off?
I'm a lawyer, all right? I'm a lawyer.
That's one of them. That's one. But it would be something horrific like that. Like you have some kind of child charge in your past, or, you know, they find some like remarkably, like memberships to remarkably offensive, like racist groups or something like that. That is not what happened to this man, and the reason he's going to be out of a superintendent job, which I imagine pays handsomely.
News, I'm Matt Satilli. Western Mass News reporter Olivia Hickey spoke with that candidate today and now joins us live in...
If she doesn't have a giant red mark on her neck, it's a waste of a funny last name. They should just put a makeup Hickey on her every single news show.
I wonder if she gets that line a lot when she dates, if she goes out, oh, your last name's Hickey.
Do you mind if I pretend we're 16?
Oh.
Do you remember that time where you, like, a girl would tell you, like, you're too old to be giving hickeys, and you'd give a girl a hickey and she'd be like, I can't show up at a thing with this at my age.
Yeah, you can. You're gonna. What? I can actually do it in a J shape. I've had practice.
I can do it in the shape of a Star of David.
Studio. Olivia, what can you tell us?
Matt, Vito Perrone tells Western Mass News they voted to rescind the offer in an executive session. The reason behind it, allegedly a perceived microaggression in an email he sent to school committee members.
A perceived... So this is how you know, this is how the news kind of gives its opinion without giving its opinion, is the way they phrase shit.
Mm-hmm.
For example, a perceived microaggression in an email. What the news is trying to say is a bunch of really whiny cunts got upset about something very simple. A perceived microaggression. So,
well, I mean, he did end his email with, come on, man, we gonna do this shit.
I mean, first of all, microaggression, it's already in the name. It's small, it's tiny. We used to call it, hey, let it go. But now you have the microaggression, and they're even throwing the word perceived in front of it. So it's someone who thinks that a tiny, mildly offensive thing happened. That's the same as going, guys, nothing to report.
This guy lost his job for absolutely no reason.
Absolutely no reason. It's a madhouse over here, John. Back to you.
What really rankled me was the fact that the people, the community of East Hampton has always been hugely supportive and welcoming.
Vito Perrone was left in shock Thursday after his offer to become the East Hampton Public School District's next superintendent.
Yeah, not only that, you don't get rid of a guy who's got a mafia name. Vito Perrone. It feels like there's a consequence coming.
After his offer to become the East Hampton Public School District's next superintendent was rescinded. He tells Western Mass News he was notified by the chairperson of the school committee that his offer would be taken away due to an email he sent to the school committee chairperson and executive assistant to the committee. We obtained a copy of the email that lists negotiations, including more vacation time. He explains the main focus was him addressing the school committee members as, quote, ladies at the beginning of his email.
He called the women that were on the email ladies. And they had to rescind the offer due to him calling the women that he was on the email with ladies. Now, he didn't misgender anybody.
No.
They both are, in fact, women. Mm-hmm. And the term ladies does apply to them. It is, in fact, a term of endearment, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very proper way to greet.
It's considered a polite greeting.
It's considered a polite greeting. You have, like, I can't even find the microaggression in there. Like, forget a macroaggression. I can't even find the micro in there. What about this is so goddamn offensive to you?
Explained to me that they were insulted by the address, and I said, well, I grew up.
You just, email them back and go, all right, sorry. Dear sirs.
We were insulted by the address. You're absolutely right. I apologize. To the cunts it may concern.
Yo, cunt. That's how the next one starts. What up, bitches? It's your new superintendent. Here to say y'all pussy stank.
I feel like if you're anyone who works for this school or a parent of a child that goes to this school and you have any issues later that might have been further hampered by this whole superintendent debacle, you should address your issues to those two ladies. And you should say, excuse me, ladies, you seem to have made this situation worse, ladies. Can we get some men in here?
Their bosses come in, they kick the door open. They're like, What did you hoes do now?
At a time, 60s, 70s, when ladies and gentlemen was a term of respect.
Not was. Is. It is. It never fucking changed.
No. Don't let these people make you think anything has changed. They are the minority, they are miserable, and they are lost in the darkness. Michael Buffer will still say, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. That is still how it works. And as far as I'm concerned, Michael Buffer is the politeness barometer in this country.
But honestly, just for a second, just thought exercise. Wouldn't it be cool if he came out, "Mon and hoes,"
in that official voice?
Yeah.
And prostitutes.
And that's how I intended it. I didn't mean to insult you, and was basically told that my apology didn't really mean anything and that they were going to rescind the offer.
If anything, dude, consider yourself lucky. Could you have imagined having to work with these
those people?
Oh my God, you would have been a ticking time bomb. You would have been out of there eventually. Now they get to pick some blue-haired, septum-pierced she/her, and they'll get to have their superintendent that they want. You can slowly watch this beautiful school crumble into nothingness in the next 15 years.
And the only people who are losing are the kids.
Right. In all of these educational little snafus about some quasi-offensive thing getting addressed, the only people who really fall behind are the children. So is it really that bad?
Perone says while he was disappointed, it was not about the money and was taking a $14,000 pay cut to leave his role in West Springfield as interim superintendent. He was hoping to end his career.
But interim superintendent, you found out that they weren't going to make you the permanent superintendent, so you were trying to jump ship. Oh, I'm being so noble. I'm taking a 14 grand pay cut.
Yeah,
you were going to take a 114 grand pay cut after the year was over.
In East Hampton, where he has fond memories of working at the high school.
I was a principal here. We built this school while I was principal. We had a lot
They built it on rock and roll, from what I'm told.
Great energy and memories here. I was a coach. I coached football. My sons played football here, and I just love this community.
While Perone is grateful for the support
they identify as women. I call them ladies. They hate it.
He has received.
It means a lot to me that people value what I bring to the table. They value who I am as a person.
Check his computer.
An instructional leader.
He says he is.
Nobody's this good.
Nobody's.
Commence Operation Tear Down a Work of Art.
What? I'm a superintendent.
Nothing against the school.
Just use that whenever you get caught with child porn. Use your occupation. What? I'm a pipe fitter.
What? I'm Chris Hansen.
Oh, well then. Carry on, Mr. Hansen.
Every morning he gets up and he just feels shame. He looks in the mirror and he goes, "Chris, have a seat."
Yeah. Are you sure this is what you should be doing? $5 from Sage. He says, 2 suggestions for great second mics, Greg Gorilmo and Dr. Till. Cheers. I know Dr. Till. See his stuff on Twitter every now and again. He helped me with a Rumble thing that I needed help with, I believe. 190 away from today's goal. And oh my goodness, we're 4 minutes away from rattling the cans and playing the music and see if we can e-beg shame you into helping us hit our $190 goal today. Isn't 190 where we started yesterday?
I think so.
When we had 5 minutes left?
And we did it last time.
Well, Schulte says they're going to love my prank calls today. Oh, prank calls. Fun. MSO says no tooth, no goal. Thanks, buddy. This is I was really happy to see this headline. Shaq slam dunks on Keith Olbermann, tells him to, quote, shut your dumb ass up, after former ESPN anchor blasted the conduct of LSU Tigers basketball player Angel Reese in the women's title game. So LSU ended up winning the national championship.
Okay.
In women's basketball. And I guess there's this girl on the other team for Iowa. Her name's Caitlin Clark, and she talks a lot of shit. Like, she's known for being a big-time shit talker. So this Angel Reese, her team beat Iowa for the national title after Caitlin Clark talked all this shit. So Angel Reese decided to give her a little something back. And here it is. Angel Reese. No. She points to her finger, meaning I'm going to be engaged because I'm pregnant with my boyfriend now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. She's saying we won the championship. This is the ring.
I thought she was saying he's gonna put a ring on it because if there's one thing that
we understand.
men do,
Yeah,
they
no, we get. I understand where this is going.
locking it down.
No, yeah. Anything specific about?
Well,
okay, I understand.
I don't want him to have to go out grocery shopping.
Okay.
Reese knows a ring is coming.
So now here's Caitlin Clark. Oh, and she gives her the John Cena. Gives her the you can't see me. Look at the kids today. They know they're wrestling. To which Caitlin Clark then went.
To which Caitlin Clark went, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. What?
I'm sorry, I couldn't see you there.
Well, you know.
To which Caitlin Clark then responded, coming in here and losing a basketball game, you lose more than the game. You lose a piece of yourself. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys are really going at it with the wrestling stuff. All of LSU in honor of Bushwhacker Butch just starts walking around like this.
Caitlin laid down on the middle of the court after the game was over. Everyone thought she was making a dramatic display until we heard the Undertaker theme, and she just sat up and grabbed a ball. It's not over.
Well, Keith Olbermann decided to tweet about it.
Of course he did.
In reference to Reese, Olbermann on Sunday evening tweeted, "What a fucking idiot." He added, "Doesn't matter the gender, the sport, the background. You're seconds away from a championship, and you do something like this and overshadow all the good. Mindless, classless. What kind of coach does this team have?" So, Keith Olbermann, and you wouldn't believe this, was talking out of his ass, and he didn't know the background of the situation.
Oh, you mean he just saw something and made a judgment?
Yeah.
He's never done that.
He Olbermanned the shit out of this one. So, this Caitlin Clark that she did this to is a notorious trash talker. She talks all kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so then later that night, Shaq, who went to LSU and is probably very happy, tweeted back at Olbermann and said, quote, "Shut your dumb ass up and leave Angel Reese alone." Well, that's the end of that.
Whoops.
When a 7'3", 350-pound man tells you to shut the fuck up and leave people alone, you tend to listen to him.
You could stand up to Shaq if you wanted to, right?
You could try. So Keith Olbermann then took to Twitter and issued the closest thing that a Keith Olbermann level narcissist can come to an apology. He tweeted, "Doesn't matter the gender, the sport, the background. You're seconds away from a championship." Okay, that was the
original tweet.
He then tweeted, "I apologize for being uninformed last night about the backstory on this. I don't follow hoops, college or pro, men or women. I had no idea about Caitlin Clark. Both were wrong." Now, first of all, then why the fuck are you commenting on it if you don't watch any of this shit?
It's almost like you need people to hear your opinion, and that's all you care about.
Also, I'm convinced that's how he comments on politics, too.
Oh,
he doesn't really know anything about it. He just talks.
He just shoots out of his ass.
Yeah. And then he goes, "I had no idea about Clark. Both were wrong." So Keith wasn't wrong to call that other girl classless. They were both at fault. This is what I said in today's Countdown podcast, second segment about 24 minutes in, and then puts a link in. Of course, he's got to get that podcast link in there, Keith.
He wants an audience, and he doesn't have any way to attract them. So he's like, you know what? I'll be dramatic.
All right, guys, let's see if we're wrapping up the show early today, or if we're going to knock out that $190 goal that's hanging out there. Let's fire up the music. Let's fire up the train. And let's see if we can knock this thing out. If you're feeling generous, links are in the chat. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. Let's fire up the music. You're getting a bell. Anything over $10. I'm going to bell it. 190 away.
The bell of the ball.
The bell of the ball. All right, 190 away. Let's see if we can get there. If you feel like throwing in, there's all your links. Just click there, throw in a couple bucks to the old steel toe. And let's get that from 190 down to 0. If you're over on Rumble, there are the links in the chat as well. Michael B says, "I hate this song." Well, then you know what? I say we make it stop by knocking it out. Laughing Lion says, "Take some clothes off and then maybe." You know what? Yeah, I might think about it now, especially if we don't knock this out today. I might think about taking off my clothes. The Pickle Man says...
Suddenly aware I can't leave fast enough when the show's over.
The Pickle Man 469 says, tooth update 469, "My tooth smells funny." All right, guys, we are barren as a brick today. 190 away. MSO says, where's Chandler? We can't count on David Chandler to do it all the time. We got to do it as a team here.
Yeah, this is a crowd-funded thing, not a one-guy-funded thing.
Not a David Chandler-funded thing. 190 away from knocking it out. About 3 minutes left in the music, in the e-bag segment. Stevie Lou with $4.99 says, here's $5 for your new hopeless weed addiction.
Oh, speaking of which, Monday I can bring my new pipe I got. It's got glycerin in it, so you can freeze the motherfucker. And then when you put the water in there, it's super cold. It's like breathing. You just, nothing.
How much do people need these drug items that they're going this far to keep themselves, I don't know, entertained by the... I mean, when the drugs stop being enough and you need to add
It's
in
not
like
that the drugs
crazy
weren't enough.
accoutrement.
And I'm not adding crazy accoutrement. I needed some retail therapy after the week I had, and this one is like buying a new car, and it's like, yeah, but it's got this fun new feature. And I'm like, oh, cool. Do you get this? I got 7 goat modes. I don't know what a goat is or what the fuck it has to do with a Bronco, but it's in my Bronco.
Thank you very much to Need Trump with $20. He says, here's 20 to keep your clothes on. 170 away from knocking it out. There's PayPal. There's Streamlabs. How much time do we have left? 1 minute and 45 seconds are left in the eBay rattle can segment. $9.99 from Alex. 165 away. 160 away. Thick Cheney with $11 says, need a 10-bell salute for Shane McMahon's quad muscle. There you go. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, I'll start giving more when I get taken seriously as a Steel Toe original fan. What does that even mean? Love you, Matt Melt. 155.
I mean, he's no Mikey Two Milks.
155 away from knocking it out today, and we are 1 minute and 5 seconds away. Brett with $10 over on PayPal.
Thank you.
We're making a run at it here. 145 away from doing an extra half hour of show or ending in a minute. We will see. Malevolent Bystander says, time's up, bucko. I certainly hope not. 145 away from knocking this goal out and calling it a successful steel toe. Casey with $40 over on PayPal. We're at 115. We're at 100 even. The Mood with $22.
Thank you
says,
so much.
Money, 100 even. Will we get there? MSO says can't donate. Dentist took all my money. 20 seconds away and an even hundo away from doing 30 minutes of overtime today. I'm also a pushover. Don't forget that. So we are getting close. But will we run out of gas just before the end here? And we have 10 seconds left. We'll watch the clock here. 3, 2, 1. And there it is. All right, let's take a look. Let's hit refresh on everything and see if we knocked out that 100 before the end of business today. Or am I getting on this tooth stuff a little sooner than I thought? Well, we got $2 from Curly Adam. He says, bye, commie. Matt Melt with $9.99 says, come on. That's going to bring us down to $90 between those two. 90 away from knocking it out. And now I just feel like we should give them an extension since they got it into double digits. I feel bad. Carlos says, can we get an extension? Susan M says, I would knock it all out, but your mods keep sending out links of me, and I don't appreciate it. I don't know anybody who's doing that. Guys, if you're doing that, fucking don't do that. There, Susan. We'll take care of them for you. Mr. Approachable says, this audience is being so nice, letting you off early to deal with your tooth. I'm so disappointed in them. Well, you know what? They got to 90. I trust them.
I fucked her.
King of Clubs says we can do it in overtime. I agree. Guys, stick around. We're going to do a half hour of overtime. Not only that, we're going to knock out that $90. Let's see it. Let's
I feel
see
like
the
this show will
generosity.
change a lot if I just start feeding you gummies before every show.
I just feel like doing the overtime for the people. Nitch, we talked about Dogecoin. The Twitter logo getting replaced with the Dogecoin logo.
Dog.
Because clearly Elon Musk just bought Twitter so he could just fuck around. He bought it to be his own little $40 billion play thing.
Like I said, he's using it like any one of us would use a Facebook page. He's just trolling everyone.
Yeah. Michael B says microdose Aaron is funny. Well, good. There you go. Then we'll We'll knock out
then
that
how about
90
a little
bucks?
something for the effort, you know?
How about you knock out the rest of that number?
I don't mean to disparage, but those ain't cheap.
So you know how the people who are super into crypto,
yeah,
their big complaint about the dollar is that it's not backed by anything, and
it's
it's
a fiat currency.
It's a fiat bullshit currency. Well, nothing says your currency means something, and it's backed by something, tangential, or not tangential, but real. It's backed by something authentic. Tangible. Thank you. God damn, microdose Aaron really doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Something tangible. Nothing says your crypto is tangible quite like Dogecoin jumping 30% after Elon Musk changed it to the Twitter logo. Man.
I wish I could have gone back and put some money on the Doge.
Man, it is so great that people in this country want to move off this bullshit based on nothing currency we have into currency that are dog faces that show up on Twitter and jump by 33%. I'm really glad we've got... This is a classic example of just because you know what the problem is doesn't mean you have a solution. Yes, the dollar is fiat. It's bullshit. It's been failing for a long time. 100% agreed. Your idea still sucks worse.
You know, the problem is the dollar isn't backed by anything. So instead, we want this invisible currency that isn't even physically real that you just trust is totally worth everything we said it's worth.
Right. Yeah, like Zen says, crypto is literally based on a whim.
What makes you say that? Because one picture showed up on one website and a currency's value jumped by 30%? That seems whimsical to you?
It's like sports cards or comic books. It's only worth what someone is willing to pay you. Now, I can go upstairs in my son's room right now and grab all my old sports cards and his sports cards. They physically exist. I can show them to you.
And I could come to your house and go, look at my rookie Dogecoin.
No, Morio says, how much Doge did Elon buy just before he did this? True.
Probably a lot.
I don't know. Enough to make 33%.
Fucking smart-ass idea, though.
Yeah.
Because you know what you're doing.
Thank you very much to, Jake over on Streamlabs PayPal. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for your $10. Gary Crouch with $9.99 says, here, bro, I don't think I could stand listening to old Gums Imholt. I have tooth pain today. That's a very sweet way for you to put that. $75 away from knocking it out. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Gary. 75 away from hitting today's goal during overtime. Brian, we've got, I can't say his name now. Thank you, Brian. You know who you are with $50. And Jive Turkey with $30. Guess what, guys? Goal accomplished. There you go. Perfect. Good. Nailed it. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. Exit 343 says, my 200 shares of Doge went 0.00001. Well, that's probably good enough. That's probably what that 33% is a 0.0001 raise. Yeah, it's really good that our cryptocurrency is so much better than our actual currency.
Yeah, I'd hate to have a currency that's just, affected by the whims of fancy to suddenly change the value.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that our currency isn't one that we can just mass produce to tank the value anytime we want.
Well, I just like that these cryptocurrencies are based on, like you said, tangible things like who's the logo of Twitter today? Who's the Twitter logo? You know what? Here. Let's see if this works for everything. How about tomorrow Elon Musk makes a dollar bill, the logo of Twitter, and see if the dollar just spikes after that. Like maybe that's what's going to solve our inflation. We just have to make the dollar the logo of Twitter. Worked for Dogecoin.
It worked for Dogecoin, but that's because the people that support Dogecoin were like, oh, now this is a sign. We got to go buy in. And then everyone's like, I'm going to be smart and get in before everyone else and buy into the Doge.
I don't want to get into a lookout, keep an eye on it. It's really smoking hot right now, but Doge is currently at 9 cents.
Yeah. And its 30% increase is going to go where a whole bunch of people are going to buy it because now it's the time. It's going to go up again.
You'll get it probably another day, and then everyone's just going to start dropping it like a rock and taking all their profits.
Mm-hmm.
I loved that. That was my favorite part about that, like Reddit. Remember the Reddit trading guys, the stonks guys?
Yeah, dude. Diamond hands. We're going to the moon.
Remember when they they tried to fight human nature by going like, guys, when it comes to our money, we're all going to work together and we're going to do this completely in unison and it's not going to fuck up. And like they held it together for a week. And then after that, it was like, guys, it's a lot of fucking money and we all know that this stock is worthless.
We all know that this currency literally doesn't actually exist.
Right. Or like GameStop. Like, I know it's not worth this much, you guys. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And it all fell apart. It all went away. Wall Street bets still exist, don't get me wrong. But as far as like, remember, they were like, we're going to use the man's trading tactics against him to create some kind of new Wall Street justice for the little guy. Nope. They all pumped up the price of a stock and then got the fuck out of Dodge when they could make enough money to buy a brand new car.
And the first thing that Wall Street did after this happened was like, and we're going to make some new rules so that can't happen again.
Exactly. Wall Street's answer to that was, a very Wall Street thing. It's, we're going to change the rules so that it still works in our favor, if you don't mind. Laughing Lion says, I bought Doge at 0.26. Whatever I do the opposite. I understand, man. I was going to put $1,000 in when it was at 1 cent before its big increase.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I watched it get to like 40 and 50 cents, I was like, fuck me. This sucks.
Yeah, but didn't it get even higher than that, though, too?
I remember it getting to 50 cents. That's all I remember.
Oh, I thought it got over a couple bucks.
But here's what I would have done. It would have got to 50, and I wouldn't have sold yet. I probably would have sold it like 35. It would have went down to 35. I'm like, all right, that's enough. Call it a win. We're done here. No, don't worry. I only missed out on about $35,000, which all could have gone towards my tooth.
Your dentist right now is so pissed at fucking Dogecoin.
Yeah, right. God damn you, Doge. I could have hammered away at that thing for even longer. We've got, we've got Lex Fridman's unbridled autism.
Oh, Jesus.
I've got this clip. Holy shit. This is, I guess, from like a year ago. But I saw it on Reddit yesterday, and like nobody has been able to explain Lex Fridman to me. Lex Fridman is a friend of Joe Rogan's. He hosts a podcast, and he's just like a dork. Like he's a guy who studies smart people for a living. Like he kind of like watches. He's like a science fan. Lex Fridman's whole thing is like he's a big fan of science, and he watches science people do science stuff. And then he just repeats the science stuff with a really crazy, autistic, otherworldly spin, which is not based in any kind of humanity.
So you're saying he's an alien?
He's a robot alien. This Lex Fridman, I don't understand.
He's here to spy on civilization before his overlords get here.
But like he's popular. People like him. They think he's like a smart guy who's a deep thinker. Like there's a whole cross segment. You know how Joe Rogan's great, but like he's unleashed the hounds of hell on society in general? Mm-hmm. Bert Kreischer, Brendan Schaub, Lex Fridman, people like that. So with Lex Fridman, he has a lot of fans and they think he's like a deep thinker. You can get deep thinkers without going to the level of boredom, monotonacity, and autism that Lex Fridman brings to the game. But here we go. This is him talking about kitchen appliances.
Okay.
Now, kitchen appliances, a normal person would understand, are just a fucking thing. They're a tool. They're a piece of machinery. Well, Lex Fridman, I guess, had way too many of these gummies before he went on the air. And he's going to give you his thoughts on kitchen appliances. And you just tell me from this 1 minute clip if this is a guy who is brilliant, who is unbelievably smart, and should be followed by hundreds of thousands of people, or if he is a walking example of why we should be screening children for autism as early as possible.
Like we've experienced, it's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory, it's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me.
Remember when you figured that out when you were 4?
Yeah, I had that thought again a couple weeks ago when I was high off my ass. I mean, again, dude, this isn't a deep thought. This is a stoner thought.
Yeah.
They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference.
They don't recognize faces. They're not sentient beings. They were created by humans. It's a piece of machinery, Lex. Jesus.
I really hate when I say hello to my car. Never says hello back.
It never says hi back. It doesn't appreciate me. This is what I hate about Lex. He says things that are so stupid that stupid people find them deep. Like, he's the kind of guy who's like, oh, you go to the library, that's where the lies are buried. It's like, no, you just flipped the word and did a thing with it. That's not, guys, he's not, like, the people who think Lex Fridman is deep and remarkably intelligent are the kind of people who still fall for sleight of hand, like, hey, how'd you get that quarter behind my ear kind of tricks.
I hate those magicians in their 3-card Monty setups.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't remember, the microwave currently doesn't remember, the times I've been sad or happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this, when I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape. And
this guy is just staring at Lex Fridman like, what the fuck did I walk into? Why am I, what is this? Like, what? This isn't deep. Like, where are you going with this? And the thing about Lex Fridman is he does this shit all the time. He'll go on rants like this and then just stare at the person next to him like they're supposed to talk now. And you're like,
I want to be a guest on his show so bad.
Right.
I want someone to be a guest on his show, just be like, wow, you're dumb.
Yeah.
Just be like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
You would tell him, you would be like, that is the most inane psychobabble I've ever heard. And he'd be like, well, we just need to have deeper conversations. And I feel just because you're saying it quietly and slowly doesn't mean it's deep. It can still be just as stupid as a guy who's like doing the helicopter with his dick and shouting the end is nigh. Like, you are both capable of the same levels of stupidity regardless of tone.
We just need to have deeper conversation. I feel like that's going to be a problem because I don't think you're aware of how stupid you are.
Yeah. You're not as smart as you think you are, unfortunately.
Lex, buddy, go back and watch your show. Trust me, if you actually watch it for 5 minutes, you'll see, oh, this guy's dumb.
Lex Fridman calls himself. Hello? Yeah, did you see the guy we were watching the podcast of? Did you see that thing he said about the microwaves? What a dipshit. Yeah, I know. He's so not deep. He can't have conversations like we can.
I mean, Jesus, dude. You really think like you're a deep person? The guy who gave you that confidence was Joe Rogan, okay? I love Joe. Great show, great entertainer, amazing person. But
a guy who admits he's a dumb guy.
A guy who doesn't even have to admit he's a dumb guy. You look at him and go, oh, caveman. Like, that's just kind of the way we we all kind of came to the assumption, oh, this guy isn't moving and shaking upstairs the most. Like, he's a dude. We'll enjoy it.
I was being in good shape, and all just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn a thing off that it's like, shit. Wow. That's a living thing disappearing. Of course, that's kind of an at the
No, it's not. It's an electronic thing powering down. It's not a living thing shutting off. Your microwave turning off is not a living thing shutting off. It's a power source being cut off to a piece of machinery. God damn it. People look at this guy. People listen to this and go, oh man, he's so deep. He's right. My microwave doesn't remember me. Of course it doesn't. It's a fucking microwave. This isn't something, if you're at the age of adulthood and you listen to this guy and you go, oh, I really needed someone to say it like that so I knew my microwave didn't know my name. We need to put you all in a home. You're all dangerous and you don't even know it.
I hate that I'm even playing with your analogy here, Lex, but if you're going on that, microwaves, toasters, and things like that, these are things more akin to an organ. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but your heart doesn't know anything about you.
Morphism we do to each other, but that's something.
No, it isn't.
That makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have a connection that are non-human.
By the way, that was him having a migraine because he has weird guy migraines. Like Sanitos from Mr. Nanny. Like, he just has migraines where he goes, ow, they're talking. They won't stop. They're still talking to me. This guy's a weirdo. He shouldn't be followed.
And that makes me think that there's a chance that we can have like connections. What? The fact that you imagine that your toaster has a life and a personality. So let me get this. Because your toaster is your imaginary friend that makes you think that someday technology will allow us to buy. How does that work?
Make Lex Fridman piss himself, give him a cardboard sign and tatter up and dirty his clothes, and have him hold a sign and shout the same things he says, and people would never think he was faking homelessness. They would go, you know what? This makes sense.
I don't even think you need him to shout. I think he can keep the whole bit. Just make him look like a hobo. And we're like, yeah, this looks like a junkie.
My microwave doesn't know my name, so I think we can create cyborgs. Oh, okay. So that's what you're going with. Yeah, my toaster oven doesn't know that I had a really shitty day, so I think ChatGPT is going to be all right.
I just hate that anyone that actually gets on his show is probably like hoping for, and I hate to call this a thing, the Lex Friedman rub, so they don't want to fucking burn it. They don't want to come on here. I just want someone to say, you are stupid.
No, it would suck if you got the Lex Fridman rub, because now you got a bunch of fans saying, oh, I think you're really smart. You're like, shit, now I'm a dumb guy, because the people who think that the guy talking about the microwaves remembering his eye color, those guys think I'm smart. I'm obviously a dipshit who's way off on the wrong track, a total 180.
And I totally love you got this imaginary brain pain you can pull out anytime someone really puts you in a corner and you can't think, brain pain.
Like Bob Lazar.
Really?
The UFO guy? You've never seen that?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've seen it.
You know when he was totally telling
his
the
are
truth?
real.
Hey, here's some slight pushback that would require you to know anything about the inside of Area 51. What do you think about that? Oh, my brain. Oh, it hurts so bad. Oh, I make donkey noises when it happens. If you guys, I find that Bob Lazar fans the same as Lex Fridman fans. If you buy everything that guy says, you are full of shit. He might know some things about some weapon systems or some surveillance stuff that somebody told him about. But the minute you get to that guy, hey, what does the inside of Area 51 look like? Where do you go? What's this? What does it look? Oh. Hey, this part of your story doesn't match up with this part of your story. Would you care to explain that? Oh, mamma mia. Oh, my head. I'm talking in different accents now.
I want the Family Guy person to show up. Like, hey, this is a big fat phony.
Which we can have a connection that are non-human, like similar to dogs and cats and so on. It just makes me feel, and that's what's interesting to me, because ultimately I feel like they'll help us understand ourselves.
I feel like this entire conversation has been you hypositing theories about how you interpret the world and are saying, and we're going to have amazing changes, because no, you're delusional and dumb.
Yeah. I mean, that the whole thing is like, my microwave doesn't remember my name, so I think I can create something non-human that knows who we are. It's called a fucking dog. It's other animals. Yes, these things exist already, Lex. You're not a deep guy. I'm sorry.
My toaster doesn't know who I am, and every morning I have to fight back the tears when I turn it off, because I know I just killed that toaster again. And I'm going to kill it tomorrow.
No, we need to save Lex Fridman. He actually thinks he's murdering his toaster.
Lex, turn off the TV. It deserves to live like you and I.
He will not turn off that fucking toaster. I don't know what is wrong with Lex today. Oh, man.
I don't trust anyone who's named after one of the weirdest, most pornographic sci-fi shows I ever saw.
Lex Fridman?
Yeah, Lex is just...
I've never seen that.
LEXX. Look it up sometime. It was a late-night sci-fi show, and quite frankly, they pushed some lines.
Oh, that was George St. Pierre that he was talking to. You're talking to the greatest MMA practitioner of all time, and you're talking to him about whether or not the microwave knows your name.
You have GSP there, and you want to talk to him about the what you think happens when you turn off your toaster? Wow, waste that fucking talent you got.
Laughing Lion says, I'd hate to look at Lex's electricity bills. I'm sorry that it went up $400. It's just that the toaster and I were having a conversation, and I didn't want him to forget anything that was said.
Lex, why did you leave the blender on? There isn't even anything in there. It deserves to experience the day.
And now I'm going to fuck it because it needs closeness. I can't wait to go hit the power button. Exit 343 says GSP was the greatest. Holy crap. Absolutely. Lex, how does Lex Fridman get to talk to GSP? It shouldn't be allowed.
And this is the part that sucks for me, because I get that it's not really who he is, but I'd really love GSP to be like, you're dumb.
Stevie J says, I'm in a fight with my air conditioning. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Lex? How's your day going? Oh, not so good. I slept on the couch last night. Why is that? My bedroom TV and I had a fight.
Sorry for being late to the show. I wanted to get in here a little sooner, but when I pulled up into your driveway, I was like, give me a reason not to do it. I'll hit the button.
I will hit the red off button instead of the green start button, and you will not warm up those nachos. Do you understand me? Guys, Lex isn't fucking around. He's yelling at his appliances again.
I really need to get some medication for my microwave. I heard recently that it's become defrosted.
I took my refrigerator's temperature. It's 35. I think I've got to take it in, and it's far away from 98.6. That can't be healthy. April has a tooth update.
Ooh.
Before we go today, April says, I have your update. It's good, in your favor. Thanks to my phone call. Talk to you soon. April, is there any way you'd like to jump on the show real quick? I guess we've only got about 7 minutes or so until the show's over, but I'd really like to know, like, it's good. What does that mean? What does the it's good part mean?
Close your eyes and suck it out of a hose?
Yeah. April, is this another thing where you think I like sucking dick and you're going to tell me that I got to suck somebody's dick and I have to remind you that I'm not really into that? Oh, April says she's not home. Oh, she must be getting my drugs already. Yay, pills. Yay, pills. I'm excited.
Drug time. Gonna be high out of my mind.
I can't wait to take my drugs. I can't wait till April gives me hugs. Oh, by the way, off the air, I have to perform today. But like once I'm off the air, I am a miserable cunt with zero attention span when this thing hurts. Like April will try to talk to me about shit, and I'll just be going, oh, fuck. She'll be like, what do you think? And I'll be like, I gotta be honest with you. I didn't hear a fucking word.
I've been fingering my tooth this whole time.
Fingering my hot tooth this entire time.
That sounds way different than it is now. Now that sounds like a Pornhub search. Fingering hot tooth.
The good news is Mike Tyson is coming, says somebody. Oh, well, then in that case, I'm going to be totally fine. I got you more than drugs. I can't live in the house like this. I've got it all fixed. Uh-oh.
I think I should leave before I am a witness. That's where I'm going to be.
What does that mean?
I'm saying this literally. I'm going to go start my car.
I got you more than drugs. I can't live in the house like this. I've got it all fixed. Oh, boy.
His name is Daquan, and he is your wife's boyfriend.
She's coming home with a gun, isn't she?
If it's a pit viper, solid choice.
Take the pills. Do they feel good? Well, it's too early yet. I said, do they feel good? It feels great, honey. It's wonderful.
You take the red pill, and your tooth goes away.
If I took the red pill and some kind of worm just climbed into my gums and ripped out my tooth, I would be like, that's the greatest worm that ever lived.
Ignorance is bliss.
April says, it means you're unbearable. I got you drugs, possibly emergency extraction, and I got your bill wiped. Nice! There we go. A little bill wiping. I like that. That sounds great.
Hey, and then when you get home after I've had those antibiotics, guess who's doing some ass wiping? Hey!
Emergency extraction, does that mean no show tonight, though? I got to be able to work. You can work through an extraction, right?
Well, I mean, not if they're doing it live.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
All right, welcome to the show. Are you done yet? The thing ends like, all right, we got your tooth. Are we square?
I got my fucking tooth pulled. Zen Rhino says, R.I.P. Aaron. Tomorrow it will be April in the morning, brought to you by Steel Toe. Oh, April says, you're going to complain now? No, relax. You did a wonderful job.
He's going to complain when the cameras are off.
Watch they pull the tooth. And like April was right the whole time, and I'm having like phantom pains. I'm like, it fucking hurts so goddamn bad. Jeez. An emergency extraction. Boy, I got to say, I wasn't ready for that. Pull my tooth out of my head. Yikes. That's going to bleed like a son of a bitch, isn't it? Like, are wisdom teeth like worse? Like, if you pull a regular tooth, is that...
It's about the same.
Fuck. I don't want that. She's calling in a favor for me to Centra Soda for both teeth. Oh, well, at least both of them will be gone.
Hey, there you go.
Shit, I was kind of hoping I could make it till Friday to do that. Because
I got this horrible problem. I can't take it anymore. Can we put it off till the end of the week? Just a few days.
Well, I don't want to miss any work.
Look, this is insane. I almost couldn't do the show today. But I'm just saying, how about we wait until Friday?
You are right. I do have to knock it off.
I am amazing.
Pickle Man with Tooth Update 500 says they pulled the tooth, but it was the wrong tooth. That's going to be my luck.
I went in for a fucking root canal. I got a castration. You aren't even supposed to touch my dick.
Need Trump says, either way, Aaron, it will feel good to get that tooth pulled. I know. Alex Nerio says, Aaron, you're an enormous pain in the ass. That's what I'm hearing. Let's go to Ryan the Garbage Man here.
Call from
Ryan the Garbage Man.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, you're not going to miss any work. Tooth extraction is a breeze. Basically, they'll pull it and pack it in cotton, and probably within a couple hours you'll be able to take the cotton out just fine. Just don't chew anything on that side of your mouth.
I've had 2 wisdom teeth taken out before.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see.
I had my wisdom teeth surgically removed when I was 19. That sucked ass.
All right. Well, thank you.
I've had a tooth pulled before, and it's not a big deal.
Thank you for the heads up, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
There's Ryan the Garbage Man. April had another thing. She's trying to make good. She explained to me that there was a tiny fracture your endodontist told you about, and she still had my dentist cap it. Oh, so the endodontist says there was a tiny fracture on my tooth, and she still had the dentist cap it, so they shouldn't have capped it, even though, like, with that fracture on it. Well, then what the fracture? What the shit? Then why, if there's a fracture, then why did they do it? Like, God damn it, is everybody fucking incompetent? April says, you're a pain in the ass. I fix all your problems for you, and you still won't take the help. I'm going to take the help. This is just how I entertain people. Am I not allowed to perform on my program? If I just say, oh, that's great, pretty cool, awesome, well, then the topic's over and it's done with. Of course I'm excited to get my teeth pulled out. I'm just a little scared to get my teeth pulled out. That's all. It's a two-way street. Nobody's brave going into a tooth extraction. I know I need it done, and I'm really excited to have it done. April says, because it was the tiniest fracture and they had no way of knowing it would propagate. Well, propagate it did. So I got a crack in my tooth, and it's fucking my shit up behind a crown. Look, man, we'll get the drugs. The drugs will keep me good for a little while until they can get me over and yank my fucking tooth out of my head. We'll be good. No sucking dick or you'll get dry socket, says Kraken Slappin'. Well, thank you very much for the heads up. I appreciate it.
April's already got dry socket.
Johnny, thank you very much. You could have just
I left my shit here. That's why I was like, half in, half out.
Just so April knows that I'm just having some fun on the program. Honey, thank you very much. You did a wonderful job. I'm glad you got the bill wiped. I'm glad we're working on solving this for the 4th or 5th time. Hopefully this is the right one, and they'll just yank the teeth out and we'll be good. I mean, I did tell them that we should just do that like a year ago, but better late than never, I suppose. And then I'll have this rotted out wisdom tooth ripped out as well. So I'll have 2 teeth yanked out of my head. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you, April, for all of your help. And thank you guys for hitting this goal on what's been a very difficult show for me to do. Johnny, thanks again.
You're very welcome.
Just Kidding LLC on every platform. Twitch, Rumble, YouTube.
That's it right now.
There you go. Those are the 3.
I haven't bothered with Kick because I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out how to get Rumble to work with everything when I multi-stream.
All right. Restream, you got to manually
I don't use Restream. Or at least I haven't yet. I'm going to start today.
Okay. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Again, thank you very much. Maybe we'll have an evening show tonight. I would check in around 7 p.m. Central Time.
That could be interesting if you're still on a bunch of the stuff, too.
Yeah, we'll see.
Loopy Aaron.